on HRT? The answer is no, unless you're talking about minoxidil, which I guess technically is hormone replacement to a certain degree. I do take DHT blockers for my hairline, so I guess technically yes. The answer is yes. Anyway, folks, it is the 11th of January. We're in the month of Japanuary, as you guys know. 11th of January, 2025. We have a massive day today, an incredible day today. There's a lot that we're going to be doing later, but also a lot of news to cover as well. But I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasnAbi broadcast, and we are live. We are live on this beautiful day. Okay. Anyway, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. No teeth pain. No, there's still a little bit of teeth pain, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. So it's fine. But personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan HasnAbi Piker. And Midwest Kagan, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Let me tell you, okay, personal news wise, I do have some updates from my life. Okay, from the life of Hasan HasnAbi Piker. And let me tell you, last night I ended the broadcast. I wasn't feeling too great, obviously, but I wanted to hang out with my mom, and that's what I did. I watched Lord of the Rings, the trilogy extended edition. That's like basically 12 hours now. We're on the third and final installation of the trilogy, and we watched like about an hour. My mom calls it a job now. She calls it a job. She's never really been into fantasy, and yet she's watching the heck out of this stuff, so I'm very excited about it. It's an absolute masterpiece, and she's staying awake throughout the whole thing, which is crazy. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. That's what's actually kind of wild about it. The fact that she's not falling asleep. Funniest moment from Sean yesterday. Unk and dad jokes are back. Okay, who's your favorite character? I mean, probably Aragorn, but that's like basic. I think Legolas has the best choreography, though, like the best fight choreography. I'm a Gollum guy. Wait, that's weird. You just want to be unique. No one cares if my uncle and his house are safe in Altadena. Hey, congratulations to the chatter. Anyway, but yeah, personal news wise, watched that, went to sleep, woke up early, checked the air quality index. Why did I check the air quality index? Because I wanted to finally train. It's been a couple days since I've not been able to really work out, not been able to get Kaya to work out. So I did. I went out and I played basketball this morning. I'm addicted to ball. But most importantly, it's because I actually personally checked the air quality index. It was moderate. And that's why I played. And I'll tell you where I went. I went to one of the evacuation centers, and I actually balled with some of the evacuees. As a matter of fact, it's not even a joke. This morning, I spent the morning balling with a bunch of people that had evacuated. Many of the evacuees were actually coming from the Veterans Affairs office in Brentwood. A lot of homeless veterans there. They had to be evacuated out last night, but we balled up and they were dope. Bro, genuinely, what the fuck are you doing, Lamau? Everybody needs to calm down. I checked the air quality index, okay? I didn't go and ball on my own for no reason. And we won. And we won some games. We lost some other games. But it's all good. But yeah, a lot of the evacuation center people, at least in the one that I went to, was a lot of them were the homeless vets from the VA place in Brentwood. If you guys know, there's like a famous corner going into Brentwood where there used to be like a massive tent city basically on the side of this road. And then they took all the veterans from that tent city and they basically put them inside of the VA, and built like little tiny homes for them. But unfortunately, they're very flammable, those tiny homes. You want a game of basketball against a disabled senior unhoused vet and you call yourself a socialist? Ridiculous. First of all, they're not seniors. It's like funny. It's funny to think that like every homeless veteran's a senior. No, dog. There's like homeless veterans that are younger than me. You know that? It's crazy. America is equal opportunity at screwing over people. It transcends beyond age. Okay. But yeah, no, I did ball. I was dropping bombs. Okay. But no. Hasan ruthlessly destroys homeless vets. Also, yeah, I wasn't going to hold back. I'm just saying. I'm not going to hold back just because someone's the homeless veteran who is an evacuee. That would be disrespectful. Okay? I went crazy mode. It's respect. It's respect. That'd be disrespectful if I did that. Okay? So, yeah. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna pull back. That's crazy. Are you crazy? But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. You're literally a piece of shit. Wait, what? Dude, chatters are so funny. Like, one, I'm joking, and two, like, yes, you're right. I should have done what you do, which is get grossed out by people from afar and be afraid of them instead of just like, treating people like they're human beings. Stupid. Anyway, but regardless, what is this? Regardless, that was good. That was fun. That was good. That was fun. We had a great, what is this? We had a great morning overall. Okay. What? You killed my kid's favorite YouTubers, brother. You will outhoop anyone. I mean, I still got cooked though. They were so nice too. They would just keep going in to the shelter to bring out like there was one dude who kept going into the shelter to bring out like water, and I was like, bro, it's good. Like, I'm good. I brought my own. But he's a very kind. He was a very kind dude. Okay. Regardless, that was fun. I also set up something crazy. Okay. I didn't shovel a path for a male person. I'm a terrible person too, but my body had enough. What are you talking about? But you go have a nice morning hangout with folks and get on here and people just bitch at you. That's crazy. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's because people are, people don't know people don't understand it. I set up something crazy this morning. Shouts out to Caroline for this because last night, Caroline apparently DM'd me and was like, hey, do you want to link up with this guy? Like, I'm going to try to reach out to this one guy. He's a Hollywood producer. Okay. His name is Scott. And basically she sent me the information of this Hollywood producer guy, who works with incarcerated firefighters. And she was like, hey, I think we should reach out to this guy. And I was like, wait a minute. this dude's name is super familiar to me. And it turns out it's because I actually had a lined up meeting with him on Friday morning, but he had to evacuate, so he couldn't do the meeting. He wanted to link up with me already this past Friday. So I look on his Instagram. I'm like, oh, he already follows me. I hit him up. I'm like, yo, can we do this? Can we do a live stream or whatever? He's like, dude, that's an incredible idea. I really wanted to do that. So yeah, what a wonderful way to link up with this guy. We didn't get to initially have that meeting, but it don't matter. So today later, we are going to be going to the Rose Bowl and feeding some of the incarcerated firefighters, and hopefully they're going to let us interview them as well. So so yeah, that's going to be later at around 6 p.m. Pacific. But before that, I'm going to do my regular stream. But yeah, that's what I did this morning. And I've been on a posting storm, basically. Okay, I've been on a storm posting my face off. What is an incarcerated firefighter? In the state of California, there is a firefighter training program where incarcerated individuals can go and fight these wildfires. It's oftentimes for $26 a day. It's, really ruthless conditions. But it's a complex program, and I want to get to talk to these guys and show you. Most importantly, I want to show you that these are, human beings. And yes, at any point, you can have approximately 30% of the firefighters that are fighting wildfires be incarcerated firefighters. So we'll learn a little bit more about that as well. Yeah, $26 a day is pretty crazy. So our work in human services, serving the criminal justice impacted community in New York City. Thank you for looking out for this population. These stories need to be told. Yeah, I mean, I'm, as always, like I'm working to try to humanize some of these people that never get they never get looked at by mainstream news, and show my community, my audience, and everybody else, like what it's like how people find themselves and the situations that they find themselves in. I love the series you were doing, uplifting people and telling stories of people that are so often overlooked. Yeah, that's my goal. Jason concert was wild. Yeah, unfortunately, I did not go to Jason's concert because obviously I'm not feeling the best, and I let my nephew down. It's messed up. I know. All right, let's blast off. Let's get started, and let's get right into it. There's a lot of news to talk about as well. All right, so let's do it. Hold on. What was I gonna say? Is Caroline coming today too? If she wants to, I hit her up, but I think she's still sleeping, so we'll see. All right, Demasius, thank you for the playlist. LA fires spread with new evacs. Why did the fire hydrants run out? Top news of the day. I'm gay. Okay, dude. Good to know. Facebook and other tech billionaires right wing pivot and more. Get in now. Morning voice. Yeah, I got that morning voice. Okay. Interviewing incarcerated firefighters later. Do we have a blast on meme or not? Hasan, how do you have so much aura? I don't think I do, but thank you. How's the Japan plan going? It's going crazy. It's going freaky. It's going freaky. All right, where are we at? Well, do we have a blast off meme or not? Are you going to talk about the two North Korean soldiers working that caught by Ukrainian troops? Yes. Is Morg going to Japan too? Who's Morg? I hope you stream again with Sea Dog Va. That Japan stream still lives in my head. Oh, absolutely. What's the name of the comedy group you watched yesterday about fires and climate change? Oh, RDC. Morg Pie, bro. I don't. Why would I know that? Anyway, okay. All right, where is? I don't have a blast off meme, do I? Y'all got nothing for me, dude. Y'all got nothing for me. All right. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm blasting off. Yeah, mocap by Kojimbo. That's a dream, but it's probably we'll see if it happens or not. Okay, here it is. I swear to make a blast off meme one day. Don't worry about it today. I'm blasted. I'm blasted off already. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. Let's go. Let's gore. Hasan, why is Hasan asking for a blast off meme as if he's our manager at 5 p.m. and we didn't hit our deadline? That's because it is the case. It's because I am your manager. Turns out I'm your manager and not the other way around. Okay. Are you always caps lock? Who gets to send blast off memes? You can send it to me. If you're a subscriber, you can send me links. So that's one reason to subscribe. For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, subscribers get to send me links. Even though there's no there's no guarantee that I would click on them. Anyway, here's a moment from my interview yesterday with
we accreted them to the
Sean O'Brien, leader of the Teamsters.
We won that, and we accreted them to the national agreement. And it was good that that happened because we exposed them. They're actually suffering from a disease called diabetes, right? And they should be actually telling the truth that they don't want the Teamsters Union, that they don't want to allow us to organize. So I went to the first opening negotiations in November, and I'll tell you, I'm a person a leader that believes in leading from the front. I believe in discipline and having respect. Whether I like you or I don't like you, you're my opponent. I'm going to respect you until it's time not to respect you. So we sit down at these negotiations. They show up 45 minutes late. We have our whole negotiating committee rank and file there. And I ask them right across the table before we even start, let me ask you fools something. If one of our members showed up late for work, what do you
do? Liabilities. Speaking of liabilities, apparently James Woods also has a little bit of liabilities where his house survived the wildfires. So, you know. He probably thought it was actually on fire, though, because his neighbor's house was on fire. All right. Anyway, where were we? Okay, we got a lot to talk about, so let's get into it. I kind of want to do a docu-series if there is anything later. If there's anything later that we can look at as far as a documentaries on the incarcerated firefighters in general. But yeah, updates. California wildfires are spreading and evacuations have been issued.
Coming forward and not knowing where they're
It's moving on both sides of that same hilltop, where on the one hand it's going into Brentwood, on the other hand it's going into Encino. It's pretty terrifying stuff. I know a lot of people that live on both sides of those.
Perish. So let's hope that is an indication that maybe a lot of people did heed the warnings and get out. But the fact that the numbers are so far, at least, as low as they are, is quite remarkable when you think about the scale and scope of these fires, and we say fires plural, that we've been dealing with in Southern California.
Well, Sheriff Luna did point out that the majority of the cases that they have
and yeah, winds are going to pick up on Sunday, Monday again.
In the deaths, that these are people who had chosen not to evacuate. So a lot of the, even the personal stories that we have heard from some people who have tragically died, their family members had seen them prior to them evacuating themselves.
Oh, this is Vice. That from incarceration to firefighter.
At a moment's notice, and then after all was said and done, they asked crews to go back there, and unfortunately had ended in a very tragic way. Yeah. We're looking at this picture now, which actually looks a little better. I pause a little bit because it looks good, and then all of a sudden we see another loom up again.
This is a show about incarcerated firefighters? That's crazy.
And, just a beautiful sight when you see that bright red.
Yeah, here it's moving towards Brentwood as well. My old stomping grounds.
This is into putting out the fire. We saw a lot of smoke there, and then in an instant, they're able to put out a big chunk of the flames that could be racing towards homes.
And that has been the theme that we've seen in fire after fire since those initial two fires started on Tuesday in Palisades and Altadena. Initially, they couldn't fly because it was just too windy, and we saw the results of that. We also saw the lack of water on the ground that made things harder. But since then, we have seen really urgent, massive flare-ups that look incredibly threatening, and obviously this one got to property there. But we saw this in West Hills, we saw it in the Hollywood Hills, and we saw it really last night as the fire approached Mountain Gate and approached other parts of Mandeville Canyon, that they were able to stop it because of the air resources that they have. It is the most effective resources that they have, is what we've seen from the air. They can drop the most amount of water or Phos-Chek on really quickly, and they are effective, but unfortunately not for this particular homeowner here.
This graphic, oh my God, ain't no way. That's a penis.
This is the.
That's just a penis. Santa Ana winds pick up Saturday night into Sunday morning in Southern California, but possibly a strong wind event is coming early next week as the wildfires continue. it is crazy that like geographically, I don't know. I mean, I guess like the way that Los Angeles is located in between all these like mountains, those sorts of winds don't end up impacting like the greater metropolitan area is wild. Like it just literally surrounds. It's just straight up punishing the valley, punishing all the way out to the water side on like Malibu and Pacific Palisades. Things could change, of course. Oh my God, Hemet, Mama, we made it, bro. This is the worst way to be recognized. You know, this is the worst way to be recognized. What is this? You are the media now. 3:26 p.m. 1:10:25. Wait, what? I heard from my brother, a firefighter in Central Oregon, that 60 fire trucks in the state sent support to LA fires are being held up in Sacramento for emissions testing. They likely won't pass inspection and won't be able to help. What a joke. The Oregon strike teams arrived Thursday and are assigned to the Pacific Palisades fire. 11 of the teams began their assignments this AM. The teams are motivated, committed, and excited. What do you mean? Yeah, this guy is just stupid and wrong. What are you talking about? Is this the joke? Oh, the joke is that you are the media now, as in people just lie, and then those lies go super viral, and then, like, here you have left post just needs a few more likes before Elon. This is a crazy quote tweet, yeah. It's so nutty, dude. It's so nutty. Look at this. Look, these guys are actually working on the ground already. This guy hours later is already, this guy hours after, they've already posted about it. Oh my God, Linda Yaccarino. Oregon sends 60 fire trucks to California. California won't let them into the state because California is unsure of emissions on the trucks. California is a joke. Get out while you can. We sent 75 fire engines. Your statement about our teams not being allowed into California is false. Our teams arrived yesterday and are working around the clock to help our neighbors. Dude, I'm telling you right now, these people they have to be doing this deliberately. They just straight up want you to not trust any real resources. I don't think this is incompetence. I think this has to be malicious, dude. It is so psychotic. It feels like we talk about TikTok, right? We talk about TikTok and how like the Chinese influence on TikTok is so pervasive and how this is terrifying for American national security. We have national security concerns. And it's like, but look at this. We're doing it to ourselves. We're doing it to ourselves with some of the wealthiest, most powerful individuals on the planet. Like, this is so insane, dude. How can people not recognize that this right here is terrifying? Okay? Virtually all the information that you get on Twitter about anything at this point, at least like the first 5 top performing posts are just going to be straight up lies that right-wingers have just concocted. And now Facebook is like, yeah, we're going to fire our moderation team. Like as though they have anything but just AI slop on there anyway, genuinely breaking the brains of all of your elderly family members, all your elderly relatives. But it is so, this has to be malicious. Yeah, finally a community note arrives on the original post hours later, after it already had a couple million views and thousands of retweets. At 48,000 likes, it gets hit with a community note. And now a deletion and retraction, which I'll give him credit for doing more than many, but rings hollow after posting his brother, an Oregon fireman, just told him the trucks were being held up and claimed this was email from the chief confirming they're stuck in emissions inspection. Good morning, all. To chief. It's my understanding that the 60 apparatus that were sent to California are sitting in Sacramento waiting to be inspected. It is sad that there's not a better process to be able to render aid to those in need. I hope that Oregon is better prepared if the situation is ever reversed. Seems like it worked pretty well, no? Could be faster, but the alternative is what exactly? Hank Green says, I cannot overemphasize how much of you are seeing a distorted version of reality in which the world is ruled by incompetence and evil if you see everything through the lens of Elon tweets rather than actually engaging with your community. This is so devastating. It's a larger point that I'm going to be talking about with Mark Zuckerberg as well and what these billionaires are doing. But it is genuinely shocking. I'm still kind of surprised Republicans still bother with ASL interpreters at the rallies and stuff. Seems like the kind of effeminate, woke nonsense they'd have to rid themselves of. What is this? I'm sorry, but we have to stop with the ridiculous sign language interpreters who turn serious press conferences into a farce. There are closed captions on all broadcast channels and streaming services. No wild human gesticulators necessary. Oh my God. Oh my God. Christopher Rufo saw this and was like, yeah, it's time to eliminate disability access. Oh my God. That's amazing. They just have no policies. It's just purely making things worse. What a wild turn of events, man. Yeah, I saw this as well. Rogan's podcast used to be about comedy, martial arts, and conspiracies, and now it's just basically laundering the reputations of supervillains. Yeah, I 100% agree with this take. I've been very frustrated about this as well. I'm going to be talking about this in a little bit as well. But like, this man went from conspiracy theories that like sometimes are anti-government to basically having exclusively billionaire supervillain defense contractors, dude. And it's crazy because these are the people who think this is independent media. Like, his audience is comprised of so many normies, your coworkers, who are like, I don't trust mainstream news, brother. And there's like valid reasons not to trust certain narratives in mainstream news, okay? But it's crazy to me that those guys then go and listen to a conversation with a supervillain billionaire who is laundering his reputation in broad daylight by talking to Joe Rogan, someone that you like. And half the time they're also talking about, like, you know, defense contractor shit. It blows my mind. Like, what do you mean? If when CNN does interviews like this, you go, oh, what the hell? These guys love the elites. But when Joe Rogan does it, it's like, oh, no, he loves the elites in a cool way. I love this elite as well. It's just so, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Everything is so broken. Beyond a state of repair, you know? It's just, I don't know.
This has grown. Things have grown. Nothing has burned down in like a half a century. Wow. So there's so much vegetation, so much growth there. There's a lot of fuel to burn.
Sam Dubin, can you hear us now?
Yeah, Alex, you hear me?
I can, although I heard myself too, so I don't know if there's a way to anyways, we were talking
about... If you guys can hear me, I'm just going to start talking here.
Yeah.
So we're up here on Dirt Mulholland, which is a fire road up here in the Santa Monica Mountains. That right up there is just above Mandeville Canyon. That is the Nike missile site. It's a former missile site that was used in the Cold War, and now it is a park, and you have a lot of firefighters up there taking a stand. It looks like they were possibly able to protect it, and just below down here is Mandeville Canyon, and you can see the red from the drops these tankers have been making, and it's all white smoke right now, which is a very good thing. And then just below here is Mandeville Canyon, and where the fire currently is that is the Gardenland Fire Road. It's a fire road that goes from Mandeville Canyon, goes up to those power lines and up to Westridge, which is just up to the left here. But that's where the flame is right now. And then here is Mandeville Canyon, and you can see the homes down here in Mandeville Canyon. Looks okay right now. I don't know about the top part of it, but that is Mandeville Canyon right down there, and it looks okay at the bottom part so far. far. And then this is Mountain Gate up here, which is where Ed Laskos was live last night. And so far, the fire has not made its way there. There's a ton of firefighters there. And there's another trail. Let me step back really quick. This is the Canyon Back Trail, and it's normally a very narrow trail, and the bulldozers have just come in and plowed it completely all the way to Mountain Gate. So you can see that they're taking a very, very hard stance here. More resources up here, but right before you guys...
From what I understand, by the way, at least like the people I've talked to, Gavin Newsom is very bad when it comes to, you know, eviscerating the homeless. That much I will always have smoke for him for. But as far as like funding firefighting at the state level, people don't have that much anger and resentment towards Gavin Newsom, for the record. So if you're looking at the Podjohn's interview with him, like Gavin Newsom's mismanagement is not the major story in this situation, as much as it is a local problem, as much as it is a LA specific problem. Like, I would rather have smoke for Karen Bass than Gavin Newsom on this particular subject, even though he's obviously a magnet for this kind of hatred as well, because he's such a nationally known liberal figurehead. Obviously has a tendency to go on television and put himself out there like this. But as far as like adequate funding and adequate spending on CAL FIRE and like statewide initiatives, from what I understand, he actually greatly increased the spending on you know, wildfire prevention and things of that nature at the state level. So overall, I think there are plenty of things that you can criticize Gavin Newsom for. There are plenty of things you can criticize him for, especially as it pertains to homelessness, especially as it pertains to his mighty pen that he uses specifically to veto so many initiatives that people vote for democratically, but never actually end up getting. This is not one of them. He's essentially being blamed for an uncontrollable firestorm that could have not been prevented no matter how much you fund the fire department. Yeah, I'll say it like this, and I did bring this up as well. Even with Karen Bass, like, as it pertains to the mismanagement that the LA fire department got, right? Additional management or additional funds, would it have been able to actually successfully combat this fire? I don't think so, right? Because it's such a natural disaster, right? Like, it certainly would be better, okay? And there is absolutely anger and resentment that you can direct towards the local governance and the mismanagement in this process. But as far as you know, funding initiatives and trying to figure out what went wrong here, as far as I understand, I don't think Gavin Newsom is as responsible. I mean, a lot of fires before this one were because he didn't enforce energy infrastructure maintenance. I don't think he's the biggest culprit for this specifically, though. There is also truth to that, for sure.
Them to get on the fire quickly. I mean, we think about the private firefighters during that first fire night on Tuesday night. There were blocks and blocks burning where there were no firefighters to be seen for hours, and that's part of the reason that this got to be as big and as bad as it was in terms of the devastation.
Yeah, not having enough firefighters in this situation is partially because we just don't have enough firefighters to deal with not one, not two, but three, and sometimes even four wildfires at 80-mile winds, okay? But the successful way to ensure that there is at least as much prevention as possible is to have a very well-funded fire department with enough hands, with enough trained individuals. I hate you communists so much. Yeah, this is the fault of communism and communists in general.
Right.
You're right.
So now that we have these curfews in the various fire zones, curfew in effect from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning, we had those 2 press conferences this morning, and there were no reports of looting, although they were very serious about anyone who violated that curfew and was found walking around. A couple of arrests of people just seen walking around the area, and then yeah, they took them into custody, because in order to get into these areas, you really have to be very creative, because these checkpoints and security checkpoints are very tight. So
and we saw that yesterday in this area, especially in Pacific Palisades, on Sunset near Amalfi. They have these just long lineups of cars that are just waiting for hours to get into the neighborhood. I mean, people were telling our reporters last night they're waiting 6+ hours to try to get home.
Yeah.
And it is, you know, I mean, it's frustrating for a lot of people to see that, and but then you get into these areas once you get in, and it's so stunning,
right,
to see the destruction up close.
Yeah, lots of folks having a tough time getting in too, because people escaped at a moment's notice, and they didn't have any of their ID. They don't have a property deed, anything that says that they actually live in the area, and unfortunately,
Why do 40-month subscribers do this? Did you see losers on Twitter celebrating because they thought your house burned down? Yes, they literally celebrated. They are Sam Hyde fans. They like a pedophile Nazi. Okay, they're fans of a pedophile Nazi. I love when those people cheer for my death and destruction. Okay, those are some of the worst people online. Why do you even bring that up as a 40-month subscriber is the question I have for you. Okay. Yes, dude. Yes. People who genuinely love the work of a out and about pedophile Nazi despise me so much that they fantasize about my house burning down and celebrate it. Those people are my enemies, and I love that. Okay. The real question is, why are you, as a 40-month subscriber, bringing that up right now?
And frustration through all of this.
And everybody has a story.
Yeah.
And to everybody, their story is the most important story. You know, and so, you know, for if you're that individual and that's your life and that's impacting you, you want help immediately. Of course you do. And as somebody else says, well, I got my prescriptions, I got to get in there. And everybody's got their own thing. And when you think about the multiplying effect, Bob, of how many people are impacted at one time, how overwhelming that is for, frankly, our system of government services, which is not exactly known for working so great for people, and not exactly known for its customer service track record. And now to have this overflowing of the system is really overwhelming. And I think part of the challenge in the days ahead, you know, you think of day 1, day 2, we're in crisis mode, everybody's very forgiving and understanding. We start getting into day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4.
The longest dead-end road in Los Angeles. We got that little fact from our Josh Haskell this morning. Look at how this road goes right along the burn area. I'm going to go all the way up to the dead end here. You can then understand why this area is under evacuation.
Do you still talk to Alex sometimes?
Of the burn zone,
he always wants me to go on a show, but I never have time.
And earlier this morning, if I zoom in here, is where a home burned. Just off of Mandeville Canyon to the west side, up in this area, is where we lost a structure. All of it, again, west of the 405 freeway, west of the Mountain Gate community. For those of people interested, here is where the Getty is located, right there off the 405. Maybe gives you some perspective of what we're looking at, what's at risk this morning as this fire continues to burn. Our coverage continuing right now with reporter Kevin Ozebek, who is in the Brent.
Alex is the host of Fox 11 that you can hear
back into the
speaking right now.
You know, we've got serious winds coming tonight, right?
Yeah, they're still forecast to come and get a little bit stronger, much stronger than what they are now. We've been kind of fortunate when we've been talking about the winds, and we got a little bit of a break, right, from last night to this morning. really we've been seeing these winds nearing 10 to 20 miles an hour. Wind gusts a little bit stronger at times, and we've been talking about these pockets where the winds are a little bit stronger. And one of those pockets include that Mandeville Canyon area where things are a little bit gustier. And of course, we talk about how the fire will create its own wind and can get more erratic and get stronger in that area. But because the winds have been 20, 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts at times, very easily one of those embers from the fires can get carried downwind, and I think that's what happened there with that home. Unfortunately, that burned in Mandeville Canyon. Looking elsewhere, just a quick pan around Orange County. Lighter winds here. We've got some of the brightly colored areas here through parts of the Inland Empire, Corona, specifically 18 to 20 miles an hour.
All right, this is the Brentwood Canyon
He's
part.
been standing there in position, ready to go, and he just decided, hey, those flames down right below, they're getting a little too close for comfort as they go up the hill, so he decided to take action, and we can see him now just dumping so much water over there, and a good sign. We love to see that white smoke, right? So just kind of interesting to see the firefight from this perspective as we are literally above it, Mark and Irene.
It is very interesting to see their strategy on how they handle each individual home. I mean, earlier we were also hearing chainsaws, Kevin, and they already have the defensible space, but I'm assuming that they were trying to clear additional brush and vegetation that could have posed a threat to this home.
Yes, and that's kind of what they're doing here. They're looking at the brush, because if you look around, even though so much has burned already, and this Palisades fire has just taken acre after acre, I mean, just look to the right of those flames and where all that smoke is coming up. There's more vegetation. There is still a lot of fuel up here, so that's why this is not going to end anytime soon, and that's why this has already been such a long firefight, and why this is going to be continuing to be such a long firefight, because there is just so much brush that can still be burned. There is still just so much brush that is so vulnerable right now.
And so much of it about conserving the water. The firefighter was telling us earlier, no need to waste the water. If they're there, if they can control it. And look, if it burns now and they're there, that means it's not going to burn again. So and you saw that firefighter right there almost lose his footing, kind of speaks to the terrain and the conditions that they're working in. All of it is so interesting. I know when we go to a fire and you're on scene, you kind of look to the posture of the firefighters and see, you know, how are they moving? What is their concern level? And seeing these guys here, it almost makes you feel a little reassured that they're ready, they're prepared, they got their hoses, and when needed, they use them, but they're not blasting the water, which perhaps, you know, speaks to the situation, speaks to the lack of an intense wind event right now, because we know the wind is going to increase more. Kevin, that being said, have firefighters at all conveyed to you any need to leave the area, or they think you're okay?
So here off of Westridge, these homes, Mark, we've not seen any residents. We've not seen any homeowners here. I think most people have already left because these flames are so close to some of their homes. So I do have to kind of jump off of what you were saying about how strategic this all is. Even though, I mean, we are feet away from homes here, these flames. I mean, so close, so close. I mean, this fire is in a residential area, but there's no frantic energy from these firefighters. There's no panic. They are cool, calm, and collected as they kind of get in their position.
How bad would 100-mile how bad would 100-mile winds be at this point? It would be devastating. It would have already lit. It would have carried embers all the way onto all of these houses. Wind is always devastating in these fires. It carries them miles and miles away potentially. It makes it infinitely more difficult to put out.
Not even only LA City. I mean, LA County, of course, as well, but the mutual aid, these fire departments that are coming not only regionally, but from beyond. It is
Why does it feel like it'll only get worse? Right now,
that's amazing. They come from
right
North
now,
Cal, they come from other states,
it does feel like that because the winds are going to pick up
Kevin,
again.
You've been monitoring this situation.
What is this? Anti-DEI is just becoming an accepted way to be racist, to be sexist. You can't as openly say you don't want women in that field or that you don't want black people. You can say DEI and mean all that because you're too pussy to openly be a bigot. It's weird that dunking on firefighters during a massive fire is what right-wing culture warriors have decided is the best expression of their politics. Starting to think that anti-wokeness has become the new mind virus. I mean, starting to think that, Leighton. I mean, welcome back to you know, welcome back to reality. Leighton Woodhouse is a former Intercept journalist. He's a former Intercept reporter. Him and a couple of these other guys like made this crazy, I wouldn't say like pivot, but they definitely, you know, lost the plot a little bit. This dude used to do fantastic work on white nationalists and stuff like that. Like white nationalists and radicalization online. And then Lee Fang and him, and I've interviewed Lee as well. And Lee still does fantastic work when it comes to like corporate lobbying and whatnot. But they did kind of lose their minds a little bit on wokeness and how annoying it is and how annoying wokes are. And they kind of did that for the past 4 years. And now, I mean, they never really stopped doing good journalism in the process, which is interesting. Like they still continue to do good journalism on their own personal, you know, the subject that they cover, their own beats. Like Lee has never stopped doing great journalism when it comes to corporate lobbying. But you know, there are definitely a lot of, there's just like a couple things that I have serious disagreements with them on. And regardless of those disagreements, I still obviously appreciate the work that they put out there. And I'm glad that Leighton is seeing that, like, yeah, the culture warriors have been brain broken for quite some time. Yes, liberals get annoying. Okay, liberals do get annoying and have a tendency to be extra annoying and unproductive and engage in like purity spirals or whatever. But this is like unrestricted, unfettered, you know, racism and sexism. That's all it is. Like, look at this. Yeah. Dude, we're not dunking on firefighters. We're just criticizing their leaders. Like, look at that. Yeah, the real woke mind virus has always been right-wing nonsense. Anyway, this is something that Elon Musk just retweeted as well. We pretend to work, they pretend to pay us. Old Soviet Union phrase. Infrastructure failing as absentee staff declare more time, more money. A fire chief focused on human sexuality. A mayor luxuriating in a presidential palace in a foreign country. Symptoms of a common broken system. This is from Barry Weiss's Free Press, which of course is also multi-billionaire backed. Remember, the Free Press is Barry Weiss's institution alongside the Austin University or whatever, the University of Austin, or the fake PragerU style unaccredited institution that she created. Basically, these guys are trying to create their own quote unquote independent outlet online when they're still heavily funded by the same billionaires. It's a grift. Okay. So what are they doing? What is Free Press doing in this crisis? What are they doing? Oh, that's right. They're cutting propaganda. Let's take a look.
Water to put out the Palisades fire. This is the Santa Ynez Reservoir. It's the water supply basically for the Palisades. When they first started fighting the Palisades fire, they ran out of water extremely quickly. Wednesday, 3 a.m., they were basically out. And there's been a lot of talk on why this happened. So how long has this reservoir been empty for?
Since February of last year. There was no communication from the Department of Water and Power to LAFD that there was a water supply issue.
The firefighters, when they started fighting the fires, no one informed them that the reservoir was empty.
This reservoir holds 117 million gallons of...
It's what's crazy about this part of the story is like, yeah, the reservoir is empty because of a thing that your donors don't want. Okay. The reservoir is empty because of a thing that your donors don't want to recognize. The thing that like the foreign press, the Free Press's donors don't want to recognize, which is a historically dry wet season that was supposed to bring in at least some semblance of rain, but it never did.
Water The fire department was using water
And I'm not even entirely certain that like the fire hydrant water is coming from this reservoir anyway.
supply from 3 backup tanks, each one only holding 1 million gallons of water.
They say it's closed for maintenance to repair the lid that's on top of it. I don't know a lot about reservoir maintenance, but there's literally no...
Wait, what do you mean you don't know a lot about reservoir maintenance? So why are you covering this story? So all you did was just drive over to the reservoir and just show that it's like dumped out? You're not doing journalism then. Investigate, man. Figure it out. Like, this doesn't actually end up informing me at all. It ends up deluding people further.
construction materials or vehicles anywhere in sight. Also, with a reservoir like this, you can refill it or start to refill it. So another question is, if they saw the Santa Ana winds were coming and we have this remarkably dry wet season, why was there no attempt to start refilling it back up? I know I threw a lot out there, but I think we need...
Okay, these are great questions. If you are a real journalist, your job is to either A, go to Gavin Newsom's office and direct Gavin Newsom with these questions, or B, go to people that work in water management, either in the state of California or outside of the state of California, and direct these questions at knowledgeable people to find out what the answer is, rather than leaving it as a question in your commentary where the initial hypothesis is that there's mismanagement about. I don't really understand it, but I'm simply asking questions. Like, you're not a journalist if you do this. You are supposed to not leave these questions. The point of journalism is not to just go, oh, I'm just curious. It's to actually, you know, appease the curiosity that people have. It's to actually go and ask the people who are in positions of power those exact same questions. It's to do some kind of research ahead of time so that when they actually respond to you, you can figure out the inconsistencies in their answers and direct secondary questions. That's what journalism is supposed to be. Can you imagine the adage, the old adage of journalism is a journalist's duty is not to hear from one party that it is raining outside and another party that it's not raining outside, and then just write it as though these both sides are saying, you know, different things about the rain. A journalist's duty is to open the window and look outside if it's raining or not. Okay? This is akin to basically not even doing any of those things and simply stating, people have a lot of questions on whether it's raining or not outside. I have those questions as well. Homosexuals say that it's not raining outside. What do you guys think? You didn't do journalism. It's so frustrating. And these guys also masquerade as though they're like a reputable news outlet that has some semblance of independence as well, because they're online. Yeah, independent media, by the way. Uber also plans to host an inauguration party in Washington with Elon Musk's ex-social media firm and the Free Press, a media company. OpenAI, Meta, Uber CEOs attend Trump's inauguration events. And the Free Press is also going to be there as well. They're throwing parties. I wonder how that works for their supposed independent status. What a day to be alive for truth telling.
Southern California, as we all experience this together. We know so many tens of thousands of people are under evacuation orders. They are watching this, desperate for information about what is happening to their home. The good news, if you live in this particular neighborhood, is firefighters have made a lot of progress in the last couple hours using...
Can ocean waters used to be fight fires? Just a question. I know the corrosive a long time, but if there's an emergency, yes, and they do use ocean water. The problem with ocean water is that it ends up drying the land even further, so it's a much larger fire risk down the line. It also has the capacity to corrode the fire engines. like the people that are down there that are fighting the fires. It's literally a last resort, which is why it's still devastating, but people have been using that right now. Corrosiveness isn't the bad part. It's salting the earth. I already said that. It's salting the earth, which ends up creating drier vegetation, more fuel down the line. But outside of that, it also is corrosive to everything that's down there, including but not limited to the equipment that's down there. It's a massive issue. It's a massive issue, but it's a last ditch resort.
Family who will be incredibly impacted after losing just about everything. These flames continue to burn, and this is in large part because of the dense fuel.
Gotta love it when Chad does your job, Lamau. What do you mean? I've repeated this over and over again. Michael Moore is the absolute GOAT. Yeah, okay. Let's let's dial this back for a second, and let's take a look at this coverage from last night and this morning.
Battling new flare-ups from the
and updates overall. And there's a Wall Street Journal investigation on what happened with the water supply in California, in Los Angeles specifically. So
Pacific Palisades fire overnight. The toll from these fires growing. At least 11 lives lost. More than 12,000 structures, homes, and businesses damaged or destroyed. More than 55 square miles burned, and more than 150,000 people under evacuation orders.
The numbers are staggering, and this home security camera capturing the frightening moments flames close in on a home in Altadena that had been evacuated. Embers flying and taking hold, burning the home to the ground.
Just unbelievable devastation there. Here is a look at where the fires are right now. The biggest fires right now are barely contained. We have team coverage, of course. In a moment here, we're going to join residents as they return to their homes now in ruins, figuring out what happens next. But we begin here with the latest on that new flare. Matt Rivers is there. Good morning, Matt.
Yeah, good morning, Gio. We've been struggling really for the past couple days to really describe the scale of destruction. And so what we wanted to do this morning, we put our camera up about 10 or 15 feet off the ground. We want to zoom out and just give you a snapshot of one half.
Are you going to talk about Greenland or anything other than the LA fires? When have I only stuck to speaking about the LA fires? I've quite literally covered Greenland virtually every single day. I covered Greenland every single day, chatter. Every day. This dude literally makes almost like ban and control burns. Idiots, ban, control, burn, get big fire, weird. This dude really makes a living off you people law. Chatter makes shocking discovery about streamers. Chatter makes shocking discovery about Twitch streaming. Realizes that it would be infinitely better if I was a professional media broadcast that was sponsored by Raytheon rather than you, okay? Where I still maintain my editorial independence. You don't actually have to give me anything. If you don't want to, I don't run any ads. The only thing that funds this broadcast is your subscriptions, which you can do for $6 or for free, as a matter of fact. They make money here that literally my town funny. I don't even know what you're talking about. But once again, you don't actually have to subscribe if you don't want to. Okay? It's voluntary. Subscriptions give you some benefits, like being able to send links, being able to use the emotes in general, all around the platform, and sometimes avoid ads if I do run them, but I haven't been running ads since my contract ended. And I think people really appreciate that in general.
Of one block here in Altadena. This was a home here. That was a home behind me. Another home down the block. Every single thing on this half block of Altadena Drive has been completely vaporized in a matter of hours because of that fire. Gio, I've been covering disasters around the world for the better part of 20 years now. It takes a lot to shock me, but what we are seeing here is truly horrific. This morning, apocalyptic scenes unfolding across Los Angeles as multiple wildfires blaze through the city.
With all due respect, I think you're being a little too lib-brain by saying there wasn't much Newsom or the mayor could have done to prevent this. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're completely misunderstanding my point. I have been incredibly critical of the mismanagement coming especially from Los Angeles County. What you're failing to comprehend in my statement is that these wildfires are so expansive and so fast in how quickly they spread due to 80-mile winds, due to the Santa Ana winds, that even if you had 1 million firefighters, it would be incredibly difficult to keep it under control. There's a reason why even the professional firefighters are saying the same thing. They're saying, like, yes, we are underfunded. Yes, we are underfunded. Yes, it would be better if we had more funds. Yes, there are certain instances where, like, they run out of water. But having said all of that, like, for example, water hydrants, right? This was a major point of contention in the first day. In the Pacific Palisades, they ran out of water on certain water hydrants. People are trying to figure out why that happened, right? In other places, they're talking about how there weren't enough firefighters. There was just like fires ripping through with no firefighters to combat it, okay? And if you listen to the actual firefighters, if you listen to the fire chief, for example, she very openly says, at the end of the day, water hydrants are not fire hydrants are not designed to actually combat a wildfire with 80-mile winds, right? They're designed for structural fires. It's designed to combat structural fires on a city block. If the entire city is on fire, then it doesn't, the water, no matter how many water hydrants you have, you're not going to be able to combat it. If anything, in my opinion, a lot of the mismanagement actually comes in the initial stages of prevention, okay? The prevention and mitigation methods are busted in general. That is a real big problem. Because there's only so much you can do once the fires begin and try to combat them. Having said that, you need to do the best you can. You need to do everything you can to make sure that there are buildings that are up to code. Make sure that there's like no dry brush. Like there's so much you can do beforehand. The fire chief is saying that the cuts negatively affect the service in their response to the fires. They're almost out of 1/5 of their vehicles because they had mechanics cut. Well-resourced thread here. Yeah, we're going to talk about all of this. Yes. Obviously, that's why I said I have much more smoke for Karen Bass in particular than I do for California State in general and even Newsom, because I think that their hyper-focus on moving the budget around, absolutely did ruin key aspects of this. Having said that, okay, understand something. Having said that, even if they were completely funded, I don't think that they would still be able to. I don't think that they would still be able to stop all of these wildfires. Okay, that's all I'm stating. My point is that even if they were funded to the gills, there is no proof that they would be able to completely stop all of these wildfires. It's just not. Like at that point, it's just more so about like what you do before these wildfires start. Let's continue.
The Pacific Palisades fire flaring up once again overnight. Stunning aerial footage showing the inferno growing stronger and stronger. Even firefighters fleeing from the scene, forced to leave their vehicles behind. That fire only 8% contained. Massive plumes of smoke filling the air as first responders attack the flames from the ground and from...
Firefighters can't stop the root cause of these massive fires? No, that's not correct either. there's a lot of like, it's called fuel, right? Dry vegetation and I don't know, like invasive vegetation in general that's like flammable. All of that stuff, all of that, like communicating that to every single person in a at-risk area and ensuring that people actually take the proper steps ahead of time to make sure that they clear out their area, they clear out their neighborhoods of all of that flammable material is something that the fire department could communicate. The problem is, if we're already mismanaging funds, okay? If we're already mismanaging funds, that's going to be an afterthought. Like that kind of stuff, the public-facing communication stuff, or the forced upkeep of supply lines, for example, like the power lines, ensuring that the brush and the vegetation that is overgrown on top of the power lines that are swinging wildly during wind seasons, like all of that is an afterthought because it's invisible until it becomes a massive problem, until it becomes a major issue. And even then, we still don't actually do enough power line maintenance, for example. Because that's just how it works. That's just how capitalism works. It's easier for these utility providers to, pay out these massive lawsuits after the fact, after, hundreds of people, thousands of people lose their homes and hundreds of people die even, like in the Campfire fire where 85 people died, right? It's easier for these utility companies to basically just, pay out the victims after a long and arduous legal process, rather than, especially because there's no criminal punishments for the people responsible for this kind of cost cutting. It's much easier for them to just not do the maintenance and then pay off after the fact. Interface risks are a known issue from firefighters, but people with nice houses resist because of the landscaping aesthetic. Not disagreeing, by the way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's like, again, local governance. Like, you're supposed to enforce these things no matter what.
In the sky. It's just one of many wildfires scorching through California. At least 11 people dead, including, according to the New York Times, 80...
That's not true. Utility companies get into so much debt if they're having to pay big dollars in fire lawsuits. Okay, well, they've already done the math. They consider it to be better for their profit margins, especially if they're short-term focused. I hate to correct you, but it isn't cheaper to pay out after these disasters. Yeah, no, it's a short-term bet. You're right. Thank you. That's correct. It is a short-term bet. They're short-term profit seeking. So for them, they would rather ensure that they don't do the proper upkeep and hope that it never, gets out of hand. And then they end up getting bailed out regardless. So it doesn't matter because there's no interest from any local or state official to actually take over these utilities, usually, even after decades of mismanagement. So they're just like, all right, whatever. You did stock buybacks instead of proper upkeep with the additional funds that you had, even after increasing prices, for example. Well, all right, it's fine. It's not like we can take it over. The other thing is we could have stopped these wildfires or at least hardened the city to make it far more resistant. Yes.
22-year-old Rodney Nickerson, retired pharmacy technician Erliane Kelly, and 66-year-old Victor Shaw, who stayed to fight the fire.
And I opened the front door and I just yelled in, "Victor, we got to get out. This is it. We have to get out. The fire's here." And I didn't hear him say anything. I heard him say nothing.
The authorities warning they won't know the true toll until they can safely enter those ravaged neighborhoods. In Altadena and Pasadena, the Eaton fire blazing on. The Hearst fire, the Lydia fire, the Kenneth fire, and the newest fire to break out, the Archer fire, also all still burning. In total, so far across Los Angeles, more than 150,000 people under evacuation orders, and more than 12,000 structures, homes and businesses, damaged or destroyed.
This is just a devastating view as we fly over Pacific Palisades. You can see down below just how quickly these fires fire spread.
Satellite imagery showing the extent of the destruction. Entire city blocks
It's
erased
insane.
from the landscape. Streets lying silent in the aftermath. Burned out husks, the only things left standing. These before and after images painting a chilling picture of vibrant communities reduced to ash. Neighborhood after neighborhood burned to the ground. Residents slowly making their return, only to find out they've lost everything.
Look at that. There's nothing we can do. It's gone. This is total and utter devastation.
Charles Nelson, a longtime resident of Altadena, the fire decimating his home.
You know, it was our dream home. You know,
A lot of people also don't understand that, like, you know, the fire is more impactful than just like losing your shelter, which is obviously devastating, right? Your life is completely destabilized at that point. But more importantly than that, you lose remnants of your humanity, things that tie you to your loved ones, you know, your prized possessions. Like, this is where you keep all of your things. Okay, it's not just your paperwork, you can replace that, but there are irreplaceable things that you have in your house. You know, things that were left behind from your loved ones that no longer are with you, you know, things that connect you to them. John Mayer actually had a really good point on this, and I reposted it on my Instagram. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I think it was really good. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Here's what he said. This is the most valuable thing I own. It's a folder of photos of my father, spanning his life from being a baby, an educator, a husband, and a father. It's the only evidence of his life that will exist over time. These are the documents you read about people taking from their homes. When you hear someone say they've lost everything in a fire, this is much of that everything, if not all of it. Those who say they'll be okay still have their folders and their albums. Those who are inconsolable have lost them. Just behind the immeasurable loss of life is the loss of the proof of life. I don't practice prayer, but tonight I will say one for everyone who no longer has these items. It's not about the art and the collectibles. It's the photos, the letters, the class rings, the eyeglasses, and the things that we keep us, the things that we keep to remind us that those we loved were here. May those who have lost so much find some semblance of hope and support from their family and friends. Stay safe, look out for one another and yourself, and trust that humanity and all it entails, though sometimes hard to see, is alive and well. This is truly devastating. It's true. Like, when your house burns down in a fire, a lot of people immediately start thinking like, oh, well, you know, you're devoid of shelter. But like, outside of the material realities, there is something immaterial, something infinitely more consequential for a lot of people. Things that remind them of their loved ones, you know, that are no longer with them, like all of these cherished possessions. It's you know, it's genuinely devastating. People don't realize that after the fire's over, there's a grueling, awful process that takes years sometimes to get these houses rebuilt. Yeah, just verifying who owns what is a whole nightmare, and then insurance companies come in before you're allowed to even go into the homes. That's just the start. Yes, there's also opportunists at every step. There are opportunists that have already started the real looting process, okay? People who are, one, trying to immediately offer cash for the existing lots in people's weakest moments, okay? That's number one. Number two, you have price gougers in the rental market. Come February 1st, this is going to be a gigantic problem in Los Angeles. If it's not combated adequately, you will see the housing market go out of control even more than it was. Okay? You are going to see the real looting, not the poor people that are messing around or are you know, trying to take advantage of the crisis to steal a television or something, okay? The real looting will happen at the point of banks, private equity, and the real estate market, okay? That is where the real looting will occur. The real looting will also occur on the insurance side as well. Just remember that. But you will not hear that. You will never hear about that in the news, okay? They'll maybe begrudgingly point to it every now and then. And it's already started, especially because the Pacific Palisades is like a relatively well-off neighborhood. A lot of the surrounding areas that have homes intact, single-family homes intact, are putting up rental properties that are double the already inflated rental market prices. If a single-family home for like 6 people to 8 people is going for $10,000 a month normally, which is already insanely inflated, right? Now it's going for $30,000 a month. I've seen it.
And you see the ash on the cars.
Yep.
You see it everywhere, and this is so toxic. We spoke again to a health expert and a doctor about the unhealthy, very dangerous air quality actually outside, particularly for those who have any upper respiratory
the fires haven't even been put down, and there's still people doing craziness.
If you have some kind
like
of
that.
disease, this is just detrimental. And if you don't, this can certainly cause those kinds of things. So we encourage you to limit your activity outside. Just get in your car and go and get to where you need to go. I had a call from my son's coach about basketball practice, and I said, no, absolutely not. Unless you're inside in a gym. This is just very bad air quality all across the board, not just where the fires are burning, but across SoCal from Ventura South into Orange County, the Inland Empire. I heard you talk about the most destructive and the cost. I looked up these numbers here. Camp Fire is where we go, right, with the #1 deadliest, costliest fire in the state of California. And that burned, over 18 structures, almost 20,000 structures. Eaton Fire is the second one with 7,000 structures right now. Tubbs Fire in 2017, you might remember that. Palisades now, I added the 1 because we saw with our very own eyes as it burned that home.
Yep.
So over 5,000 structures, but some preliminary estimates, which, by the way, the Camp Fire, they've been talking about maybe $12.5 billion.
Yeah, and that's Paradise for people that may be more familiar with that town of Paradise that was basically wiped off the map in that moment.
So many, hundreds of people died in that fire. They've adjusted for inflation at something like $12.5 billion. But now when we talk about the Palisades fire, where you see those multi-million-dollar homes, I mean, just the fires together, they're saying some estimates of 150 billion, potentially, dollars lost in these fires. So it's just staggering.
Yeah.
Staggering.
It is. I tried to get a specific answer from Governor Newsom on that, and he said it's way too early to tell, and if we start throwing around numbers, everybody's just sort of guessing. But he said, because he had been to the Camp Fire at Paradise with President Trump, the head of CAL FIRE I talked to also yesterday had been to the Camp Fire, and they both said that what you see in Pacific Palisades is actually worse. When you look at the scope of it, that it's the worst fire that they've ever been to.
Wow.
And in terms of just the scene and how upsetting it is to see it up close.
I have, I'm from Hawaii. You guys know that. I've had some messages naturally from my friends in Hawaii, and they are triggered right now, especially when you think about the Maui fire and the Lahaina fire. And they're just also triggered, and of course they're all worried for our safety. We have such a huge
She said
connection.
don't play basketball. Chat, I looked up the AQI, okay?
And they
I didn't play basketball this morning without looking up the air quality index. Calm down.
Devastation, which continues. Look at these fires. The winds are going to get stronger. We talked about that. This is sort of that window where the winds are not so bad. They're definitely gusty at times, and there's definitely pockets of some stronger gusts that are coming in. And we're under this wind advisory. This portion right here, the Palisades fire, parts of the Santa Monica Mountains, extending into the San Gabriel Mountains. That includes the Eaton fire. These winds are coming out of the northeast. and they are gusting closer to between 40, 45 miles per hour. Now, later tonight, at 6 p.m., we are anticipating a slightly stronger, at least the start of some stronger winds, and high wind warnings will be going into effect in this area here. So firefighters I know are considering that, and there's a strategic plan. I'm sure they're the best in the country here, if not the world, and they are, they had some backfires earlier.
Let's talk now more about the strategy. Eric Scott, the captain with the LA Fire Department, is joining us live on the phone right now. Thank you for your tireless work on this. We appreciate the daily Okay, apparently we just lost his phone signal, Maria. As we know, phone signal in this area are so challenging.
Yeah, Captain Eric Scott working tirelessly since the beginning. We talked to him when this started Tuesday morning, when it erupted, when the winds were just beginning to get strong. And I remember him saying how, if you see something, say something, because if you do not extinguish a fire or get to it within the first 20 minutes with the weather conditions we were in, it was going to explode exponentially, and that's exactly what it did.
Exactly.
Gigi Graciette has reestablished her shot. She moved to a different location there within the Palisades fire in Mandeville Canyon. Gigi, where are you? What can you tell us?
We're on Cordelia here in Mandeville Canyon, and joining me now live, Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua with CAL FIRE. He's obviously keeping a close eye on the fire. We are again on Cordelia, right above Mandeville Canyon. I mean, this has just been an intense firefight.
That's right. You can see the coordinated effort we have with the firefighters on the ground, working with our aviation assets, the helicopters, the large air tankers, dropping retardant, doing everything we can to protect these houses down below.
Now, we were talking, you and I, about those very large air tankers. We're talking about CAL FIRE assets. You brought in that very large air tanker contracted for this specific fire. And actually, I even see a hand crew way down there on the hillside. I don't know, Armando Hernandez, photographer, before I go back to you, Brent, if you can pan over to the left, actually down there in the bushes, we see hand crews. That is extremely challenging work.
Yeah, that's part of the attack. We go direct on this fire line. We cut fire line directly on it while the aircraft drop above us and slow the fire down.
And, you know, folks that are watching, obviously they're evacuated. Most have left. Some have stayed behind. They may be watching us right now. They may live right here on Cordelia. Describe to me what is going on up the street. I see strike teams basically stationed at every single house to protect that home.
That's right. We've really surged our resources into this area. We don't want to lose any more houses. That is our #1 goal. We don't want anything like we saw the first 2 days of this fire. These conditions are way more favorable. We're used to fighting fire like this, so we're ready to take the fight to the fire.
Wait, are fires still happening? Yes, brother. They haven't stopped at all. Isn't Southern California naturally supposed to be a desert? I heard that they're taking water from the north and that it dries the north. True. It is, yes, there are parts of California that are a desert. Yes. Okay. So, here I'll cover this as well. This is just the beginning of thread. Let me try to lay out what next 3 months is going to look like for the homeowners in LA who have lost everything in the fires. But before we do that, here is Fran. Okay, talking about the impact this has had on her and her community.
This is your house?
This is my house. This one right here. We moved in 26 years ago. And we did the floors, and we put in windows and doors and painted and just put, my grandchildren loved it. My son and my daughter-in-law, my family, we hosted Christmas Eve and Christmas Day here, and everybody was here. My little house that I loved. My husband just had his 4th cancer surgery. I poured everything into it. My nephew.
I'm so sorry.
I know.
I really am. I don't even know what to say.
That's okay. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just. We haven't been sleeping. We haven't slept. We're staying at a hotel. We have nowhere to go. We don't know what we're doing. We were close neighbors. Buzz and Todd. His mom passed away and they took over the house. John just lost his wife that he adored, but was taking care of that house. She was a Superior Court judge, and Beverly and John, so much love. She was so incredible, and the house is gone.
I just can't believe they're all gone. Like
They're all gone. See, Debbie and us and Tina, our children went to school together from kindergarten. Our kids are in their 47 years old. And Debbie's 47-year-old son tragically passed away last August. Her oldest child. Her grief is so deep, I can't imagine.
My rental home in Florida was destroyed by Milton. Not looking for sympathy, just providing context of the LA residents. I did not sign up for a natural disaster, nor do I have any experience dealing with them. The initial loss of property is just the beginning. Newsom now needs to get FEMA coordinated because step one is access and assessment. After Milton, there were homes in the middle of the road, a road that have 5 feet of sand covered in some places and debris everywhere. My property was located in a place that was protected by the National Guard. No one was legally allowed to even see the home for 5 days. Everything's a mystery until you get to your home. How bad is it? Everything you have to do at this point is a hassle. Where do you stay? How do you rent a car? If I really want a pickup truck, why are there only electric cars available to rent? It's difficult to know where to begin. Okay, this stuff is random Twitter threads. It's my fault for even reading it. Okay, I wanted to just show you that video, but the thing I wanted to point to you, the thing that I want to point out is that like the crisis will get significantly worse for people who have been impacted, because now they have a secondary crisis of tremendous amount of paperwork and the rebuilding process. Okay? And in that process, there are going to be some real looters. A lot of people look to the situation and go, oh, looters are actually going to come down and take advantage of this chaotic situation to steal the valuable possessions of people who have been fortunate enough not to be super impacted by these wildfires, that have their entire homes be burned into the ground. But the real looters are actually the predatory insurance companies that are going to do everything in their power to not pay you out, even though you gave them money, knowing full well that if the unthinkable happened, that you would be covered, okay? The real looters are going to be real estate developers, private equity that come in and look to your most vulnerable moment and offer you like below market rates for the plot of land where your home used to remain, okay? Where the remains of your home are. They're going to try to seize as much of the real estate marketplace as fast as they possibly can, okay? They're going to lowball you. This also plays along with the insurance companies, because the insurance companies are working to maximize their profits. And in a crisis like this, they're, going to only be able to do that by refusing all of your claims. And in that weak and desperate moment, you are going to have to make a very difficult decision. Do I just sell off my land instead of the tumultuous rebuilding process? The other looters are going to be the landlords, because you hopefully have a little bit of money, right, on the side. Insurance will kick in to pay your rent, for example, if you're fortunate enough. And the people that own numerous properties know that. So they will raise the price of rent. Market conditions. Okay? That is the real looting that will take place. But that looting is invisible. That looting is only done through the normal process of capitalism, profit-seeking entities, faceless, lifeless corporations doing that looting. So instead of focusing on that looting, wood houses is crazy. Okay, what's really silly about this is that California is a earthquake region, okay? Wood houses are not crazy. Concrete also burns, chatter, just so you understand. And considering that it is a earthquake-prone region, yes, wood houses are a more hardened defense against that sort of thing instead of concrete. That's the reason why these houses are built with wood. It's not because it's like they wanted to you know, be caught light on. They wanted to be lit on fire. My house wasn't burned down, but I've still been impacted by the fires. I work for LAUSD as a tutor, and before this, we had a month off work unpaid, and I really needed this next paycheck, but now school is canceled. My next paycheck has been pushed back even more. I can't imagine what I'd do if my house had burned down. Yeah. Anyway.
We brought up our kids there.
Victoria DeSantis finding her home of 20 years reduced to rubble. But in that debris, a miracle, her engagement ring found by a firefighter.
Okay, you guys are saying concrete doesn't burn, okay? Concrete doesn't burn. Concrete doesn't burn. Okay, brother. You do understand that it's the second reason is that these areas are also at risk for earthquakes. Okay? You understand that that's the major reason why the standards of building these houses with wood is built that way. It's not me doubling down. Okay? I don't think you understand. People aren't just like stupid. People didn't just like build these houses with flex tape and wood so that they could create tinder boxes. There's a reason for why they do it. Chile and Japan are almost fully concrete brick with proper wooden houses that don't break, as you say, but it's a money issue. No, in Japan, they use wood as well. Concrete doesn't burn to ash, but it still burns. People are being, people are being annoying.
This is like apocalyptic.
Micah Kelly builds homes with fires in mind, including this one of the only houses left standing in a neighborhood that buckled under the flames. Even he was surprised.
For this even to withstand what happened here, if you looked at the devastation around here, is incredible. Like, I could take a blowtorch directly to the center of this, and this would not light on fire. It would just smoke.
He tells me he believes local authorities should have been more prepared for something like this.
This is a wake-up call for the city. It's only getting worse.
He's one of many residents voicing frustration with city officials as questions swirl over whether the city failed to supply enough water and deploy enough firefighters. And this morning, the long and painful journey to rebuild for so many Angelenos begins. The Community United Church was one of the many casualties of the Pacific Palisades fire. Built in 1929, the blaze burning it to the ground. Now, nearly a century later, its members promising this is not the end.
The church is not a building. The church is not a steeple, obviously. The church is not a resting place. The church is the people. So it's only the people that are the church. That's all that matters.
And so I can tell you right now, not very windy, at least in this part of Los Angeles, and that's a good thing. But we know that over the coming days, we are expecting winds to come back, and we know how quickly.
Civil engineer here, sorry, HasnAbi. The two reasons that NA houses are built with wood is profit and its availability. Concrete nowadays preform really well against fire, way better than wood, and earthquakes with a well-designed, flexible structure. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
One ember can spread, multiple embers can spread, leading to the kind of destruction that we saw here. Nothing to worry about right in this moment here, but certainly people across this area very much on edge after seeing all this.
Yeah, bracing for what's to come. Matt Rivers for us. Thank you so much.
The devastating wildfires in Southern California. Overnight, new evacuation orders were issued, this time in the Brentwood section of Los Angeles. Authorities now tell us 11 people have been killed, and that number is expected to rise. 37,000 acres of land have been scorched throughout Los Angeles County. That's equivalent to 10 square miles.
Hasan admitted to being wrong. What do you mean? Big titty goth? You're a 21-month subscriber. You probably heard me admit it. Yes. If there is a reasonable answer, and there are plenty of instances where I admit to being wrong. What are you talking about? You must ask yourself the question, why am I being annoying in this circumstance? Like, what would you rather have me do? Double down and be like, nah, you're wrong? You never admit to being wrong, lol, lol, lol. It's so weird because, like, these people say it. Clip it for DGG. These people say this, okay, whereas everyone in here has seen me openly admit to being wrong when I'm faced with new information. Also, this is so sad. What a sad person you are, dude. He's still saying you never admit it. You just encountered me admitting it. Ugh. You were wrong about Israel and you never admitted it? See, this is the issue. I was not wrong about Israel at all. As a matter of fact, I was right about Israel 100%. It is you who refuses to see the reality. I'm baiting? Okay, well.
An area greater than the city of San Francisco. More than 12,000 homes, businesses, schools, and buildings destroyed, and 150,000 people still under mandatory evacuation orders.
There are 6 major fires burning throughout Los Angeles, the largest of which is the Palisades fire, burning in the
The best part about this whole conversation is we have it every time you admit you were wrong, every single time. I know. It's the best.
Scale Pacific Palisades neighborhood that straddles the Santa Monica Mountains and a strip of beach along the Pacific Ocean. That's where CBS's Maurice Dubois picks up our coverage. Maurice, we are so glad to have you. Good morning.
Michelle and Dana, good morning to you. The wind has somewhat died down here this morning, but the National Weather Service is still warning of elevated to critical fire risks for all of Los Angeles and Ventura counties through Wednesday. That's just days away. And as we speak right now, take a look at this. This is just 5 miles away from us, the Palisades fire burning in the distance. It is just hard to get your head around it. An eerie glow in the early morning sky. And now the health department has issued a local health emergency saying the wind and smoke has severely degraded the air quality. It's been 5 days here since 2 of the largest of these fires started, and this morning they're both less than 10% contained. Against that backdrop, questions are now being raised about how state and local officials responded to this unfolding disaster. And for more on that, let's go over to Tom Hansen in nearby Brentwood. Tom, good morning to you.
Hey, Maurice, good morning to you. Well, it's a very active scene behind me. You can see the flames are continuing to rage. And look, you can even see that they are carrying out water drops, which is about to happen right now, where they're going to drop gallons of water onto some of these embers in the hillside. There we go. There it goes right there. To try to put out these flames, it really just highlights what a challenge these firefighters are up against. And as these flames rage, so too do the questions from residents, millions of which got false alarms when there weren't actually in any danger. Also, the other question that is growing this morning is whether or not firefighters were well equipped enough to get a handle on the blaze when the flames began.
At night, the hills above West Los Angeles still look like a hellscape. The winds driving the Palisade fire lulled enough for firefighters to use water-dropping helicopters. By day, the devastation is clear. Hundreds of homes in the Pacific Palisade neighborhood are little more than rubble and ashes.
So I came home today, and now it looks like we definitely have to go again, so I'm going.
Do you know where you're headed right now?
Yeah, I do. I have a pool house in Coldwater Canyon, and I hope it doesn't get all the way over there.
To the east, the Eaton fire ravaged the Altadena neighborhood. Even the homes left standing are uninhabitable.
Damage is smoke damage. It's not livable.
4 other fires still burning throughout Los Angeles County.
We will not stop until the fires are fully contained.
But while firefighters try to get the upper hand, some residents and officials are pointing fingers.
It's just devastating. We need more help here on the ground.
Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has said her department has been hampered by a lack of resources.
Even with an additional 100 engines, I tell you, we were not going to catch that fire. But with that being said, let me be clear. the $17 million budget cut and the elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics did and has and will continue to severely impact our ability to repair our apparatus.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is calling for an investigation into why some hydrants in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood ran dry at the height of the fire and why a 117 million gallon reservoir was out of service. Meanwhile, some residents want to know why 10 million Californians received false emergency evacuation warnings. CBS News' Jonathan Vigliotti posed the question to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass.
You have millions of people here who get these alerts. They are ignoring them. There is a real threat here. What is your message to your constituents who are losing faith?
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith. We are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control.
While so much has been lost in less than a week, there are glimmers of hope, captured in these images of a stranded dog and its rescue, prompting an outpouring of support. Max was taken in by a local dog rescue, which has since received a flood of donations for all of its residents.
Thank you, Whittier. Thank you, Los Angeles. I'm crying. The way the city of Los Angeles is coming together to help each other, it's overwhelming.
And for the people here, help is on the way as well. There are dozens of food, clothing, and supply drives happening all throughout the weekend across LA. Maurice.
Okay, Tom Hansen in Brentwood, thanks so much.
These fires impact.
All right, we're going to talk about the fire hydrant water supply.
Impacting so many communities across Southern California, wiping out multi-million-dollar homes in the Pacific Palisades and Malibu, and now growing questions about water supply issues firefighters had to deal with. ABC's Jacqueline Lee joins us now from Malibu. Jacqueline, good morning.
Well, good morning. There is destruction everywhere we look. We are currently standing in a shopping center here in Malibu where there used to be a bunch of small businesses, but as you can see, they are gone. The only thing standing is a staircase. There's a lot of ash debris and some framing left behind. And what you can see is we are across the street from the Pacific Ocean, from Pacific Coast Highway, and that place is famous for just the sheer amount of luxury beachfront properties. That is no longer there. It is wiped from the map. And what that shows us is this Palisades fire burned so quickly to the south that the only thing stopping it was the Pacific Ocean. Now, this morning, we are learning more about water supply issues. A local fire captain telling ABC News that when a structure with a sprinkler system burns down, that water from that system continues to flow, that impacting the water supply and losing pressure for those firefighters fighting these fires here in Los Angeles. In addition, we're learning that a nearby 117 million gallon reservoir, it was taken offline for repairs before the fires, a brush fire burning close to that facility. Governor Newsom is demanding an investigation into the water issues. We also know the LA Fire Commission sent a report by the fire chief to Mayor Karen Bass just weeks ago, raising the alarm about cuts to the fire department's budget. There are, of course, a lot more questions than answers this morning. And coming up in the next half hour, I'll have more details about the human.
What does percentage containment refer to? The perimeter of the fire or the total put out? I think it's the like the perimeter. Right? I don't know.
Toll of these devastating fires. Rhiannon.
All right, Jacqueline Lee, thank you. And a thank you to all the reporters bringing us these.
Containment is a measure of the amount of line around the wildfire. For example, if officials state that the fire is 30% contained, that means barriers have been placed around 30% of its perimeter. It's as much as a measure of linear footage as it is confidence. Yeah. So, for example, in the Pasadena fires, like in the Pacific Palisades fire, for the past couple of days, they said it was 0% contained. And that's because wind conditions was making it impossible to establish a stopping point for the fire where they're just consistently tackling the edges and to contain it within that area. It doesn't mean that the fire stops, even if it's like contained by, 10%, 30%, whatever. It just simply means that they are able to stop it at certain areas.
These devastating images, our hearts just break for everyone impacted. Let's get over to the forecast now. More Santa Ana winds are headed to California this week. Samara Theodore is here with that. Samara, Mother Nature not giving us any relief.
No, Rhiannon, but this morning is crucial to firefighters as the winds have gone down. It's their time to make headway because by this afternoon into this evening, those winds are going to pick back up. So we're getting that classic setup back in play, winds increasing again tonight. This is going to lead to that critical fire risk from Malibu and Simi Valley into San Fernando, Riverside, Anaheim, Ontario. Wind gusts could be as high as 65 miles per hour. Again, we could be in for a relative humidity between 10 to 20%. And it's not just the fires, it's also that smoke coming along with the fires here. We have that apocalyptic low-level smoke headed down into Santa Monica, reducing air quality even as far south as Redondo Beach. Gio?
Let's hope that they can contain more of those fires before those winds move in. All right, Samara, thank you so much.
All right, here's the Wall Street Journal. LA fires. Why did the fire hydrants run dry? Some of the major questions we have here in front of us is why did the fire hydrants run dry? That's number one. And Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, has already started the process of conducting an internal investigation as to why this happened. But outside of that, the other question is, why are there no controlled burns? Could the controlled burns actually stop the LA fires? And why are there no controlled burns? Is it bureaucratic red tape, or are there some serious consequences? Do they do controlled burns in California? Okay.
When fire hydrants ran dry in the Pacific Palisades, it sparked a wave of criticism and even misinformation.
Because Karen Bass didn't fill the reservoirs. So all the fire reservoirs were not, so the fire trucks are there, they couldn't pump water.
They cut the water off.
They don't have water.
Surveys show LA did have water, but amid widespread frustration and a report that a local reservoir in the Palisades was offline and empty due to repairs, California Governor Gavin Newsom issued a review of Los Angeles water and power. Here's how the water supply system works and what we know about why hydrants ran out of water at the height of the Palisades fire. About 2/3 of LA County's water comes from sources outside of LA. And because LA is surrounded by mountains and hills, much of that water has to be pushed up to higher elevations.
Well, water is heavy, relatively speaking, and so it takes energy to pump it upstream.
Eric Porce, director of the California Institute for Water Resources, says you can think of the system sort of like a tree with interconnected branches. There are big trunk mains that move water from a source, like a water treatment plant or a reservoir, and carry it to smaller distribution mains, which split off from the trunk. From there, the water is moved through even smaller pipes or lateral.
Yeah, they do a lot more controlled burns in Northern California than they do in Southern California. It's a lot more difficult to get controlled burns kick-started in Southern California. We'll dive into that in a little bit, okay? And I'll tell you why it's a issue.
Water to homes, businesses, and fire hydrants. In some areas, tanks and reservoirs are placed throughout the system to help maintain pressure, because pressure is what pushes water into all of the nodes. But during the LA wildfires, officials said intense demand overwhelmed the system, which drained several tanks and meant that there wasn't enough pressure to push water to hydrants up in the Palisades.
So I want to make sure that you understand there's water in the trunk line that just cannot get off the hill because we cannot fill it fast enough.
Officials say there wasn't a lack of water in LA, and data shows that major California reservoirs were at or above historic averages when the fires broke out. But in a letter to LA officials, Newsom called the ongoing reports of the loss of water pressure.
It seems like it is because of the. It seems like it's not only like a water pressure issue, but it seems like it's because they shut off electricity to certain pumps, and without pumps, you can't feed additional water to areas of need.
To some local hydrants during the fires, and the reported unavailability of water supplies from the Santa Ynez Reservoir deeply troubling. However, a former city official told the LA Times that given the severity of the fires, the area still would have experienced serious drops in pressure even with that reservoir.
Those distribution systems aren't really designed to manage wildfire, especially wildfire that was spreading at this rate.
Meanwhile, state officials are pushing back against claims that environmental policies caused LA to have water problems, as some blamed Newsom and the state's efforts to protect species like the Delta smeltfish by restricting the flow of some water to Southern California.
You're just letting water run into the Pacific?
Dude, I genuinely despise right-wing weirdos. I hate them so much. I can't, like, they are they're so unimaginably annoying and so gross. It's just at this point it's like pure evil, where they're so hyper focused on a nefarious reason as to why they want to redirect natural waterways into agricultural output. Like, that is the ultimate goal that they have. They do not care about the natural habitat and the delicate ecosystem. They do not even care about having enough water to combat these wildfires or anything like that. They simply want more water for agricultural output. Okay? And they're using this as an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. On the one hand, you get to talk about environmentally conscious libtards who don't know anything about anything. Look how stupid they are. And number two, you get to make a case for how you must redirect more of the natural waterways into agriculture. Okay?
Because of what? A fish that no one's heard of? Does anybody care about the smelt fish?
Incoming President Trump posted he wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt by giving it less water. It didn't work, but didn't care about the people of California. Now the ultimate price is being paid.
So what's happened is a tragedy, and the governor has not done a good job.
What do you say to the criticism that the state has mismanaged water supplies?
I think the facts speak for themselves. The fact that there is water in reservoirs beyond what is average traditionally for this time of year means that we are moving water when it is available. And I want to be very, very clear. The way that we are moving water and have been moving water and conditions that we're seeing in Southern California are
virtually every single authority on this has basically stated that California has above average water supply, despite the historically dry rain season that we've seen. Like, in the reservoirs, there is above average water supply across the board. Opening up additional waterways or damming existing natural waterways to redirect water down to Southern California has been a long-term Trump agenda item. Okay? They want this specifically for additional agricultural output. They don't care about the devastating impact that it will have on the natural habitat. It's not just about smelt. Okay? It's not just about, like, protecting smelt. It's about ruining a delicate ecosystem, specifically so you can have more green golf courses and more agricultural business. Okay? As far as I understand, in 2019, Donald Trump actually tried to push for here. Trump claimed Newsom refused to sign a water restoration declaration that he said he would have directed millions of gallons of water to areas now burning, alleging he prioritized a small fish called smelt over residents. In response, Newsom's office said there's no such document as the water restoration declaration. That's pure fiction. Trump appeared to reference his administration's 2019 proposal to redirect water from the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta to Central Valley farms and Southern California urban areas. I want to repeat this again. He wants to redirect the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta to Central Valley farms and SoCal urban areas. California officials and environmentalists successfully sued to challenge it in part because they argued that the rules would endanger wildlife in the Delta, including the smeltfish. In December, President Biden's administration, in cooperation with Newsom, endorsed new regulations they said will allow more water to be pulled from the Delta to Southern California while also protecting local wildlife. An official who helps oversee Southern California's water supply refuted Trump's claim that these proposed changes could have mitigated the wildfires. Mark Gold, the water scarcity director for the Natural Resources Defense Council and member of the Metropolitan Water District Board that provides water to 19 million people in Southern California, told CBS News, the issues have nothing to do with what amount of water we have stored within the region. The Metropolitan Water District has a record amount of water stored at this time. Isn't the streaming wars? What? Southern California has ample water supply after previous years of decent rains, Gold said, but the lack of rain in the region in recent months dried out the vegetation. Okay? Something Trump's proposal wouldn't have helped with. What happened has nothing to do with protecting the Bay Delta and how water is being managed there. Then they talk about the no water in the fire hydrants. Los Angeles officials face fierce criticism after some fire hydrants ran dry in parts of the Pacific Palisades overnight from Tuesday into Wednesday. Janice Quinones, chief executive and chief engineer of the LA Department of Water and Power, said at a Wednesday press conference that all 3 million 1 million gallon water tanks in the area ran dry by 3 a.m., reducing water pressure for fire hydrants at higher elevations. Quinones said the tanks, which supply pressure from the hydrants in the hilly Palisades, couldn't refill fast enough as firefighting efforts drained water faster than the main trunk line could supply it. LA Fire Department Captain Eric Scott said that the LA DWP proactively filled all available water storage tanks before the fires began. It followed some widely shared claims on social media that officials had refused or failed to fill all the tanks. Mark Pestrella, director of the LA County Department of Public Works, said that the municipal water systems for the impacted areas were overworked, partly because firefighters were unable to use air support due to high winds and poor visibility. This was at nighttime. It is the worst possible way that this could have gone down. Okay? They could not use aerial support to use helicopters and planes as well as they wanted to try to stop some of the wildfires that were ravaging. I repeat once again, you cannot combat a water hurricane. I mean, not a water hurricane. Sorry, a fire tornado with fire hydrants. Okay, you can't do that, especially when you got 50 to 80 mile winds carrying embers everywhere. It was a fire cane. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. That's it. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. In a statement, Newsom said he was calling for an independent investigation into the loss of water pressure for local fire hydrants and the reported unavailability of water supplies from the Santa Ynez Reservoir. The Santa Ynez Reservoir, a 117 million gallon water resource near the Pacific Palisades, was out of use for repairs when fires tore through Los Angeles neighborhood this week. Another thing that Trump claimed was that President Biden, in a social media post, claiming the current administration is leaving him with no money in FEMA. FEMA's disaster relief fund was rapidly dwindling last October after Hurricane Helene and a series of major disasters, but Biden signed a bill in December that added $29 billion to the fund. On Wednesday, the agency told CNN that they approximately had $27 billion left in the disaster relief fund. In a time of need, when there is a tremendous amount of pain, when there is so much suffering happening, right-wingers look to the issue and go, how can we use this to manipulate the public attitude? How can we use this crisis to basically get people tuned up with disinformation, unlimited amounts of disinformation. It is crazy. NorCal resident here. This has been an issue for a long time. NorCal's always conserved water better than SoCal. 10 years ago when there was a drought, it was the same story. HasnAbi is correct in his assessment of the water issue. This is purely LA County and SoCal not managing themselves effectively, and right-wingers are taking advantage of that mismanagement just to fuck up the ecosystem so their golf course can be green. It is shocking to me that people can be so openly ruthless and so awful that they could just turn around and look at, you know, entire cities being eviscerated by fire and go, how can we present this in the worst way possible through misinformation that we can get people tuned up and primed to advocate to make sure that there's more irrigation, more mismanagement of water, so that we can have golf courses and more agribusiness in the region. That is legitimately gross. I don't know how else to describe it other than just it's gross.
Line of cars is. It is far. I had to stop walking. I had to return back to the truck because I couldn't get that far away from it. So that just speaks to how anxious people are to get to their homes, to check on things, to get things that they need. I spoke with one man who was here trying to get his son's medication, and that was earlier. Those were the only people they were letting in via escort. When that escort was here, were those to get medication or something important like that. Earlier, when we were on, you might have seen me speak with a woman who was also trying to do the same thing and just check on her home of 20 years. She's lived in this area 40 years, you know, and just concerned for her home and for the community around her. So that's the situation out here. Again, it is moving, albeit very, very slowly, as people try to go back and check on their homes and their property.
Zach, I've noticed 2 people had to be turned around and left the area. What's the litmus test for being able to go in? You wait all that way and then you're turned away. What's the litmus test to be allowed in?
Okay, so here's how it's working. So they're looking, let me have you, Alex, show that second.
They're checking people's IDs to see if they have identification or any sort of paperwork that proves that they're from the region, because they're terrified of looters actually running into the area to steal stuff.
On camera, that'd be furthest to the left. And so they're looking at driver's license, trying to see where people are and then group them in, like I was saying earlier, to get people going at the same time in one area.
They are literally going to turn away people that live in this area if their driver's licenses are, you know, if their driver's licenses don't show that they're from the area, just so you understand.
And like this media truck coming in right now has been through, so they might recognize them and let them through. But the first time you come in here as a member of the media, or maybe anybody else too, they are looking at our press badges very closely. They looked at our press badge, and then they asked to see our driver's license. And let me tell you, they were looking at our names. They were looking closely at our pictures to let us in. And so you see that guy, he's been in here before, so they kind of know him already. And I just say that, too, as I was saying yesterday and earlier today, they're being very serious about who they are letting in, because we know that the arrests have been made for people not following the curfew, or, of course, for people who are looting, which has been a major concern of so many of the residents that I've been speaking with. And it's also been the reason that so many people said that they would or have stayed back behind in their houses, too, because they were concerned about looting. And so you just have to think, imagine somebody staying behind because they're concerned about looters, and then the unthinkable happens. A fire comes down, and that their life is at risk now because they're afraid of somebody taking advantage of this situation. But to those people, I am telling you that it is a very hardened perimeter around here. We can't guarantee that, you know, your home won't be looted, but they are taking this very seriously from what we can see here on the ground, and for us to even come in. We have a big, huge news truck. We're, to me at least, very obvious media just by our vehicle, but they still checked our badges and our identification. We had no problem showing that because we know how serious the situation is and how concerned residents are about looters or anything else going on around their property. Whether it's standing or not, these residents are concerned, and they're also very anxious to get in. Now this,
bro, I'm not kidding when I say this is disorder and more. This is more of a clear indication that we are at the verge of societal collapse. A normal, functioning, civilized society would not have these issues. You only have these fears, okay, when there is an unimaginable amount of wealth inequality, where people are so starving and so desperate that they're literally doing the most inhumane thing you can do, taking advantage of a natural disaster like this. And I also personally think that they're greatly overemphasizing the dangers of looting in an effort to do propaganda, in an effort to show that the National Guard and the police are actually valuable resources. Meanwhile, you got the actual valuable resources doing their very best to put out these fires, working around the clock. It's crazy. The disaster is natural to an extent. Wildfires are a natural disaster, chatter. That's crazy. Like, I think that's the other issue here with fires. People always immediately think of like arson and structural fires, not realizing that no, wildfires are a natural disaster in the same way that a hurricane is. There are methods of prevention, but you can't 100% eradicate it. If that was the case, Australia would never have a wildfire season. Okay? Like if that was the case, there wouldn't be a wildfire season. You can harden your infrastructure ahead of time to try and ensure to make sure that you max out on defenses to ensure that the damage is as marginal as possible. But yeah, obviously wildfires are still a natural disaster. Black residents whose homes have been burnt down are being detained and harassed by the LAPD in Altadena. Yeah, I heard about this as well. HasnAbi, you can say this is a natural disaster. We're also saying global warming is increasing their occurrences and severity. People are trying to outwoke you. No, I think people don't understand. I think because most of the fire that you see or experience in normal conditions is just like a structural fire, you know what I mean? Like a gas leak or something. So they just don't think that it's like a natural disaster. It's understandable. They don't think about it like in the same way that they do about an earthquake or a hurricane. That's what it is. Because if you don't live in an area, where there are wildfire seasons, it's pretty hard to comprehend. The only thing you see is an electrical fire, a structural fire, a gas leak, things of that nature. Not realizing that, like, no, there is, this is a natural disaster.
Did speak with, they told me that the wind is actually working in their favor right now, pushing those flames away from structures as opposed to toward them. So they are using the elements to their advantage. Something else that you couldn't see on the ground, those ground attacks, there are dozer lines that are being created by CAL FIRE crews right now. In addition to that, we have the LA Department of Power and Water monitoring those transmissions lines along there. They said they are securing them, making sure that if flames get close enough, they can de-energize them before it poses an additional risk. Now, along here on Skirball Center Drive, there are more and more people that are coming up to take pictures, to take video, because this is an image that you just haven't seen. I want to introduce you right now to Nicholas, who tells me he lives nearby. We also have Jacob joining us. Now, Nicholas, Jacob, you said you live nearby. What brought you out here today?
I mean, as you can see right here, Milken Community High School. This is the high school I grew up at. If I can take this.
Oh, I'll hold it for you.
Perfect. This is the school my sister's at right now. It's just truly unbelievable. It's unfathomable right now. I'm just scared. I was just at Bel Air Crest helping my friend evacuate, and I just drove by, and I'm just in total shock. I'm in disbelief right now.
I think I bawled there.
You were telling me that
mistaken.
last night you were helping people evacuate?
Yes, last night my friend lives right over this yellow tape right here. Me and Jacob, we were just running and just trying to do everything we could to help our friend. It's just so sad. I mean, all we can do right now is pray for our firefighters, and just pray for everyone right now. I mean,
Jacob, I want to talk to you because you were telling me just about watching, neighbors helping neighbors. I know I met someone earlier who said they were helping people who may have been medically challenged, who had oxygen tanks get into their car. Tell me what you saw last night.
Honestly, I just saw a lot of people who were already done evacuating, helping out their neighbors, no matter what it was. At the end of the day, nobody wants to see anyone else's house or their belongings burned down, and I think it was a beautiful thing seeing neighbors go out of their way to help people that honestly maybe they've never even spoken to. You live next to someone and you don't always talk to them, but when hard times come, everyone helps out, and especially around here, I went to elementary school just right over there, also at Stephen S. Wise, and high school here, and the community around here they love to lend a hand, and it's a very nice thing to see.
I saw nothing but constant looting.
When it comes to just this imagery right there, have you seen anything like this? Have you seen a fire like this before?
No, I have not. During our high school time, there were multiple fires. School got canceled, but this is something I don't even know. It's insane. This is like out of the Bible. It's quite shocking, and I hope it can come to an end very fast.
When it comes to people who are trying to get through, there is a hard closure. They are being turned away. Just being down here right now, what do you want to tell people at home just about the severity, the magnitude of this right now?
Listen, I spent hours sitting at my TV, watching it start at the Palisades and just watching it grow. And it's a different feeling when you're actually here, when you're miles away from it, when you're staring at it, you're watching the smoke grow. It's unexplainable. It's a feeling that I really hope you don't need to feel in your life, but sitting behind the screen compared to just standing here with you right now, and honestly, God bless you for doing this and showing people what is happening right now. It's just a different feeling. All I can say is just pray for the firefighters. For the families, there's so many people involved in this that we just need to try helping. We've been trying to help, donating, doing everything we can. It's not going to stop anytime soon. We really hope it will. But in the meantime, just spread the word. This is severe. This is something we've never seen before. I know it's been brought up.
Why are you guys saying God maxing, bro? They're in a disaster. Y'all are so crazy. It's so strange to just look at people who are trying to survive in a disaster and being like, oh, God, why is he not saying, oh, my science? Who cares, man? Why are y'all being so annoying? Be normal, please. Oh, my Lord. Why are they not science maxing? Why are they God maxing in this circumstance, in this crisis? Y'all are so dumb, I swear to God.
Around access to that water, it has nothing to do with protected fish species under the law.
Carla Namath and other California officials say one of the biggest issues was actually wind.
The fire is being fueled by...
They get it from you. That's my favorite type of chatter, who in the process of me course correcting will say, you're not course correcting. How many times have I had this conversation?
Combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging.
Sending thoughts and null hypotheses to those affected. Yeah. Sending thoughts and logical conclusions. Sending thoughts and logic to those affected. Oh, my science.
For our personnel that are assigned to this incident.
Is there anything California or LA officials could have done better to mitigate the threat of these fires?
There will be lots of opportunity after this event to understand what happened, and we will learn from that, and especially in the context of climate, and we will adjust and move forward. I think it's really important for folks to understand that a fire suppression strategy for a wildland fire is not dealt with localized community fire hydrants. It's just not the right scale.
high alert. High alert.
All right, there it is. Let's talk about the real issues, okay? Reporter talking to enslaved firefighters. Today I was granted access to speak to the incarcerated firefighters. They told me they hadn't showered in 5 days. They were not provided regularly meals. They were working 24 hours in a row. They feel underappreciated and underpaid. We'll talk to them as well. They also said they all wanted to be there and that they see work as an important way to give back to the community. These fires exist in the context of all fires that came before. I think that's so overlooked. It's not like the fire fell out of a coconut tree, you know? No, it didn't. It fell out of a eucalyptus tree, though. Anyway. When people say thoughts and prayers when a shooting happens, isn't that cringe? Did you just... American brain, dude. I'm not even going to fault you for this, chatter. Okay? I'm not going to fault you for this. There is a difference between natural disasters and gun violence. Gun violence is not a natural disaster, no matter how much Americans act like it is. There is no other country on this planet where people go, oh, that's a naturally occurring phenomena, gun violence. Okay? That's why one is cringe, because it's a very preventable issue, whereas the other, no matter how much you try to prevent it, can still end up devastating an entire region, because overcoming nature is quite difficult. There are actual actions that one can take to prevent these things, including fires. Yes, you cannot totally prevent the fires, but you can protect those who are more economically vulnerable. Oh my God. No, there is... The reason why it's cringe when people say thoughts and prayers after gun violence is specifically because it is not a natural disaster. Okay? There is no way that you can 100%... Chatters, unless you have a wind machine that I am oblivious to, unless you know that there is like some kind of weather wind machine that I was just unaware of, you cannot combat 80 to 100 mile winds. Virtually every single professional that works in dealing with the harm mitigation has said as much. We used it to hit Florida. Yeah, that's true. We did use weather machines. One might even say that this is a weather machine turned on itself. Never heard of the HARP before, huh? And you call yourself a political commentator. That's right. Seems like this idiot is oblivious. What is this? Call me a conspiracy theorist, but there is no way that 8 different fires starting within a period of 48 hours in LA is due to climate change. Yeah. Laughing at clown world during the collapse of the Western society. Stop geoengineering. Stop mRNA. Reject woke ideology. No wars. Conspiracy realist. Coincidence analyzer.
Theorist, but there is no way that 8 different
You know she is huffing on that raw milk. You know she is drinking that unpasteurized Garbo right now, okay?
fires starting within a period of 48 hours in LA is due to climate change. You want to tell me that insurance companies canceling people's policies in these areas over the past few months, officials cutting firefighting funding, emptying water reservoirs, and being more concerned.
I love conspiracy theorists because they look at the crisis caused by constant corner cutting, profit seeking, budget reductions, and austerity due to capitalism. Okay? And they just go, there's got to be something out there. There's got to be a real crazy, not systemic factor at play here. Okay? Let me keep drinking my raw milk. I'm sure I'll find the answers there. It's always so funny. It's like they are so goddamn close. They are so close to kind of recognizing what's going on. It's a joke. She is fun. Check her interviews and podcasts. You think this person is joking? They have a homesteading account. They're selling healing powers of tallow.
After the
Letting the people of Hawaii, North Carolina, and now LA rot in these post-apocalyptic scenes while they funnel away our tax dollars to foreign countries. Look at the milk stain on her chin. It's definitely a joke. I don't think she's joking. And I don't think 48,000 people clicked on the like on this tweet because they were like, haha, this is a funny joke. I don't think she's joking at all.
About sending aid to another country is just coincidence? Okay. Call me. The fires. North Carolina, after the floods, supposedly received roughly $2 billion for disaster recovery. And now we have LA with Joe pledging 100% rebuild costs, just like he did with North Carolina. He even said with North Carolina, I'm here to say the United States, the nation, has your back. We're not leaving until you're back on your feet completely. So how is that going for the people of Hawaii or North Carolina? Because they are not back up on their feet. They even had to pay property taxes on properties that don't exist anymore, and they are still living in tents. Is it possible that these events are just part of a massive land grab for things like 15-minute smart cities?
The American century of humiliation is upon us, and it's a self-inflicted wound. The American century of domination is over before the century even ends. Okay? We couldn't make it into the 40s. We could not have 100 years of pure domination. It's done. The American century of humiliation is upon us, even though we are the hegemon. This is a self-inflicted wound born out of profit-seeking parasitic forces that have consistently undermined education, that have destroyed this country. Wow. The Burger Reich is shitting and farting itself to death. It's so bad. That fake journalist who went to the empty reservoir earlier and just asked questions and did not answer any is basically just doing TikTok brain like this girl here, but just a little bit more official. Yeah.
And you may be thinking that $2 billion is a lot for disaster recovery, but just a few weeks ago, Joe pledged almost $6 billion to be sent to here, bringing the total amount of aid sent to here around $175 billion that we know of. And you still think your elected officials care about you? Okay.
I like that chatters were convinced that this person is so insane that it must be satire. That's cool. Hi. All right, we're going to get to the looting in a second. Let's
turn it back on. So it was almost inevitable.
I got to go pee real quick
this
again.
was going to occur. We always need to have boots in the ground. The idea that they don't have boots in the ground and some of this terrain is inaccessible, they need to get firefighters or crew members in there separating the burned from the unburned. So some of the feeds will show the aircraft doing outstanding jobs as far as the helicopters making pinpoint drops, or some of the fixed aircraft making retardant drops, which is great. But at some given point, you still need to get boots in the ground to separate the burn from the unburned to get containment lines in.
Well, that is a story we've been telling, actually, for all these days, that there just aren't enough resources to go around. And it's just extraordinary, Daryl, when you consider how many fires are burning. And while there might be one that's drawing all the attention, you certainly cannot let the others just go. So there are plenty of people, plenty of fire officials and professionals that are handling all those other fires. And we kept seeing so many little spot fires pop up, little vegetarian fires.
Yeah,
not vegetarian fires.
Yeah. But what we have seen this morning, Chief, is the air power has really been extraordinary. We saw one home burn, but talk about the value of those resources and how important they are.
Yeah, I think that today you can see the significant value and investment that we've made at the state, local, and federal level as it relates to aircraft, because you have aircraft from all three entities. And you can see the impact that it's having today because the aircraft are able to fly. The helicopters have water sources where they can quickly pick up water.
One of the coolest military-sponsored projects with the federal government is the utilization of bomb droppers. I think it's called MAFS. It's so sick. MAFS C-130. Okay. They literally they changed their payload from actual bombs into fire retardant material. MAFS equipped with C-130s joined the fight against raging Los Angeles fires. A C-130 MAFS 9 from Nevada Air National Guard's 152nd Airlift Wing performs a water drop. They either do water drops or they just straight up deploy a payload with like water in it. Yeah. Modular Airborne Firefighting System is what it's called. Where they take C-130s and they just bomb the fire. U.S. Northcom has activated 8 C-130 aircraft equipped with MAFs to relocate to the Channel Islands in Southern California to support firefighting efforts in the LA area. Some will be operational on January 10th. All will be ready by January 12th. Anyway, C-130s are awesome because they can fly slow while being so damn big, which means they can spray more ground. Yeah. That is the appropriate usage of military equipment. Okay. MAFS was instituted in 1971 as a collaborative effort between the U.S. Forest Service and the Department of Defense to produce equipment, training, and operational procedures to integrate military air tankers into a national firefighting response, Northcom said. The U.S. Air Force explains that MAFS unit can fit inside C-130 airplanes, is installed without any structural modification. And within 2 hours, the MAFS equipment has a jet blower type nozzle on the rear left side near the bay doors. The carriage unit consists of a cylindrical tank, pumps, and other electronic control, and operation units that are loaded by Air Force loadmasters through the rear ramp. Here's a video of it. Yo, I used to subcontract these parts of the C-130, but you convinced me to quit, and now I'm a union organizer with AFD. Thanks, dude. I am broke, though, now. Like, really broke. Lol. Okay, I'm sorry. The system can discharge a fire retardant load of 3,000 gallons, which is 11,356 liters for the Euro cucks in the chat, in less than 5 seconds through a discharge tube located in place on the left rear paratroop doors of the aircraft. Released from an altitude about 150 feet, the retardant covers an area 1/4 of a mile long and 60 feet wide, with the plane returning to an air tanker base to be refilled again and airborne in less than 20 minutes. Interestingly, this very capability that the CL-415 Super Scooper seaplanes offer by landing on a large water body to refill their tanks to 7,000 liters, which is 1,850 U.S. gallons in Freedom units of water in just 14 seconds to quickly return to attack the fire. Other fixed-wing aircraft cannot execute continuous drops like the CL-415 and thus need to land back at an airport to refill. California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, also provided more details about how MAFs will be deployed. Unlike CAL FIRE air tankers, MAFs aircraft are not initial attack qualified and require an aerial supervision module lead plane in order to conduct drops, says the agency. This typically limits their use to established extended attack incidents, which help keep CAL FIRE and other IA air tankers available to be quickly dispatched to new fires. MAFS unit's retardant is made up of 80 to 85% water, 10 to 15% ammonium sulfate, a gelling agent, and red coloring. The red in the retardant acts as a color code, helping pilots see where they have dropped previous loads. The retardant itself disperses as a mist, preventing damage to buildings. The MAFS crews participate in recurring annual training, with each unit required to have 5 certified personnel for the role. It's sick. Yeah, you need to use your tactical deployment speak. I mean, they are. Here's a MAFS unit operational in the state of California, dropping flame retardant liquid. Deploying flame retardant liquid, 8,000 gallons worth. Sir. If it's white, it's probably just water. C-130 aircraft fighting fire seen in the CNN video at 4:15.
Fern.
Dude, it's sick. Look.
Some other smoke trails as well. So they are trying to save this community. That is where the battle has been joined. A lot of air assets, trucks on ground, fixed-wing aircraft like this.
There it is. Sir, yes, sir.
Wow.
We have tactically deployed the flame retardant sir.
It is extraordinary to be standing
the
here.
C-130 is going to be tactically making a landing.
And feel the power of that aircraft go right over you and watch it just swoop down so low. It is rare in life you see an aircraft swooping that close to houses.
We watched 3 choppers drop their...
Is it just me or is that plane just looking fine as hell? I agree. What? It must feel so good for a Vietnam-era plane to drop chemicals on forests. At least this one is to save lives for once. You know what I mean? It still gets to do what it loves to do. It still gets to do what it was tasked to do, dropping chemicals on a forest. But this time it's to save lives rather than, melt Vietnamese villagers. Okay. Before we get to I guess we can talk about the looting now as well here.
For looters out here, they have already arrested nearly 24 people inside evacuation areas. The National Guard has been brought in to bolster security, and some people have gone back home to try to defend what they have left. Chris Van Cleef has that from Altadena.
The sense of loss in Altadena is hard to describe. Destruction is everywhere. And then this island of 6 seemingly untouched homes saved by Pete Villani, who stayed behind to fight back the massive firestorm.
These are all my friends. These are all,
Once again, there's like 18 million people. And they've arrested, not charged, not convicted, just simply arrested under the suspicion of looting, 20 people. They say nearly 24 because the number is 20 so far. Okay? 20.
We're a family here. I love my neighbors. And it's like, you feel guilty because I survived. I couldn't save the whole block.
But even as he worked to put out hotspots, another threat emerged: looters. He says he and a neighbor have chased off 2 groups attempting to break into the homes still standing.
What kind of person, what kind of human being would take advantage of somebody at that point? It's just like, I don't even want to say what I would do, but it's shocking.
Did you worry about your safety when you confronted the folks trying to get in that house?
No, I will say this. It would have been a bad day for them to do anything.
Do you feel like you're defending your neighborhood now?
Yep. That's why I'm here. This is why I stayed.
He's still standing watch even as the National Guard's armored vehicles are blocking evacuated neighborhoods and police are ramping up patrols.
Looting has zero tolerance. Looting or exploiting in the disaster areas will not be tolerated. Anybody caught looting or committing crimes in the affected area.
Like, I hope everybody understands, like, looting in a situation like this is completely unacceptable, okay? It is psychotic. Make no mistake, okay? Yeah, you have to be a real freak in dire circumstances to just be like, oh yeah, time for some free stuff. I'm gonna put my life at risk to go into smoldering ashes in these neighborhoods to secure like jewelry or I don't know, like a TV or something. Okay, it is completely unacceptable. Everybody understands this. My point on this, my point when I cover this stuff, is not necessarily to say looting is good, you should let it happen, even though many right-wingers will hear what I'm saying and immediately say, look at Hasan, he loves theft. Okay? My point is that the media greatly overemphasizes these stories for 2 reasons. One, because it is a panic narrative of crime that people are predisposed with, that people love laser focusing on. If it bleeds, it leads. And the other reason why they do it is because this justifies the additional police presence. That way you don't think about why we're giving so much money to the cops and taking away money from firefighters. Even in a time when there is a massive wildfire, the media will always maintain this posture. Okay? Does the media portray anti-looting propaganda during hurricanes? Of course they do. Of course they do. Yes, they do this after every natural disaster. It's additionally crazy to do it after a wildfire, though, because like the fires are still going, it's still blazing through half of these neighborhoods when they're like, it didn't, bro. The Pacific Palisades was still on fire when the new district attorney went to his sister's destroyed house in the Pacific Palisades to cut a video talking about how he's going to kill looters. It's like, bro, you're standing in front of your sister's burned down house, and that's what you got on your mind. You're like, oh, if you try to come here to my sister's burned down house, like, I'll freaking kill you. Looting narratives go crazy. They're protecting us from imaginary looters. Do you remember the news during Katrina? Yeah. Katrina was particularly deadly because people did actually, quote unquote, take matters in their own hands. And they just started shooting random black people under the suspicion that they were looting. Okay. Luckily, it hasn't gotten to that degree here in California, Los Angeles. Woke California hasn't started doing that yet. But of course, the more people hit these like looter lines, the more people panic about this sort of thing, the higher the likelihood that you could potentially go to jail or be detained or arrested for the crime of trying to go back to your house while also being a black person or while also being a brown person or, not looking the neighborhood profile, you know? Yeah. The Leos in the evac zone are standing around waiting for looters with boosted funding. The firefighters bust their asses with diminished resources and reduced funding, and the slaves make $20 to work 24 hours in the trenches. Exactly. I think there is a real reason for why police and even the National Guard must create a security perimeter around these disaster zones. Okay? That I get that. You do that specifically so that you can open up pathways for emergency vehicles in times of need. You can do that, or you must do that, to ensure that random people don't go back to their houses, and then that becomes an additional problem for the emergency services to deal with, because now you have to rescue people. Okay? That makes sense. You can just say that and, be perfectly fine, but they have to overemphasize the looting aspect. Okay? They have to consistently talk about how they're going to blow away any looter that even looks in the direction of a house, no matter how smoldering. Okay?
Will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
This was the view from Jonathan Esham's home Tuesday as the Eaton fire raced towards it.
Almost what I would say.
Yeah, people needed supplies to survive because National Guard couldn't reach them. It fueled people taking the law into their own hands on top of spooking cops with the rhetoric. It contributed to killings like the Danziger Bridge tragedy. This is in Katrina, the famous Danziger Bridge tragedy, where they just straight up shot like a bunch of black people under the suspicion that they were looting. I think this is dangerous and irresponsible by local and national news media to consistently heighten the tensions in times where people are already in crisis.
The surface of the sun might look like, it's just pure chaos and panic everywhere.
He evacuated, and while the fire stayed out, it appears someone tried to break in, busting out a window and trying to pry this one open.
The idea that somebody could have been in your house while you guys were evacuated.
It's horrifying. I don't even want to imagine it.
A horror disgustingly man-made in the middle of this massive natural disaster. For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Chris Van Cleve in Altadena, California.
Jesus Christ. What? Cops seem unnecessarily aggressive too?
I like that bed. I had
Oh, this is a YouTuber.
Purple pillow that Mel gave me. It was also very comfy. This is my hamper. Got my hamper right here, all my dirty clothes. Yeah, they need to get washed for sure. This is where my desk was in this corner. And one thing I'm very sad I didn't get out of here before it burned down was my laptop that had a lot of my family and friend photos on it. Photos of my girlfriend and I, the cats that unfortunately were not backed up anywhere else. And it seems to be gone now. This is the office. This was the small office in my house that was really just used for storage for the greater part of my stay here. You can see that there's some tech stuff in the corner, like this this PC. PC still got a power supply in it, so I'm going to be aware of that. But I believe this was a Cooler Master case.
Oh, it's earlier before the police confront him?
Of course, we are.
We're meeting up with one of my friends, Alvaro, right now, who has a truck. It's much higher off the ground than my car, which we're going to need if we plan to access my house.
I don't mean to be rude, but how do people in that area not have important things in a box by the door right now? Dude, I don't think you understand. The Altadena fires just came out of nowhere, and so did the Pacific Palisades ones. Like, it straight up escalated to this point that no one thought it would have. It happened virtually in a matter of like 30 to 40 minutes. This is not an area where there is a lot of wildfire impact. the reality of the matter is that it also, I think, like it's such a, like it's a normal, mostly concrete region. It's not like it's surrounded by forests either. I mean, there's forest around it, but like it just burst into flames, you know? There's not really much you can do. That's why people say it's unprecedented.
So McDonald's is the rendezvous point where we're going to meet Alvaro. He should be here any second.
Alvaro and his doomsday truck have arrived. I'll get out, brother. Holy crap. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Like look at these streets. Like, does this strike you as a area that's like predisposed to wildfires like normally? No, it's not. It's on fire every year at this point. Assume your house is going to burn. There are certain areas that are at higher risk of, at higher risk of wildfires. The expectation is not that like every single part of Southern California could light on fire at any given moment. Especially in January too. That's another part of this. Like it's not even wildfire season. It's supposed to be
the intersection, about to pull onto my street, but it looks blocked off. All right, here we go. We're gonna have to fabricate a bit of a story here to see if the cops will let us by. We're just gonna say that we're gonna swing by my house or what's left of it to grab my office keys if they're still surviving. That way I can actually have a place to stay for the night. So much ash.
Are they only letting
so much ash.
one person in at a time, or what's the story? Let me get out and talk to him. He called for backup.
Okay.
Wow, he called for backup. Why is he putting his hand on his fucking gun?
They are telling us to go down. They're not super happy.
I gotta wait for them to go so I can turn around. I'm trying to.
Yeah, man. We're trying to do our job.
Okay, all right.
Don't drive past codes or anything else. Go.
Wow.
It does look like they're letting people walk up. They just don't want vehicles driving up the hill. So I think we're just gonna park and just go by foot.
Look how good the cops are, dude. I'm so glad that they're protecting and serving. You know? Oh, that's so sick.
Alvaro brought shovels for us so that we can sift through the ash a bit easier. So we got 2 shovels, and Mike has a hoe because he has a...
They don't want the vehicles in there, for those of you who don't know. They don't want the vehicles in there because they don't want looters, okay? That's it. Because they think that everyone that's coming in to the neighborhood with a vehicle is not actually people like this who just want to go through the rummage through their remains, okay? But instead, that they are all up to no good. They're, you know, they're there for nefarious purpose.
A hoe. Wow. Unfortunately, my house is pretty much the last one on the street. So we actually have maybe a mile and a half to walk up this very steep hill before we get there. Quite a bit of scenery on the way.
Palisades median house price $3.5 million. This is not in the Palisades. This is Altadena, I think.
Like this broken power line that's been split in 2.
Right? He's in Altadena, right, chat? Yeah. This is not like a particularly expensive neighborhood. By the way, I this is like kind of sad, but the cops straight up in a matter of seconds proved the point I was making. If you're black or brown, especially so, where they're just like so gung-ho. They got their hands like just understand, your house is burned to the ground. You're there to go back to the remains to see what you can sift through, okay, in the rubble. and you are faced with a complete dipshit who was ready to kill you on the spot for no reason. Okay? They just walk up to you, hand on hip, hand on their service weapon. You're like, oh, pull out now. Turn around now. It's like, what are you doing? What's happening here? Like, what an insane situation.
And hanging precariously, seemingly by a thread. This power line is completely sideways. That motorcycle's all right. Those cars are not. This used to be a house.
The craziest one is the Honda dirt bike that I saw that was like still functional. The Honda dirt bike that was still functional, even though it was half burned, like half of it was charred. The plastic was just not from this video. I saw it on TikTok. And they give more money to the cops and the firefighters for looters instead of the actual fires. Yeah.
It is no longer. The damage is getting...
How are they supposed to know who's a looter and who's not? Okay. This is the problem with the initial assessment that like everyone that's trying to go back here is a looter. Just so you understand. But also, they demand identification to make sure that the only people that are allowed into these areas are people that live there. But there's still obviously issues with that as well. What if you left your house in a panic and your ID is burned to a crisp? Okay, what do you do then? You just can't go back to your house? Okay. What if your address is not of your residence at this point? What do you do then? There are plenty of people who have old IDs that they never actually updated their addresses on.
Getting increasingly intense, and the air quality is getting increasingly worse. Really?
Yeah. How do you know who committed a crime or not? Should cops just arrest everyone then? Silly ass question.
Gotta wear your K95s here. It's getting pretty hard.
I really want you to unpause, see the fucking vehicle they lit in. Cops are just shit. They were about to get picked up by a truck that the cops led into the area.
Breathe. Another sketchy power line, and something still smoldering over there. We're gonna go around this caution tape cautiously. That is, that's the bottom of a power line. Whoa, that is like molten metal. Oof. Coming from the car.
Look at the brake.
Holy crap.
They literally were working on this.
Is that a Porsche?
All right. Wow. This is brutal. Yeah. And some lots are just completely leveled. This one just has a chimney. That's all that's left, is a chimney. I mean,
the other part of this is like, this area is totally devastated. Like, what are looters going to loot in this area, man? Like, I get if there is an evacuation order placed upon certain areas where there's like homes that still remain, but this is like all ash. Like, what are they gonna? They're gonna loot the cinder? Oh man, I love free charcoal. You know what I'm saying?
I've passed by these houses a million times, and some of them I've admired, you know, just looking at the front yards and how they did things and taking mental notes for future plans of my own house.
This is the one house that it was stayed intact.
Yeah, it's looking a little different today. Wires. Hopefully they've cut all the power to those, but better to be safe than sorry.
That was, or an RV. That was, or an RV. Dude, that's fucked.
What?
There's a possum in this thing.
Is that a possum?
Oh yeah, there's a dead possum in a trap. It's all ash. Literally, the next house is lootable. Brother, there is one house that's standing. What are you talking about? You saw this entire neighborhood, and there is one house that is intact in the entire neighborhood. Looters are going to be hitting that one house? Is that what you think is going on? Do you think this is appropriate use of funds in that regard? 26-month subscriber. Still, anyone and everyone is actually always invested in looting. Okay? Everyone and anyone. All right? All the time. We have to hyper focus on this. Okay? We have to make sure that this is the most. I like that you sat through me pausing and doing commentary for 20 minutes over this video to find the one house that's intact next to a house that is burned to the ground in an entire city block that is completely reduced to ash. And you're like, well, what if the people wanted to loot this house? You're right, man. What if? You're right. Is this a normal way to exist? I don't understand it. I feel like this is not city behavior. But I guess with the way that suburbs work, there's more and more people like this who operate with this mentality where they're constantly in a panicked situation where they're just like, because if chatter, I don't know if you live in a city or not, but like anyone could technically walk up to you in the middle of the road and just put one in the back of your head. Okay? Anyone, literally anyone could do that right now. When you go outside to get groceries, someone could walk up to you and stab you to death. Okay. Do you think that that is a valid way to approach everyday existence? Do you think that that kind of panic is, I don't know, healthy to have? Great, new fear unlocked. Yeah, anyone could walk up to you right now. Anyone could walk up to you right now when you're on your way to pick up chicken tendies at your local grocery store. Walk up to you and go, hey, give me all your money, and then shoot you in the head. If it's not healthy, if it wasn't healthy thinking, why do conservatives already think it? Because they're unhealthy. That's the problem. They're deeply unhealthy. The point is, especially if you live in a city, there's a certain level of danger that can always occur, but there's also a tremendous amount of safety that comes from being around other people. And if you've never lived in a normal city, it is impossible for you to comprehend this. That's the reason why when Austin stays with me and he hears constant police sirens, okay, on major roads, he freaks out. He just thinks like bedlam is happening, because in his neighborhood, if he constantly heard, in his suburb, if he constantly heard police sirens, something terrible must be happening. Okay? While the likelihood that you have a lot of people around you increases the likelihood that danger might come your way. Okay, there's also safety in being surrounded by other human beings.
Straight? Yeah, keep going. Yeah, all the way down pretty much.
I guess they are letting trucks in.
All right, this is good.
Okay, this is my next door neighbor's house. Didn't make it.
Holy shit.
And my place.
Is this damage control? What do you mean? Anyway, I personally am more afraid of like quiet suburbs. Anyway, here's some updates from local officials on Eaton Fire.
And finally, to our Los Angeles County residents, please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for repopulation of evacuated areas, disaster recovery, and the rebuilding of your homes and
Research and reports often show that looting during natural disasters is rare and communities typically come together to help one another. The belief that looting is widespread can be more reflective of societal anxieties than reality, and it might be perpetuated by capitalist structures that emphasize the importance of property over human welfare. Yeah. No, absolutely. And this doesn't mean that like there is no looting, okay? This doesn't mean that there is no looting that occurs. Of course there is, all right? Of course, yes, there are really desperate people who do incredibly vicious things. But if your expectation is that like there's constant danger that is going to happen in the aftermath of a natural disaster that comes from your fellow man, you're going to lose your mind.
That we're talking about here, that's residential community. It's not wildland. It's a residence, and these are people's houses. So huge Herculean task to get through all this down here. We have a ton of work. It's many days, many weeks of work. Just wanted to highlight that a little bit. As we come through by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, this is looking good. Again, crews engaged, boots on the ground, mopping up. All through the National Forest up here, we continue to make really good progress up there. The weather's in our favor. We're using air tankers, we're using helicopters, all the tools in our toolbox to go get and put this fire out right where you see it right here. So that'll be our goals in the coming days. So thank you very much.
Now we're going to have Los Angeles County Sheriff Commander Tanya E. Plunkett.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this time to update you on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's effort in dealing with the Eaton Canyon fire. Currently, in response to the fire, our staffing has increased to approximately 500 personnel. Within the personnel, we have active missions, which include controlling traffic points, of approximately 46 hard closures, and traffic control. We also have roving security to deal with looting and address those issues. And when necessary, respond to welfare requests and at the direction of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you may, as you may be well aware that last night we instituted a curfew order which went into effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and currently within the evacuation zones. It's important to know that these zones are going to be strictly enforced, and the reasons behind them is to enhance public security and address enhance public safety and address public security concerns. Within the curfew, we're asking everyone to stay clear of the affected zones unless they are authorized personnel or emergency responders. Anyone found in violation of the curfew order will be subject to a misdemeanor crime and subject to $1,000 fine.
Imagine your city being on fire and you use your platform to play Marvel Rivals and ban anyone that talks about the fires. Who did that? Why are you taking your anxieties and anger and frustration with other content creators to my chat for some reason? Are you okay? I'm like, see, this is what I'm Pokemon. Okay, dude.
6 a.m. and in at 6 p.m. That search and rescue team, we are working jointly with our partners from Los Angeles County Fire Urban Rescue the coroner's office, FEMA, OES, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families, most importantly. These searches will be a part of a grid search, like I mentioned, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. due to safety concerns and our inability to operate during nighttime hours. Unfortunately, we report that we have 8 deaths within the Eaton Canyon fire area that was affected by the fire. And in an effort to deal with the death and the tragedies as a result of this fire, we do have, working with our partners, family assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members, and that location is the Pasadena Civic Center. It will be comprised of OEM, sheriff's deputies, LAPD, Red Cross, the medical examiner, and
yeah, they also implemented a curfew, a 6 p.m. curfew, while simultaneously there's like evacuation orders in place, which I think is so wild because at the same time, it's like they're doing the curfew because they're like, oh, if you're ever in or around your house after 6 p.m., that means you're a looter. Like then the arrest numbers are going to go up. Basically, that's it. Because the assessment in that situation is like if you're in or around an impacted neighborhood after 6 p.m., that must mean that you're there to do, illegal things like stealing. Is there still a fire near you? Chatter. I am in the heart of Los Angeles, which means I am surrounded 3 parts by fire. Although, having said that, I'm also very far away at the same time. Like, this is the situation right now. Look. Oh. I'm in this area. Okay? I'm in this area. There's the Eaton fire, near Pasadena, Altadena. And then there is the Palisades fire that has seemingly made its way into densely populated areas of Encino. But overall, the West Hollywood area is not impacted directly. Can you share this link? This is Watch Duty. It has been an incredibly helpful app. I've been using it since these fires started. Is Will's house fine? Yes, but I believe that they are covered and caked in smoke. And Will was saying that it's probably not healthy to inhale that level of smoke still. Yeah.
From the city.
New Orleans Police Department versus unarmed civilians, the Danziger Bridge, 19th years later.
Of New Orleans.
If you want to understand what the looting panic turns into, here is a terrifying story.
Nearly empty, still partly underwater, and waiting for life and hope to return.
Welcome to another episode of In Range. Yes, this is a republication of a video that I filmed 9 years ago. I sat on this footage for 4 years and wasn't sure what to do with it, and published it in 2020, realizing that these things needed to be talked about more, not less, especially with the events going on in that year. And this video is being republished on the 19th anniversary of the events discussed in this video. And 19 years later, it's hard to look around and say that anything's really gotten better. All the men that were ostensibly police officers that killed these people and maimed a family are now out and free. And situations like this are recurring over and over and over again. And if another disaster like Katrina were to happen again today, I don't think it would be any different. And that's a problem. And that's an issue we need to face, and a situation in which we have to understand that there's something wrong when agents of the state can come and kill you based on your color, your identity, whether or not you own a gun, whether or not they think you might have had a gun or not, whether you do or don't. and then do things like try to cover it up with, quote, a ham sandwich or a drop gun, or worse, don't even try to cover it up and realize that qualified immunity and the system will protect them.
Don't be afraid of being sued. Everybody gets sued. Just a chance for overtime.
Philology.
Now, did some of these men serve some time in prison? Yes. Did they serve the time that you or I would have received for doing what they did? Absolutely not. So in this instance, when we hear Lieutenant Colonel Grossman talk about how they are the samurai, well, he's right. They are held at a higher rank than the rest of us.
I saw on Twitter that your house burned down. Is that true? What do you think? Does it look like it's burned down? Am I streaming from the ashes?
Civilians here in this country, and the militarization of the police, and the situations that are occurring within it, and the systemic problems that are occurring because of it, continue 19 years later. I hope you watch this video. I hope you think about the fact that this is still going on today, and take a moment to remember the lives lost on that day, on September 4th, 2005, when people were just trying to find some water in a natural disaster that was actually man-made due to the inefficiency of the U.S. government in protecting this city with its levees and corporations allowing derricks to crash through levees and flood entire neighborhoods here. If you want to learn more about that, check this video above regarding the Battle of New Orleans. Anyways, a somber note on a somber day, 19 years later. Please watch. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of In Range. This is a difficult topic today.
During Katrina, we were out of power and listening to a radio news report from a NG helicopter flying over NOLA. The reporter was talking about the floods until we heard shots. And one of the NG goons said, "I got that fucker." And the broadcast cut out. Stuck with me to this day.
And the footage you're going to see was filmed 4 years ago. Yes, 4 years ago. And the reason I've been sitting on this video content is because I haven't been sure when I could publish it. The reality is that I've been waiting for an opportunity to publish this video in which it would not be seen in the light of the current situation or current events, because people would think that I'm publishing this in response to a current event. And the reality is there's never been a chance in 4 years to publish this video where it wouldn't be.
You said the fear of living your day-to-day life is dumb. That why do you talk about how systemic racism still exists, which people fear any interaction with a cop, which definitely isn't healthy? Okay, I don't think you understand. Think about it like the statistical likelihood of something bad happening to you. Okay? If police and police presence disproportionately harm people of color, there is a high likelihood of an interaction turning south with a cop, especially when the structures have allowed a police officer to do whatever they want to you. Okay? On the other hand, given that you are surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people living in a densely packed city environment on a day-to-day basis, the likelihood of you being a victim of a crime is infinitely lower in any random interaction. There's a reasonable fear to have, or a reasonable assessment, and an unreasonable one. That's the argument that I'm making. Okay? You're more likely to be struck by lightning than get killed by a cop? That's really interesting that you said that, because I wasn't talking about a police just killing you. Okay? That's not what I was stating. Do you understand? Also, how many people die by lightning every... Wait, there is no way that's true. How many people die by lightning every year in the U.S.? Because... Chatter, you are so incredibly wrong. Okay? You are 100 times... There are 100 times more people that die in the hands of cops every year than get killed by lightning. Why did you say that? $20 people die by lightning every year in the United States of America. 2,000 people die by cops. Well, maybe not 2,000. What is it? Let's see. Police killings in Oh, it's not because of race. Wait, what? That's crazy. So you just put forth a completely ridiculous number and then immediately got disproven and then moved on to say, oh, that's not the case. I was like, it's just stupid. Stop. It's not about race. It's not about race at all. It's not 2,000. It's 1,000. I apologize. So not 100 times more likely, but 50 times. Police kill around 1,000 people, give or take, every single year. It's a 50x multiplier. Listen, bro. As far as violence goes, an estimated 250,000 civilian injuries are caused by law enforcement officers annually. 15% of civilians who experience police threat of use of force during legal interventions are injured. 250,000 civilians are injured by law enforcement officers annually. It's not just about if someone dies of a police attack is likely not because of race. Oh my God. Yeah, there are racist costs, but I don't know why you're in here trying to argue something that I wasn't even saying. This is like what you are trying to argue. Okay? Police are disproportionately more police have a higher likelihood of targeting you and even apprehending you and arresting you, okay, if you are not white. That's it.
Seen as a commentary on a current event. So I'm going to give up on that idea because it's never going to happen, and I'm going to publish it because I think it's important to be published. One of the topics that I, Carl, cover here on InRange TV are issues of historical significance that I believe are intentionally left out of the general population's narrative, culturally lost, whether it is Old West or modern. Things that have been intentionally left off of the general understanding is something that I believe should be brought to light, because it's those topics that really give us insight into society, whether it's historical or current. And the one that I'm covering today is about the murder of a number of innocent and unarmed civilians on Danziger Bridge, September 4th, 2005, just a few days after Hurricane Katrina. And while you are inevitably going to paint this in the light of whatever current event is going on today, whether you're watching it right now in May of 2020 or watching it in November of 2025, I have an unsettling feeling that there'll be something going on in this country that will make you think that this video was published in response to that, and that is not the case. I also am going to dub in moments through this video, things that I have been able to find out more after the fact and hopefully correct the narrative. The other thing that I do want you to understand is that this is wholly my work.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. I think it's not. It's not a. I mean, it's relevant to the looting argument, but I think it's like directly talking about the Danziger Bridge. They're directly talking about the Danziger Bridge shootings is probably a better way to do it. On the morning of September 4, 2005, 6 days after Hurricane Katrina struck New Orleans, members of the New Orleans Police Department, ostensibly responding to a call from an officer under fire, shot and killed 2 civilians at the Danziger Bridge, a 17-year-old James Brissett and a 40-year-old Ronald Mason. 4 other civilians were wounded. All the victims were black. None were armed or had committed any crime. Madison, a mentally disabled man, was shot in the back. The shootings caused public anger and further eroded the community's trust of the New Orleans Police Department and the federal response to Hurricane Katrina overall. The New Orleans Police Department, of course, predictably attempted to cover up the killings, falsely reporting that 7 police officers responded to a police dispatch reporting an officer down, and that at least 4 suspects were firing weapons at the officers upon their arrival. Reverend Raymond Brown, the local head of the National Action Network, described the shootings as a racial tragedy. On August 5th, 2011, a federal jury in New Orleans convicted 5 NOPD officers of myriad charges related to the cover-up and deprivation of civil rights. An attorney for the U.S. Justice Department described the case as the most significant police misconduct prosecution in the U.S. since the Rodney King beating case. However, the convictions were vacated on September 17, 2013 by U.S. District Judge Kurt Engelhardt due to prosecutorial misconduct, and a new trial was ordered. The Justice Department appealed the decision to vacate the convictions, but a federal appeals court agreed that a new trial was warranted. On April 20th, 2016, the 5 former officers pleaded guilty to various charges related to the shooting and in return received reduced sentences ranging from 3 to 12 years in prison. 3 of the officers are white and 2 are black. Officers arrived in a budget rental truck. None of them were in uniform. They were armed with rifles, including AK-47s, at least one of which was unauthorized, and an M4 carbine. A witness, Casimir Gaston, described the officers as lining up like at a firing range. The officers opened fire without warning on the Bartholomew family and friend who had been walking to a grocery store and were then sheltering behind a concrete barrier. As a result of this initial shooting, 17-year-old James Brissett, a family friend, was killed. 4 other civilians were wounded. Susan Bartholomew's arm was partially shot off and later had to be amputated. Her husband Leonard was shot in the back, head, and foot. The Bartholomew's teenage daughter Leisha was shot 4 times. Jose Holmes Jr., a friend of Brissett's, was shot in the abdomen, the hand, and the jaw. 2 brothers who fled the scene, Ronald and Lance Madison, were pursued down the bridge by officers Gisevius and Falcon in an unmarked Louisiana State Police vehicle. Falcon fired his shotgun from the back of the car at Ronald, a developmentally disabled man who later died from his injuries. The autopsy found that Ronald sustained 7 gunshot wounds, 5 of them in his back. Bowen was later convicted of stomping Madison on the back before he died, though this conviction was overturned for a lack of physical evidence. Lance was then taken into custody and charged with 8 counts of attempting to kill police officers. He was held in custody for 3 weeks before being released without indictment. No weapons were recovered at the scene, and both police and civilian witnesses testified that the victims had been unarmed. They basically set out to engage in a paramilitary death squad as you know, police officers not even using their service weapons, using their own personal guns, because they wanted to go out and shoot and kill what they perceived, get free kills, legal kills on what they perceived were looters. Okay? They weren't even in police gear. They had no indications that they were police. American hero Chris Kyle, American hero in air quotes, Chris Kyle also lied about sniping black people off of the top of the Superdome. Okay? Sniping what he called looters, getting confirmed kills. This was, of course, not real. And it was crazy that he thought that this would make him look good. He was never actually even, there were no repercussions for him even lying about committing this racist act of violence. Many years after, he still got a wonderful little movie about his completely made up record. At that point, you can't even call it stealing valor. I would say that he was stealing vices. He was lying about engaging in a racialized lynching.
Oh! We had a whole house. Now we have nothing.
That was our chimney where Santa comes and now it's gone.
Everything that we built here to just be gone.
Everyone has lost everything here.
I have to start all over again. I can't.
We have fire of Hastings Ranch, multiple structures involved.
Having the family is the most important thing.
A nightmare that no one can wake up from. That's what they're saying in LA. At least 11 people are dead and even more missing. A chunk of land the size of San Francisco has been destroyed. Some of the most beautiful land in the world. Parts of Pacific Palisades look like Hiroshima after the atomic bomb. Entire communities decimated. In Altadena, about a dozen homes are left in a neighborhood of 5,000 people.
Dude, I find this so strange when they look at a natural disaster and then compare it to man-made horrors beyond comprehension, but you like the man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Like it's so weird. It's such a strange thing to be like, yeah, it looks like Hiroshima, and it was good when it happened to Hiroshima.
People. 3 major fires are still uncontained as crews are bracing for another weekend of the powerful Santa Ana winds. On the streets, it's turning into the wild, wild west. Looters on scooters ransacking homes. Thieves are dashing through rubble and ash.
Dude, it's so funny. Like, this is half the chatters think this, by the way, according to all of the people that I have responded to, at least. Half of the chatters in this community are just like, you don't understand, dude. When the looting starts, the shooting starts, brother. You're crazy.
Ash with flat screens. Some of them disguised as fire officials and utility workers. The looting is so out of hand that some residents are scared to leave their burned out homes. The governor, Newsom, says looting will not be tolerated. These communities have suffered enough. Well, unless they loot less than $950, then Gavin doesn't mind. One of the Winklevoss twins called out Newsom saying this, quote, "You and your party have been tolerating looting for years. You normalize this behavior and lawlessness. You are a disgrace. Resign now." It's a free-for-all in LA. Every man for themselves, literally. Yesterday, local residents had to take down a vagrant with a blowtorch. They witnessed him setting fire to old Christmas trees and garbage cans. Neighbors called 911, and before the police arrived, they detained them with zip ties and a rope. A good old-fashioned citizen's arrest. Here's LAPD.
What we know right now is that the incident started here, and about 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, a suspect was detained over in Woodland Hills area by citizens.
So someone purposely set the Kenneth fire?
At this time, that's what we believe, yes.
Do you know how or why they did that?
That I don't know.
Is this a crime scene right now?
Yes.
Dude, my thing is, if you have an institution, an organization like the police department that is, you know, very invested in looting narratives and very invested in like showing that they're doing a great job, if that police department says there's not enough evidence to suggest that this person is an arsonist, right? When they could have just as easily lied, as they do time and time again, if there's enough evidence to stick on a person, then that person might not have actually committed an arson. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. Because cops detain people all the time. The very fact that they're still running with this idea that this guy was definitely an arsonist. And I'm not saying that there wasn't any arson or anything like that. I'm simply stating that I do not know. But the way I see it is like, if this dude had any evidence that the police could pin on him for being an arsonist, then they would have kept him in detention for the suspicion that he did the arson. Is Fox News saying the police lied? I don't understand what Fox News is saying. I think they're just going along with what the initial suspicion was.
So everything's closed off.
It's being investigated as a crime.
Police brought him down to the station and a few hours later released him back onto the streets. They said there was no probable cause to charge him with arson, even though there was a half a dozen witnesses who saw him setting things on fire and the guy had a blowtorch on him when they...
Like, what is the argument here? That cops want to let, like, arsonists go? Like, what is happening? I can't... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We are losing our minds, dude. Like, I don't know why this dude is biking around with a blowtorch. Okay? I don't know. And I understand why those civilians thought that he was an arsonist. Okay? I get it. If you see a random dude on a bike with a blowtorch, you're like, that, you know, you're not, your first inclination is not, oh, he's probably using it to do dabs. Okay? Especially when there's a wildfire going on. But the difference is, I understand the motivation of the police department in getting a ginormous W. Can you imagine how great of a justification it is for your expansive budgets if you caught an arsonist? Are you kidding me? I mean, that's a fantastic, major dub. Massive W. Right? So they have all the more reason to say this person is an arsonist. And yet they're not saying that. Instead, they're saying that they don't have enough evidence to suggest that this guy is an arsonist. So for Fox News to make it seem as though, like, nah, the woke police let this guy go, like, you're living on an alternative universe.
They arrested him. That's not probable cause. So what was he doing with the blowtorch? Lighting a blunt? If this wasn't a homeless guy, I'm not sure, because homeless accounted for over half of the fires in LA.
Wait, what?
Based on that statistic, there's a strong probability that a homeless guy burned the city down. But we're waiting for the investigation to play out. Homes have been completely toasted, and some people say it feels intentional. Here's...
Oh my God. Dude, the police are woke. It's actually the homeless. There's no evidence to suggest that this was man-made at all, but we're just going to go with that. Like, that is crazy. The idea that fire inspectors would ignore arson evidence and suspects is completely insane, especially in Cali, where there was once a fire inspector who was himself an arsonist. Yeah, it's just, I'm not trying to be woke here, okay? I'm not. I'm simply urging people to exercise critical thinking and caution. That's it. You know what my biases are, okay? But I'm not applying them in this situation. I'm telling you right now, I don't know. Okay? We do not know. We will eventually find out. There will be a tremendous amount of investigation conducted into what started these fires. I know that because I've seen previous wildfires where similar suspicions were raised by the very same charlatans. Okay? But as far as looking at the story, yeah, I thought initially, when I saw a dude on a bike with a blowtorch being apprehended by random citizens, yeah, I was like, oh, shit, it might actually be an arson. At least one of these fires might actually be an arson. That's an understandable assessment to make in this circumstance, okay? Not to say that all of the fires are caused by arson or they're caused by homeless people or undocumented migrants or whatever. I'm not saying that at all, but it could have very well been the case. But then the police immediately came out and revealed that they did not have any evidence to suggest that this person had caused a fire at all. It's over at that point. Like, what are we doing? You see someone with a blowtorch, but did you see it, or was it just what you heard? No, we saw it, dude. What are you talking about? There's footage. Like, yes, it is a dude with a blowtorch. It's funny, blaming your own viewers too is the homeless fault, and especially those victims who lost their homes and became homeless. Good job, Fox News. Bro, you know he did it, right? Hasan, you know the location of the Kenneth fire was an ember from the Palisades. The wind was going in the opposite direction, and they're nowhere near each other. It was right above Hidden Hills. Honestly, no doubt in my mind he was an arsonist. You need evidence in this country, though. Brother, What are you saying? Like, do you think the police would let someone go if there was any inclination that they were an arsonist? This person was an arsonist? Jesse W. photo. Oh my God, it's Jesse Waters. It's Jesse Waters' photo. Oh my God, it's Jesse Waters' account. Jesse Waters, a 9-month subscriber. Yes, actually, you think the police... I'm jumping to conclusion, brother. Yeah. Now, here's the thing. When I saw this video initially, I thought, yeah, they got an arsonist. I get it. I understand why you would think that. It makes sense. It looks like a duck. It walks like a duck. You're like, oh, it's a duck. But then the duck hunter turns around and tells you it's not a duck. What are you supposed to do? Be like, nah, he still did it. I know it. Like, you can't. What if it's just bad policing? Bad policing is not what you think it is if you think letting a guy like this go is bad policing. Okay? First of all, he's brown. If he was a white dude in an Acura or above, okay, and they let him go, that would be bad policing, like the Ted Bundy case, very famous case, where cops just like let him walk past him because he was a handsome white gentleman, okay? That would be bad policing. Bad policing in other circumstances is keeping people detained under faulty evidence or no evidence whatsoever. Bad policing doesn't go in the direction of like letting especially black or brown criminals or suspected criminals escape. Bad policing doesn't go in this direction. It goes in the opposite direction, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, having said that, I'm not saying carrying torches around in the open is not sus. I think it's sus too. What are you talking about? I know. I'm recognizing that. Anyway, the point I was making is that when there are multiple major wildfires taking place with 80 to 100 mile winds, okay, that are swinging telephone poles and power lines wildly in the direction of overgrown shrubbery that is right up in the ass cheeks of those power lines, as you see electrical sparks. And you immediately go, must be arson. It's like, that feels a little wild. That feels like a jump that you are taking. Okay? Literally woke warrior on a natural cause. I just don't think the police would lie like that, though. They're instructed and they swear an oath. Wait, you're baiting, right? There's a term for it. It's called test-a-lying. Yeah, police would never lie under oath. I'm a woke warrior. You're right.
Half a dozen witnesses who saw him setting things on fire and the guy to blowtorch on him when they arrested him. That's not probable cause. So what was he doing with the blowtorch? Lighting a blunt?
Since I thought, oh, damn.
Anyway,
based on that statistic,
he then follows up by saying, like, from 2021, homelessness-related fires made up 54% of all fires that the department responded to.
There's a strong probability.
He assumes that that guy is a homeless person and also an arsonist, which is crazy.
That a homeless guy burned the city down. But we're waiting for the investigation to play out.
But the funniest assumption, in my opinion, here is that the cops are woke and let him go.
Been completely toasted, and some people say it feels intentional. Here's Mel Gibson.
It's very sad. And there were many things, gone.
Yeah. Here's further evidence. Here's further evidence that will defend my point here. Further evidence by a man who I can only explain as going through a mental health episode, a very public mental health episode.
On in the blaze that, you know, I've thought about since. I thought, oh.
Here's famous racists going through it in broad daylight.
Oh, damn, you know, that's too bad. But, you know, works of art, photographs, rare books, you know, old books. Some as old as, you know, 1600, you know, it's like crazy.
Irreplaceable.
And irreplaceable stuff. California has a lot of problems that sort of baffle the mind as far as why they do things. And then in the events like this, you sort of look, well, is it on purpose?
All these fires should have been contained within 24 hours. It's the duty of a politician to prepare for the worst. And everyone saw this fire coming.
I talked to a fireman once. This is one of the reasons it freaked me out. He goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean. And there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA, and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it.
Yeah. You know who else also made these predictions, aside from the firefighters, or the one firefighter that happened to talk to Joe Rogan? Climate scientists! But they're woke and gay. So obviously, what do they know? All they know is eat hot chip and, you know, invest in renewable energies and lie.
So how well was California prepared? Last week, the reservoir in Pacific Palisades was completely empty. There was no water. It could have been filled with 117 million gallons of water.
Everyone saw it coming, but there's no way it could have started on its own, and it has to be an arson. Yeah, by the way, those two things are directly contradictory to one another, but it doesn't matter because it's just a barrage of misinformation. I feel like at this point, right-wingers specifically love the game of it. You know what I mean? They don't even... As long as there's like racial animus that you can engage in, and as long as you are just saying whatever is not true, that's cool. Okay? It's like they're not even trying to accidentally arrive at the correct conclusion. They're just actively trying to undermine the truth.
Instead, it was dry and closed for repairs. They closed the...
Like, doesn't it shock people that these wildfires happen, okay? And these wildfires happen, and the right wing has said that the responsible party is gay firefighters and DEI, or surplus boots that were sent to Ukraine 3 years ago, like extra boots, or it was actually the reservoir that was empty, even though it seems like, according to LA Water Management, that there was sufficient water, but the issue was with water pressure in general, even though fire hydrants are not built or designed to combat a fire of this magnitude. And that it was actually, we don't know what it was caused by, but it was actually caused by Guatemalan immigrant criminal arsonist, homeless people. And also that we have to destroy the natural habitat of the Sacramento waterways so that we can open up new golf courses and do more agricultural production in Southern California. All of that. Or weather machines, or Goku.
Pacific Palisades Reservoir during the season when the Santa Ana winds blow the hardest. And now the whole town's barbecued. And LA's water czar knew it. She basically watched them drain it. That's according to the Daily Mail. Janice Quiones gets paid $750,000 a year. Wonder how she got that job. Gavin Newsom also cut the fire budget.
What is the the implication is what? That she got the job by being not white or something?
By $100 million last year, and then vetoed a bill that would have given fire department more seasonal workers when they were short-staffed, like now. LA Mayor Karen Bass cut her fire department's budget too. LA couldn't even get a simple evacuation alert right. Last night, the whole county panicked.
We're just mapping out here are under mandatory evacuations, and obviously you can hear all of our phones are going off some type of alert, an evacuation warning, it looks like.
Yeah, my alert reads,
Yeah.
This is an emergency message from the LA County Fire Department. An evacuation warning has been issued in your area.
Yeah.
This
is what this looks like.
Remain vigilant of any threats and be ready to evacuate. Gather loved ones, pets, and supplies. Continue to monitor local weather news and the webpage alertla.org for more information.
Yeah, so these alerts come, based on where you are. Looks like on my phone. Yeah, and here we are in West LA, and we're getting an alert. We'll have to look into why.
Guess what? False alarm. No need to evacuate. The city said.
Woke DEI, false alarm.
Sorry, it was an accident. They're going to give people heart attacks. People are leaping into their EVs and speeding out of town. Oops, never.
Why are you defending this? Look at what our hometown looks like. Defending what? Do you think I'm defending wildfires or local government incompetence? I've criticized it plenty. As a matter of fact, me criticizing Jesse Waters' idiotic commentary here is quite literally me continuing to defend the truth. I don't defend anything but what the correct assessment is. Okay? Is it incompetence that Jesse Waters is pointing out? Or is he randomly making insane speculations about how it's Guatemalan migrants that are homeless that are causing these fires to happen? How is that actually pointing to the incompetence?
Never mind. Nothing, I mean nothing has gone right. The fire chief of LA, Kristen, says the mayors failed her.
Did the city of Los Angeles fail you and your department and our city?
It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say, justifiably, what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community.
Did they fail you?
That is our job. And I tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs.
Did they fail you?
Yes.
Over the last 3 years,
And now the only truthful aspect of this comes in, and it's exclusively used as a weapon against like the Democratic Party and woke DEI. I guess they were talking about how she was a DEI hire, but then once she started actually criticizing Karen Bass for mismanagement and underfunding the fire department, when obviously there was some critical revenue needs that they had, critical budget needs that they had, all of a sudden she's no longer a woke gay lesbian.
been clear that the fire department needs help. We can no longer sustain where we are.
But for some reason, and I think we know why, the mayor and the governor are still getting a pass for most of the legacy press. Listen to a governor who's grappled with his share of disasters.
If Newsom was a Republican, you guys would you would have him nailed to the wall for what they're doing over there. When we had the Surfside Tower collapse.
You seem to not understand what living in a country full of Nazis means. Yes, you're right. I'm totally oblivious to that. Thank you, Ginny, for Palestine. I have no idea what it looks like. Even though I cover it every day.
People from the Washington Post trying to blame me for it immediately without having any facts. That mayor of LA, if that were a Republican mayor, I could only imagine what that would do. I mean, you know the fires are at high risk and you try to go to Africa?
But Gavin Newsom says none of this is my fault. The real battle we need to wage here is against the people blaming me.
We've got to deal with this misinformation. There were hurricane force winds of mis and disinformation, lies. People want to divide this country, and we're going to have to address that as well. And it breaks my heart as people are suffering and struggling that we're up against those hurricane forces as well. And that's just a point of personal privilege that I share that with you because it infects real people that are out there, people I meet every single day, people the mayor's been meeting with. And they're having conversations that are not the.
Nazis killed dozens of my blood relatives, and you guys casually say our country's filled with Nazis. How do you expect to be taken seriously by people who have actual beef with Nazis? Wait, what are you talking about? You think people... Dude. You think that we should just wait until the final solution is implemented? Like, what's going on? Donald Trump has actively said he's running. Yes, our country is filled with Nazis. It is true. What are you talking about? 100%. What do you think mass deportation of 20 million people looks like? Like, this is silly. There is no... What is this like? Oh, I'm going to gatekeep the word Nazi. We're in the initial stages of the Madagascar plan being implemented against undocumented migrants. There's a massive, meaningful gap between where we're at now and actual Nazis. No, there isn't. No, you just think someone is a Nazi after the fact. That's the problem. That's the issue. This is a silly, thought-terminating way of approaching what is happening in front of you. It completely undermines the necessity for learning about history. We shouldn't learn about history at all. Okay? It is not useful to learn about history. Yeah. I will wait until not even 5.9 million. I will wait until 6 million people are ruthlessly slaughtered, and only then will I feel comfortable calling the perpetrators Nazis. Like, it's not like Hitler came in and immediately started murking people, okay? You think that only after the 6 millionth Jewish person that was killed in death camps, only then were they considered Nazis, or do you think it built up to that point? This is why intent is more important when making assessments about genocide. Otherwise, it would simply be a post-mortem analysis.
Typical conversations you'd have at this time, and you wonder where this stuff comes from, and it's very damaging as well.
This is what Democrats do. They screw up and then call their critics liars. But this time, that's hard to do when your whole city is still on fire.
I think they were Nazis when they invaded my country, Czechoslovakia, and implemented a systematic genocide. We are not even close, man. Look up Reinhard Heydrich and tell me who the equivalent of that is in our country. Do you think that before they actually invaded Czechoslovakia and implemented a systemic genocide that you shouldn't have called them a Nazi or been afraid of what they're doing? I'm not a debate nerd, but that is just not a logical argument. If they start doing Nazi shit, I'm with you guys. At what point do you think Adolf Hitler can be considered a Nazi? Is it when he wrote Mein Kampf? Is it after the Reichstag fire? Is it the initial steps of the Madagascar plan that was supposed to be a forcible deportation of all Jews and suspected Jews and socialists? Because a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about predates the invasion. I understand what your concerns are. I understand what your concerns are. The problem is I've already addressed those concerns and you refuse to hear it. Okay? Fascism doesn't happen overnight. One moment you're not a fascist and then the next you are. It doesn't work like that. Okay? It happens over time. It happens over decades sometimes. When you are actively running a campaign of mass deportation of 20 million people that you want to put into camps, I disagree with how slippery you think the slope is. Do you think mass deportation of 20 million people is valid enough to say that a person is a Nazi or a fascist? Fascist, yes. But not Nazi fascism. Like maybe Mussolini style fascism I'm on board with, but like not Nazi fascism. Is that what you're saying? Is that what it is? What a silly, pedantic argument. It's a catch-all term for fascist. Okay? That's it. Literally, yes, the rhetoric is meaningfully different. No, it's not, because ultimately you arrive at one can only be a Nazi after the fact. That's the problem. You consider someone to be a Nazi only after the fact. That's the difference. Okay? This is a useless argument around semantics. Yeah, chatters be like, one can only be a Nazi if they come from a specific region in Europe.
Nobody wants.
Also, Nazis were fascists.
Wants to hear politicians whine about misinformation during a crisis. People have lost their homes and everything in it, their most cherished belongings, their great-grandfather's watch, their mother's wedding ring.
You are breeding hate by labeling people the worst thing possible for bad opinions. I don't believe it's beneficial to label people that way. It just makes people whose opinion could be changed to hate you and disregard you. Yeah. If you are on board with the deportation of 20 million people, okay, if you're vociferously defending that, and you get more upset at being called a Nazi or a fascist in that process, then you are a Nazi. That's it. This is incredibly stupid. I'm breeding hate because I'm critical of the lies that people tell, racially charged lies that people tell, in an effort to justify the mass deportation of 20 million people. I am the one who is divisive and hateful. What are we doing? Think. Think for a moment. Okay? Please. It's always funny for a lot of privileged people that refuse to check their own personal blind spots. It's always funny when they go, it's not actually the racialized act of violence that is the problem here. It's you pointing it out. You're the one who's being divisive. So many people slide in to that comfortable boundary of reactionary thinking, like instantly. Check my previous message for the thick chatters, please. Let's hear it. Well, nothing there. Okay, no previous message that was sent. Let's continue with Jesse Waters.
Priceless family heirlooms. Some have no insurance. The home is all they had. And they turn on TV and the governor's complaining about his approval rating and what someone wrote in the comment section. This fire has unleashed a fury in Hollywood. Actors and actresses who would never dare attack a Democrat because it could cost them their jobs are lacing into Gavin. Here's actress Sarah Foster, quote, "We pay the highest taxes in California. Our fire hydrants were empty. Our vegetation was overgrown. Brush not cleared. Our reservoirs were emptied by our governor because tribal leaders wanted to..."
This is just a rehashing of all of the right-wing talking points. Some of it is true. And some of it is just like silly nonsense that Donald Trump primed people into thinking is the real reason.
Save fish. Our fire department budget was cut by our mayor, but thank God drug addicts are getting their drug kits. LA Mayor and Gavin Newsom resign. Your far-left policies have ruined our state and also our party. Even Morning Joe can't defend this. And they've defended everything, and I mean everything.
We don't know the exact causes for the complete failure of government to be able to protect these homes. I don't think we can say it's a smelt alone. We don't know what it is, but I do think it's going to be like Hurricane Katrina. I mean, the infrastructure has been slashed. It's hard to hear people say in one of the richest cities in the world that, oh, we don't have enough water to protect people's homes.
We're witnessing the collapse of liberal society. Everything's on fire, falling apart at the same time because of stupidity, corruption, and radical priorities. Reservoirs are bone dry, but California Democrats are spending millions on DEI, migrants, and drug addicts. Now, Primetime tried to save California. Remember the last couple of years? We finally threw up our hands and said, we can't save it if they don't want to be saved. After 30,000 acres have been torched and the fire's still not contained, in the capital of Sacramento, they just called an emergency session to battle Trump.
Is now the right time to have a special legislative session on allocating money to fight Trump in a way that you could already do without a special legislative session?
So I'm here to address these.
Yeah, when it happens in red states, the act of God. When it happens in blue states, is DEI and woke liberal policies, and also gay immigrants that are homeless, that are doing arson, and also looting while doing arson. They're doing arson and looting at the same time. Yeah.
These wildfires.
And sometimes it's actually happening in red states because of blue states that have weather machines that are blowing the winds in the direction of the red states to kill them.
This is a historic wildfire. This is a historic event. These wildfires, as I mentioned, are going to be quite possibly some of the worst wildfires and disasters in the state.
While people are trying to understand what's going on and are worried about disaster relief, worried about the ability to get homeowners insurance, your chamber gavelled into a special legislative session to prepare for Donald Trump. Again, is now the right time for that?
So certainly our focus right now is Speaker Ashley. At this moment, my colleagues and I, we are acting with great urgency to ensure that we're providing much needed relief.
Liberal society's gone mad. People have been institutionalized for less. California has been trying for years to destroy Western civilization. Well, this is what it looks like. They finally...
What are you saying? Dude, Oh my God. He's so close to the 14 words, dude. Oh my Lord. We are already in it, and it's gonna get so much worse. California's been trying to destroy Western civilization. California is perhaps one of the greatest propaganda machines for the very concept of Western civilization.
Did it. Primetime's calling for a federal takeover of California. When a state becomes this dangerous and the government becomes this reckless, where the lives of millions of American citizens are being destroyed, their homes obliterated, their infrastructure annihilated, we can't wait for a recall election. This is an issue of national security. This is a public health emergency. We know they have public health emergency powers. Remember the pandemic? Invoke them. The elected officials in California can't be trusted. They're criminally negligent. Look at what we're seeing. This is a war scene. And if anyone thinks the people who are responsible for this catastrophe are going to somehow rebuild,
I mean, I think, for the record, I think this is a pretty decent template for what is to come. Climate change supercharged extreme weather conditions lead to once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-century natural disasters that are going to become more and more commonplace. And in the process, when it happens in a blue state, they're going to say it's because of woke homosexuals. And when it happens in a red state, they're going to either say it's because of God, an act of God, or still like a weather machine or whatever. It's a purposeful distraction away from the actual reasons as to why these things seemingly happen more frequently. And that's it. Like, you're going to see this more and more, especially because these kinds of these kinds of natural disasters are going to happen way more frequently due to weather patterns changing dramatically. That's it. Straight up. This is the template. This is what they're going to keep doing over and over again. You're going to see a lot worse instances of this. It will probably lead to vigilante justice and a lot more violence dished out against people who take matters in their own hands, who see their fellow neighbors as the villains, as to why these things are happening.
You're out of your mind.
That's where we're at.
If they're left in charge to rebuild LA, they're going to steal the money. Nothing's going to get rebuilt. Everyone's going to get screwed.
Are you saying that those in charge of California are climate change deniers? No. I'm saying that those in charge of California are even worse than the typical right-wing climate change denier, because they will look at climate change and go, I see it, I hear it, we trust the science, and then continue not taking the initiative. Because they are capitalists. This is the consistent pattern with the Democratic Party. And before people say, well, they're better than the Republicans, yes, I recognize that they are better than the Republicans. You are absolutely correct. But they still very obviously do not take the necessary precautions. Okay? That's why the incompetence and the mismanagement from the LA County is very important to point to here. If you have money in the budget, but you're cutting the fire department's resources when they're desperately demanding more money to combat these sorts of disasters before they occur, and giving extra funds to the tune of $130 million to the police department, okay, when the LA Fire Department is asking for 71 additional people to hire, and you end up forcing them to cut their existing labor force by 30 people, okay? While simultaneously you're like, we really, really, really need to hire more cops. It doesn't matter if you're a climate change denier or not. It doesn't matter. They're just marginally better than the Republican Party in terms of trying to manage this. Okay?
This is biblical level destruction. And the city of LA is hosting the Olympics in 4 years. There's no way we can showcase LA to the world. A full federal takeover is needed. Invoke the Stafford Act. The state's overwhelmed. Martial law might have to be declared. Primetime praise for the poor people of LA, and hope we can put out this fire before.
Fighting for a better future. Tonight, an inside look at the partnership between the state and CAL FIRE as they prepare for the brunt of fire season.
It's a really good inside look at something you'll see only on CBS 13. Andrew Hobner takes us to a correctional camp in Nevada County.
Washington Ridge Camp doesn't feel like a correctional facility.
This place, it's a chance to figure it out, you know, get away from the hustle and bustle.
To the men clad in orange jumpsuits, it is, and it isn't.
it pretty much takes away the CDCR part of this experience. When we go out to fires, the public is very supportive, very happy to see us. The captains treat us as men.
Jamil Thomas is serving time for a weapons charge and says the prison environment is very different than what we see at camp.
It's very racially segregated. So say this person over here does something I have nothing to do with. That involves me now. This place here is completely, you are held accountable.
In the mornings, he goes outside, takes.
It's so crazy that these dudes are so desperate for like a crumb of being treated like human beings, which they are, that they're like, this is great. I get paid sometimes $26 a day. Okay. And I get treated like a human, you know? People are appreciative. People offer dignity to me.
In the mountain air and reads books on spirituality.
And we got a saying, I mean, you know, if you're not happy here, you're just not happy.
Firefighters here aren't paid much at all by normal standards, but even from within, there is a push for them to make a more livable wage.
We have no issues in camp treating these guys with the respect of a firefighter. That's what they are.
Inside the camp, individuals.
Will this program give them a pathway to employment when released? No.
Inmates and groups have responsibility for different aspects of the firefighting team.
They treat us just like, you know, basically a firefighter. We are firefighters.
And for men like Thomas who are hoping to better themselves after prison, that's how they want it.
This is something I'm interested in doing, and it gave me a chance to really figure out and see, hey, being a good person and doing good things, there's rewards and benefits to that.
Fred Money with CDCR says the program reintroduces a degree of humanity back within his correctional officers.
Is it recidivism at all? No, these programs are actually really good, but the problem is it's being done in a way that is maxing out. Like it's being done in a way where it's basically, I mean, it's slavery, right? All matter of training that you get that is adequately compensated can be incredibly helpful in reintegration. Okay? Incredibly helpful in reintegration. The issue, on the other hand, is that these guys don't actually get the jobs. It is unimaginably rare for an inmate to be able to get gainful employment in a fire department, especially in Los Angeles County, after they get out. They're only good when they're doing this job for $5 to $10 a day, sometimes upwards of $27 a day. On the exact opposite of the spectrum are private fire brigades, where people get upwards of $7,000 a day protecting properties such as former LA mayoral candidate Rick Caruso's property in the Pacific Palisades. We will be talking to some of these inmate firefighters later today. Can you say more about why they don't get employment after getting out? Because there is desperate need for extra hands in combating wildfires, but there's not enough money. They don't want to hire them. LA Fire Department also has LA Fire Department, I think, has a rule where you can't be a felon if you want to ever get hired. The thing is, the LA Fire Department is also one of the most sought after jobs, and the same for New York Fire Department as well. These are jobs with a decent pension plan. These are decently paid jobs in general, and it's a very competitive job to get. It's a super competitive market. So they're only good to fight these fires if they can be used as slave labor to to basically displace the remaining Los Angeles Fire Department's existing firefighting numbers. They do it for much cheaper, you know? Also, before you, before you look at the situation and assume that these are like rapists or whatever, no violent offenders are allowed to even take part in this training program. Okay? Like you can't, as far as I understand, I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to take part in the training program at all. Yeah, average Los Angeles Fire Department firefighter yearly pay in the United States is approximately $94,390, which is 98% above the national average. Yeah. California inmate firefighters are legally barred from serving as full-time firefighters after prison. Like, this is literally a law, an existing... Oh, a California licensing law that bans many ex-offenders from working as full-time firefighters, even if they were trained to fight fires while in prison, was upheld last week by a federal judge. Since World War II, California has relied on prisoners to fight the state's immensely destructive wildfires. But once released from prison, the state makes it almost impossible for former prisoners to earn a living fighting fires full-time. Nearly all local fire departments require certification as an emergency medical technician, yet under California law, EMT certification is off limits to anyone who has ever been convicted of 2 or more felonies, has been released from prison for any felony in the past decade, or has been convicted of any 2 or more drug misdemeanors in the past 5 years. Adding to the absurdity, people with multiple felonies can still serve as volunteer or seasonal firefighters, though the latter is only a part-time and provides far less job security and fewer benefits than working year-round at a municipal fire department. This basically openly betrays the good reason for why these training programs exist. These training programs are good for reintegration, right? It is supposed to lower recidivism, the likelihood to reoffend, because if you have a gainful employment opportunity in the aftermath of your prison sentence, you are significantly less likely to fuck that up, okay? It is one of the most... It is one of the best possible ways of engaging in the rehabilitative process. The issue, however, is that that's very obviously not the point. They want them as slave labor that can be easily expended. Crazy thing that firefighter jobs is competitive. Meanwhile, the LAPD and NYPD, all you need is to graduate from high school in the 6 months class to shoot people. Yeah, of course. This is an infinitely more difficult job. Yes, fighting fires is an infinitely more dangerous and infinitely more difficult job than being a cop. I think we all agree with that, right? I hope that people understand that. That's a crazy thing. Anyway. Although the court recognized that California's ban has been subject to public critique and that plaintiffs have alleged a valid injury, it nevertheless sided with the state and upheld the ban. Judge John Mendez adopted the government's position that blocking ex-offenders from becoming EMT certified advances the government's legitimate interest in ensuring public safety, as EMTs often deal with vulnerable persons in responding to emergencies. This article is from 2021. It's not relevant. What? Many incarcerated firefighters do go on to gain employment at the California Department of Forestry and Fire, Cal Fire. Yeah, Cal Fire in 2022 hired an estimated 229 incarcerated firefighters, but we're talking about municipal jobs. I don't think they can get municipal jobs still. CAL FIRE partnered with Anti-Recidivism Coalition to develop an 18-month training and certification program. In 2022, CAL FIRE estimated that 229 incarcerated firefighters had gone through the training program and 136 received jobs in the 5 years prior. Yeah, they can be seasonal. They can also be seasonal hires. This article also says that they can be seasonal hires. They simply cannot. They cannot work for the municipal fire department that is unionized, full-time job with benefits. That was what I was talking about. And even then, those numbers are low to begin with. Nay, it's easier to be a firefighter. You know, all the fires are bad compared to a cop where you have to determine between a good black person and a bad one. They treat them the exact same, but it's still hard to do so. Why are you talking shit when you need to look up the law? Wait, what? No one is talking shit. I think that chatter is providing extra information, and I think that that's valuable. If he had brought forth information that I was oblivious to, I mean, if I didn't know, if something changed that I didn't know about, like hiring municipal firefighters that are convicts, then yeah, I would tell that chatter thank you. Sorry, Marukusu Chan. Anyway, but thank you for the additional clarification. All right, let's talk about the city budgets real quick as well before we continue with the let's talk about the city budgets, because obviously, you know, we have budgetary concerns. Here is LA Comptroller Kenneth Mejia. Seeing city officials in the press ignore the severe impacts of these budget cuts, especially the ones covering for their poor budget decisions to cut a majority of the fire department, the majority of the department's budgets, even after Chief Crowley told them about the impacts these cuts had, is disgraceful. They keep saying, but LAFD got a raise in November. If these fires happen in August to October, would these same city officials then admit that the LAFD's budget got cut in July, where 61 civilian support positions were eliminated and sworn payroll and expenses were reduced? By the way, as far as the civilian positions goes, yes, it's not directly a person that is holding the hose, but it's actually mechanics, for example. It's people that are responding to calls, okay? It's people that are assigning tasks. Those are the civilian positions. They all play a very important role in the fire department working. When you cut a mechanic, then you can't actually fix the fire engines in time, okay? You can't keep the trucks running with the same efficiency necessary to combat structural fires all around the city. By the way, the money that they keep saying is being held for LAFD's raise are in this separate account hasn't even been transferred to the LAFD's operational budget as of this date. How do we know all this? Because we're the city's accountant. We know the city's budget and finances. We didn't want to get into the city's budget and finances during these times, but to see the city officials come out and ignore the fire chief's warnings / impacts of the department's budget cuts made us jump in. We can explain how all this works and how we got here. Just scroll down. By the way, what's not being talked about is that Chief Crowley requested $914 million for the current fiscal year's budget, which started last July. Instead, the fire department got $800 million, a budget cut of $17.5 million from the year's prior adopted budget of $837 million. So they asked for $100 extra million, and they got a budget cut, a budget reduction. So in terms of their need, they needed $900 million, but they actually ended up only getting $819 million, which is functionally $100 million less almost than what they demanded for their needs. Okay, how much money do you need, Jesus? You're right. These guys are out of control. I, for one, personally think that if the fire chief is saying we need $100 extra million, and they make a reasonable demand for it, it's a reasonable ask for one of the largest cities in the United States of America, I think I'm going to give them that money. Okay? Except here's where the money went instead. And lo and behold, you might be shocked. Okay? Lo and behold, it went to the police department. That's right. That is right. In the second largest metropolitan city in the United States of America, did it go to the fire department to fight fires adequately? No. It went to the police department instead. After we're through these disastrous fires, we will hold a whole day's worth of our usual educational sessions where we educate people about the city's budget and finances. P.S. Do you want to know what city has transferred so far from the separate account that's holding this LAFD raises? $35 million to mainly pay for the city's liability payouts and litigation outside counsel costs. Where do you think those liability payouts are going to? You think it's going to the fire department liability payouts? Who is sucking up these funds? Oh, that's right. It's the police department. Our understaffed office just got our budget cut too. This eliminated 27 positions. Mainly accountants who do payroll and pay the bills. We're projected to overspend now because the city didn't account for our raises. Because of that, we have to find funds to transfer into our office's operating budget. Are city officials then going to deny that we got our office's budget cut because they're eventually going to transfer money into our operating budget to cover our overspending? That's their logic. And then guess who everyone yells at when employees have issues with payroll or are waiting for their raises or vendors about getting paid? Us, our understaffed office, where the city thought it was a great idea to cut accountants who handle the city's payroll and budgets. If you want to see more about who got the most funds, operational budget increases in the fiscal year 2024-2025, please go back to this list and you will see exactly who got the whopping largest sum. When you recognize that the police got $126 million extra dollars, okay, whereas the fire department got their budget cut by $17 million, you start recognizing, well, look, one of the almost largest cuts came to the fire department, and the insanely largest increase from the existing operational budget came to the police department. Now understand something. Okay? Republicans look at this and go, oh, well, they gave like $10 million to housing. Or they gave like a couple million to, immigration or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like integration. Or libraries. Meanwhile, the police got $120 million in increase. Now, when you recognize this, you have to understand why they're doing the looting is happening all around. And we have to have a muscular, militant police force to combat the never-ending looting. Please look away from the tens of thousands of structures that are burned to a crisp and how we could have at least, reduced that to the best of our ability. Please. You think the police budget increase is why they're jumping on this looting bandwagon? It's not a bandwagon. This is just the modus operandi. Hello? It's not a bandwagon at all. And once again, in the grand scheme of things, these minuscule budget changes are not the most reliable way to be like, well, that's $17 extra million that could have like fought fires or whatever. It's not about that. It's about spending priorities. If the city's spending priorities focus on reallocating all of the existing numbers to the police department, then their priorities are out of whack. That's my point. Minuscule law, yes, $17 million is marginal in comparison to the $800 million that the Los Angeles Fire Department receives. The public salary information on who's paid the most is also crazy, though. These firefighters making $500K to $800K a year. You're right. We should cut these nasty firefighters and their salaries, dude. Like, you're talking about the highest level. You're talking about, like, the chief. I don't even know if they do make $500K. It's also funny because, especially when paired up with overtime pay, you have the average beat cop getting $200K a year. And you're talking about like 3 people at the top of a 18 million populated city's massive fire department that is operating a budget of $800 million. And their salaries are like only double the amount of the average beat cop, especially when you put overtime pay. Pretty sure the guy on the ladder makes $7 million. Yeah, I don't think the guy on the ladder is making $7 million a year. New LA chief sworn in as one of the highest paid. Salary range for the position was set at $408,000 to $507,000 during the search process. The previous chief, Michael Moore, resigned from the position. LA police chief gets paid $500,000 a year. This cut hurts the response. 1/3 of the Act's positions were in fleet maintenance. In budget memos, since the initial cuts, Crowley has been asking for those positions to be restored. Why? Because fire trucks and ambulances are offline. Firefighters showed up to fight when the call was made, and they didn't have enough working vehicles. In budget memo after budget memo, Crowley has been explaining how this hurts their readiness and why it needs to be fixed. Some of the positions Acts were specialty positions. It makes no sense to invest in $1 million machines but divest from their maintenance. Bass's own budget predicts that vehicle availability will go up despite making these cuts. Based on hope, a wish, a prayer, it's not what has been happening. Crowley came back with a mid-year request begging for the positions to be filled and funded, even on a 6-month basis. They haven't been yet. Public comment at the October Fire Commission meeting highlights the problem.
I would encourage each member of the Fire Commission to visit the Supply and Maintenance Division Yard in Lincoln Heights if you haven't already had the chance to do so. You'll see rows and rows of fire engines, fire trucks, rescue ambulances, and many other vehicles that are broken down, have been sitting there for months, if not years. Our mechanics are stressed, they're overworked, and they don't have enough time to do the proper maintenance on our rigs, which...
Yeah, LAFD, by the way, LAFD's entire budget is around $800 million, $814 this past year, lower than the year prior, which was $839 million. The Los Angeles Police Department's budget is $3 billion. Okay? I think it's, wait, what is it? Yearly budget. $2 billion. Apologies. $2.4 billion. I overshot it by an extra billion. It's $2.4 $2.14 billion for 25 to 26. This plan reflects an 8.1% increase. The LAPD, is it how many millions? I always love using the term, the number. What is the daily cost to Los Angelinos for the LAPD yearly budget? $5,863,013. $5.8 million a day. It's not 8 million a day. That is the cost of the Los Angeles Police Department. Yep.
Serves the citizens of Los Angeles. It makes no sense to have $1 million fire.
No, this does not include litigation. Base pay, overtime pay, other pay, personnel benefits totaling 2.4. Water totals 2.4 billion. For police, base pay, overtime pay, other pay, personnel benefits totals. This says 1.95, but it's 2.1. Fire, on the other hand, is 821 million total. This is just payroll. No, but I think, no, this has more than payroll, right? There's no way. Where's Cinemarxism? This is your shit. Yeah, 2.4. I mean, you got it. Yeah. LA County supervisors passed 43 billion budget, give 4 billion to the sheriff's department in 2023. Despite pleas from activists who pointed to the department being infested with deputy gangs and currently under consent decrees for the inhumane conditions in its county jails. The budget passed this week wound up being $367 million larger than the original budget recommendation made by the chief executive office. The budget includes increases to many departments' operating budgets. On Monday, in a meeting that went well into the evening, the soups passed a set of changes to the initial budget proposals that have been discussed over the last few months. These last changes include allocations of monies to an additional 552 staff positions, another 16.3 million to addressing homelessness, 29.9 million for more for various departments to move people with mental health conditions out of jails, at least another 52 million to county jails, and another 117 million to restructure the juvenile probation system. The LA County's multi-billion-dollar budget is bigger than of Kansas, Montana, and Vermont combined. 25% of the country's revenue is locally generated. County's revenue is locally generated, mostly made up of property taxes. 23% is generated from special funds and districts. 20% comes from state assistance. 17% from charging for services. 13% federal assistance, and 2% other. The chief executive officer, Fezia Davenport, cited a slowdown in consumer spending and housing market as challenges and recommended a conservative fiscal approach in the letter to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Holly Mitchell, 2nd District, made a last-minute attempt to delay giving additional money to the Sheriff's Department by making a read-in motion. However, she lost that vote 2-2. Addressing homelessness by moving them to other areas. Looking at you, Burbank PD. Yeah, just shoving them into Skid Row. Busing them to Skid Row. And then also routinely conducting street sweeps. So when Crowley says that 17.5 million mattered, this is what she means. Non-working trucks stuck in a maintenance yard hampered their response. It's also prevented them from doing the annual brush clearance assessment, which she talks about in her December memo. Those brush clearance assessment fine property owners for not cleaning up flammable brush, but also hire contractors to do the work of clearing the fuel that spread the fire. The last report, 2022, was issued in 2023. None appeared on the council file this year, which is atypical. So let's talk about the brush clearance, okay? Because there's also like another problem here with an important part of wildfire prevention, okay? Which is controlled burns. Since the cop budgets are so high, we might as well give him some hoses right now. Yeah, but they don't know how to operate that. What do finances have to do with these wildfires? Really, in some cases, so out of control that even if you brought every person on the planet and spent billions, it wouldn't make the difference under those conditions. So I don't understand the subject there. I mean, the problem is that there is mitigation, there's prevention, and also there is active combating, okay? And at every step of the way, the budget does matter. If the city's spending priorities are focused on giving more, hiring more cops instead of giving more money to the fire department when they're underfunded, then yeah, I'm going to bring that up. It shows that they refuse to address any of these problems. Okay, I'll just tell you this much. As far as the controlled burns goes, it is a tricky situation, especially in areas that are close to a lot of housing. Why is it a tricky situation? Because fire, you might be surprised to find this, is very hard to control, even if you do a controlled burn. And even a controlled burn can get out of control and end up causing structural fire damage to these cities. Okay? This is one of the major reasons as to why people are very apprehensive about doing controlled burns in Southern California. They do, however, do controlled burns, or they used to do more controlled burns in Southern California, and they certainly still continue to do controlled burns in Northern California. Controlled burns are necessary for the forest to continue surviving. Okay? Controlled burns are intentionally set and supervised by land managers to clear out excess fuel such as trees and logs to reduce wildfire risks. The problem, however, is that in Southern California, in the areas like Pacific Palisades, you can't even do a controlled burn because, and as chatters are already yelling at me, it's chaparral. It's not a forest. However, as far as I understand, the chaparral life cycle also requires like some kind of fire from occurring, and the Pacific Palisades was in the unfortunate last end of its life cycle. The LA fires didn't start or spread in the forest. The largest blaze in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood ignited in a chaparral environment full of shrubs that have been growing for about 50 years. John Keeley, a research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey and an adjunct professor at the University of California, said that's not enough time for this particular environment to build up an unnatural accumulation of fuels. That's well within the historical fire frequency for that landscape. Kelly told my colleague Emily Pontecorvo for her reporting on what started the fires. Generally, he said these chaparral environments should burn every 30 to 130 years, with coastal areas like Pacific Palisades falling on the longer end of that spectrum. Fuels are not really the issue in these big fires. There's extreme winds. You can do prescription burning in chaparral and have essentially no impact on Santa Ana wind-driven fires. We still don't know what ignited the LA fires, and thus whether a human utility, or other mysterious source is to blame, like Goku. But the combination of factors that led to the blazes, wet periods that allow for abundant vegetation growth, followed by drought and intensely powerful winds, are simply a perilously bad combination. Fire breaks, strips of land where vegetation is reduced or removed, can often prove helpful, and they do exist in the LA hillsides. But as Matthew Hertel, a professor at the University of New Mexico and director of Center for Fire Resilient Ecosystems and Society, told me bluntly, when you have 100-mile-an-hour winds pushing fire, there's not a hell of a lot that's going to stop it. This is an important part of this process that I keep stressing. And a lot of people don't understand it and think that I'm defending Karen Bass or Gavin Newsom or the lesbian fire chief or whatever the frick people are upset about on any particular moment. Okay? But this ultimately is the reality. Climate change that causes flooding and an explosive growth of vegetation, followed up by extreme drought that turns all of that vegetation dry, perfect tinder, perfect fuel for fires to erupt, create a uniquely disastrous predicament that no number of firefighters would be able to actively combat. Okay? That part is true. That's why I kept stressing that, like, while there are budgetary concerns, while obviously the city is not, they didn't prioritize this stuff in the way that they should have, there is no evidence that they would have been able to successfully stop the fire dead in its tracks, given the conditions. Herto told me that he thinks of the primary drivers of destructive fires as a triangle, with fuels, climate, and the built environment representing the 3 points. We're definitely on the built environment climate side of that triangle for these particular fires around Los Angeles, Herto explained, meaning the wildland-urban interface combined with drought and winds are the primary culprits. But in more heavily forested mountainous areas of Northern California, you get the climate and fuel side of the triangle, which is why they do more controlled burns in those areas as well. Chaparral burned every 30 to 80 years naturally. When they burn more frequently, they become invaded by annual grasses that can burn again after 1 to 2 years. Embers can travel impressive distances in the wind, as evidenced by footage of past fires jumping expansive freeways in Southern California. So as Herto put it, short of mowing whole hillsides down to nothing and keeping them that way, there is little vegetation management work to be done at the wildland-urban interface, where houses bump up against undeveloped lands. Not everyone agrees, though. When I spoke to Susan Pritchard, a fire ecologist and research scientist at the University of Washington School of Environmental and Forest Sciences, she told me that while prescribed, by the way, this is the exact type of stuff that, like, Republicans want to underfund. Like, they're like, what is this woke nonsense that you're studying? Why don't you study, whatever I think is good? Okay, why don't you study comp sci? Why are these guys spending so much money on hugging trees? Okay, woke nonsense. She told me that while prescribed burns close to suburban areas can be contentious and challenging, citizens can do a lot of their own to manage fuel risks. This is something that I brought up as well. Neighborhoods can come together, do the appropriate fuel reduction in and around their homes. And that makes a huge difference in the wildfires. Landscaping in and around homes matter, even if you have 100-mile-an-hour winds with a lot of embers. So this right here is something that the fire department, in unison with the county, should be actively communicating to everyone and ensuring that there is proper upkeep. Okay? The brush clearing in LA County are private properties on hills or close to the forest to do your own cleanup. I live on a hill in LA, and we have to do it every year to limit the brush that can catch fire. I help my elderly neighbor do hers. Because even if embers fly across with 100-mile winds, it still needs to land on something that can catch, that can erupt in flame. Okay? Hold on. My food is here. My mom made some crazy food. Pritchard recommends residents work with their neighbors to remove burnable vegetation and organic waste and get rid of the so-called ember traps such as double fencing that can route fire straight to homes. Pritchard pointed to research by Crystal Colden, a pyrochoreographer, an associate professor at University of California, Merced, whose work focuses on understanding wildfire intersections with the human environment. I want the other stuff. The stuff that you didn't bring. Hold on. I'm gonna grab it in a second. Here, here's the intermission.
From where
here's the update from
like
what's going on.
Organizing possibly in the backyard. But again, this is probably 20 feet from this home. So we saw those hand crews go back in there. I'm assuming they're going to try to stomp it out. But yeah, this is pretty close.
Very. They're certainly better positioned too. So if it gets any closer, they can, I believe, put water on it. That's why they're there. They're part of the, protection team. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fortunately, the conditions out here are pretty good. I mean, we're not seeing those big wind gusts like we were seeing Tuesday night. I mean, I remember Tuesday, it was blowing us over out there, gust upwards of 50 miles an hour. Right now, relatively calm conditions. The smoke's pretty much going straight up. If anything, it's probably blowing away from the homes. So, hopefully it actually helps the firefight in the grand scheme of things if it starts blowing back onto itself. But right now, a little close for comfort for people out here.
Absolutely. And I'm sure whomever owns that home behind you is getting very nervous.
Do you know, is that particular homeowner still home, or did they evacuate?
We believe they evacuated. We haven't seen them. I know our Fox crew's been at their house all day, and I think has permission to be in their driveway right now. But we are under the belief that they have evacuated and are safe, and possibly watching Fox 11 right now to see how their home is doing. And good news to report, it appears like things are going well, and the fire crews are going to make sure that it doesn't reach their house.
Well, I was going to make comment that the vehicle that's in the driveway is nose out the way they advise you to be, but then I see a lot of stuff or possessions on top of the hood, which may mean it's one of the media teams there that has parked in that direction, but also they took the advice to put their vehicle in a nose-out position so they could get out quickly. But again, that is the way. When the fire authorities tell you this is the way you should park your car, you should take it out of the garage and make sure it's in a place where you can get into it and out of the area quickly. The problem with the area where Matthew is now and where most of this firefight is going on, we're talking about canyon roads, we're talking about narrow roads. That, too, is the reason why they don't want people to get back into the neighborhoods. Even if you do own a property, I'm getting text messages from someone who says, can you get me into my home, into my neighborhood? And the answer is no. The National Guard is there to keep you out, not just because of the looting concern, but also because they don't want you to get in the way of what the fire professionals have to do. What the firefighters
now
have
they're
to
saying
do.
what the National Guard is supposed to be doing.
Fire trucks are big. They're big and wide. If you add to the parking situation, that's just going to, it's not going to help. So, imagine all the people that do want to go back. They want to see what the condition of their property is. That it's very frustrating. But the answer is, nope, you cannot go back in. Not when there is such an active firefight going on, as we see yet another fire truck go by. Hey, Matthew, can you tell is that an LAFD truck that just passed you, or by chance one of the more exotic ones coming from out of area?
That's from Santa Monica, so a little bit of a drive. Not their jurisdiction, I believe, so they're definitely here helping out. And I do want to show you this, because I think this is pretty interesting. We always talk about those embers, and when you were talking, one landed right next to my foot. I don't know if you can see that. But that's, the concern. Even though what we're seeing right now is relatively small, we know that those embers can travel upwards of 2 miles. And if it lands on a piece of dry vegetation, it's still hot, can start another spot fire down the road. And that's why we have those evacuations further out than where we are right now on the edge of the fire line, right? So,
yeah.
And you were also talking about all the vehicles parking nose out because there's only one road out, right? So if the fire were to come down, we always need to have an exit plan. So those are things that we think about as members of the media. You leave your engine on and you face the way out. So if things change very quickly, you can get out of here and try to be safe.
In a moment's notice. All right, Matthew, keep a watch on those flames. Let us know how it's going. We'll check back with you in just a bit. We want to, this is the Palisades fire, of course, and that active flame on this ridge here, hillside in the Mandeville Canyon area. We want to get to the Eaton fire, and right now there's a virtual community meeting underway held by LA County Sheriff and LA County Fire, giving the latest information. Let's go ahead and dip in.
Containment is not control. Doesn't mean that the fire's out. It just means that we have some shaky line out there, and firefighters are mopping up, and we're working to secure it, and we're working to make it good. So when you see red on the map, those are areas that we don't have containment yet of this fire, meaning that there's considerable amount of work still to be done in these areas along the front country. Also want to call your attention here to these sections. Each one of these sections is a 1 square mile area. And so this down here, this map doesn't represent it as well, but this area here is a community, and it's square miles.
All right, let's keep going.
As well.
They themselves know that the inmates that they're taking out there, the inmates that they're housing, they are giving back to society. These guys absolutely give back to society.
And there have been more changes. AB 2187 was signed into law, allowing those that complete the program to have their records expunged, which opens the door for EMT certifications and the chance to become a municipal firefighter. There's also a training center in Ventura that serves as a re-entry program with full-time opportunities for CAL FIRE at the end, paying roughly $2,800 a month.
We have several inmates previously incarcerated, individuals that are now running their own hand crews, their own firing operations out there on the street.
As we prepare to head back to Sacramento, a real fire call goes out. And the men of Washington Ridge Camp head out to the front lines once again. As Thomas says, doing what they came here to do.
I think that there should be more of this and more programs out there because, again, it shows you a different way, and at the same time, you are held accountable.
Andrew, thank you. Labor advocacy groups are
We're in Santa Anita Park, and quite frankly, it resembles a refugee camp on the edge of a war zone. But this is the community's response to the emergency. It's usually a multi-million-dollar horse racing venue. Horse racing has been suspended because of the quality of the air. So they put out a call for people to bring whatever they could, and my goodness, are they responding. They're bringing water and food and pet food, nappies, books for children, and clothes in absolute abundance. And those clothes are being sorted into different piles for toddlers and children and adults so that people who've lost everything have somewhere to go. I'm going to stop for a moment and talk to Dan, who's one of the volunteers here. Dan, are you surprised by the response of the community to the call to help?
I wouldn't say surprised, because
am I crazy? I feel like this dude is giving HasnAbi head vibes.
it's what we do.
How important is it to the community right now?
It's the most important thing. Everyone here knows someone that's lost something, so you know, we're just trying to come out here and help as much as we can.
And what exactly are you asking people to do?
Right now, we're just sorting. So we're this space right here has a ton of donations, but as you can see, it's kind of chaos. So right now, we're just sorting everything and trying to make it as usable for people as possible.
It feels like this is going to be needed for a long time.
Yeah, I have no idea. We just showed up, so we're just helping.
And thank you for what you're doing. The need certainly is significant here. 10,000 properties have been lost between the Eaton fire and Palisades fire. The occupants of those homes have lost absolutely everything. So right now, this is all they've got.
Priority.
That's something Donald Trump talked about on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Yes, he did.
And then recently, Mark Zuckerberg from Meta was on the Joe Rogan Experience. He was talking about the kind of pressure that he got, that Facebook got from the Biden administration to censor during COVID. Watch.
During the Biden administration, when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program, while they're trying to...
I want to understand what a HasnAbi Head Vibes is. All I'm saying is anytime I see people doing mutual aid, anytime I see people working in like local activism, there's always at least one. And that dude always looks like the dude that we just saw. There's just something about it. I can just tell. But I don't know. All right, this is fire. Can you get... I thought if it was like I thought if you're a violent offender, you can't do the program, but maybe I'm wrong. They have to be deemed physically and mentally fit for vigorous activity to participate and cannot have been convicted of rape or other sex offenses, arson, and escape history. Oh, I guess you can be a violent offender. Okay. I'm being told I was just on the news. Don't lie to me. You just came in. You just came in to claim that you're the person we just saw on TV. Don't lie. That person's name was Dan, too. Your name is Kathy. When about are we talking to the firemen today, Abby? In an hour, I'm going to be leaving to make my way over there. And by 6 p.m. That's me from Eagle Rock Run Club Law. I don't believe it. Post proof. The 2018 Campfire documentary is on Netflix. I was an inmate firefighter in West Virginia in the year 2022. The work was extra grueling. I often have to work with violent inmates, many of whom made no effort to hide their poop sock. I'm willing to send proof if needed. Good one, Chatter. Is that what we're doing? That's a new way to try and poop sock me? Disrespectful. Anyway, let's talk about Zuckerbot.
To push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who was basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, you know, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguable.
Bro, I'm sorry. But it is so unimaginably simple to dupe conservabots. All you need to do is just be like, yeah, I hate vaccines and gay people and Mexicans, really. What I hate the most, though, a gay vaccinated Mexican. And then that's it. They're like, oh, he's no longer overcome by the woke mind virus. That's it. That's all it takes, man. What the hell is wrong with these people?
But he did.
Right.
And he's a weasel. just like everybody covering their you-know-whats in the fire situation. This guy was weak. And you know what's interesting when I was reading all the stuff about it? Do you remember when people were talking about him being presidential timber, like he could run for president? Remember this? This is, oh yeah, there was a lot of talk about that. Like this guy, he's so brilliant. He's a
I think it's awesome that these guys still are saying we don't trust them, though. Which is also weird, because it's like who's this for them? He's doing all this for you, and you still don't trust him? Okay. I like it. I'll take it.
weak. And it's
What is he looking at? What was he looking at just there?
only now that all the tide has turned that he feels safe to say what he cooperated with the government to do, which was to censor you and stifle your First American right.
And he's crying like a little baby on a podcast because he got cursed at by somebody in the administration.
Oh, my staff got yelled at, and you didn't stand up for them.
No, I think you're 100% right. He's weak, and he's going. He's now bending to the new direction of the wind, which, by the way, also includes Meta, Facebook's parent company, doing away with a lot of DEI stuff. You know, they've taken tampons out of the men's restroom at Meta, and they're doing away with
What will we do?
They're doing away with some DEI. This is a memo leaked from Meta. On hiring, we will continue to source candidates from different backgrounds, but we will stop using the diverse slate approach. The practice has always been subject to public debate and is currently being challenged. So they're doing away with DEI initiatives.
It's also not just for employees. Like you think DEI, they're DEI to hire someone, but they were also favoring contractors who were of diverse. So it's much bigger than you think. And they're saying we're going to start sourcing from any American who has the best price and the best deal, as opposed to.
That's amazing. They're just like racism purists. Like, you're not doing enough symbolic racism for me. You need to show me you really mean it. Go and like fire all of your trans employees right now, or else I don't believe you.
Any company that, is run by a Hispanic or Black person.
And it does breed incredible suspicion, because then, go back to the fires, you look at these people and, take the fire chief, for example, the first woman person that's
LGBTQ.
I don't know. Anyway, whatever. And so but the point is that maybe she's the greatest fire chief on earth. But now that the city is burning to the ground, everybody's going, well, obviously this was probably a DEI hire, and it just breeds.
No, you're saying that. No, you can't point to DEI initiatives to be like, and that's why we're fucking stupid. Oh, I can't believe people weren't immediately anti-gay. It's just that like people are now logically anti-gay because of DEI.
Breeds the suspicion.
Yes.
It makes you like if you're Ben Carson and you're a brilliant surgeon, but because you're Black, you get accused of, people assume that you got there not by earning it.
Because of affirmative action.
Yeah, and it's a pernicious, even in the best cases, it's pernicious.
Absolutely.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I was really worried from the beginning about basically becoming this sort of decider of what is true in the world, right? That's like kind of a crazy position to be in for billions of people using your service. And so we tried to put in place a system that would deal with it. And early on tried to basically make it so that it was really limited. We're like, all right, we're just going to have this system where there's these third-party fact checkers and they can check the worst of the worst stuff, right? So things that are very clear hoaxes, that there's like, it's not like we're not parsing speech about whether something is slightly true or slightly false, like Earth is flat, things like that, right? So that was sort of the original intent. We put in place the system and it just sort of veered from there. I think to some degree, it's because some of the people whose job is to do fact checking, a lot of their industry is focused on political fact checking. So they just kind of veered in that direction. And we kept on trying to basically get it to be what we had originally intended, which is just, it's not, the point isn't to like judge people's opinions. It's to provide in this layer to kind of help fact check some of the stuff that seems the most extreme. But it just, it was just never accepted by people broadly. I think people just felt like the fact checkers were too biased. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily even so much in what they ruled, although sometimes I think people would disagree with that. A lot of the time, it was just what types of things they chose to even go and fact check in the first place. So, I kind of think like after having gone through that whole exercise, it I don't know, it's something out of like 1984, one of these books where it's just like it really is a slippery slope, and it just got to a point where it's just okay. This is destroying so much trust, especially in the United States, to have this program. And I guess it was probably about a few years that I really started coming to the conclusion that we were going to need to change something about that. COVID was the other big one, where that was also very tricky because, at the beginning it was, it's like a legitimate public health crisis, in the beginning. And it's, even people who are like the most ardent First Amendment, defenders, the Supreme Court has this clear precedent that's like, all right, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. There are times when if there's an emergency, your ability to speak can temporarily be curtailed in order to get an emergency under control.
Yeah, it's a rapper. His name is Jack Harlow, but he's like fallen on bad times. He used to be cool. Good friends with Drewski initially, but now he just like does this weird stuff. I don't know. He is of Dominican descent, as you can clearly tell. Yeah.
So I was sympathetic to that at the beginning of COVID. It seemed like, okay, you have this virus. It seems like it's killing a lot of people. I don't know, like we didn't know at the time how dangerous it was going to be. So at the beginning, it kind of seemed like, okay, we should give a little bit of deference to the government and the health authorities on how we should play this. But when it went from, 2 weeks to flatten the curve to, and like in the beginning, it was like, okay, there aren't enough masks. Masks aren't that important. To then it's like, oh no, you have to wear a mask. And, everything was shifting around. It just became very difficult to kind of follow. And this,
I'm going to tell my nephew this is Zucklemore. Nah, it's a little Dicky. Little Zucky. Just on Timberpool. Yeah, he's a musician, dude. Yeah, Lil Zucky. Please blink, bro. Humans do that shit way more than once every 3 minutes. Yeah, he's trying his very best to be human. And like getting hit with a Dominican ray did help tremendously, in my opinion. But even then, he just still has a lot of that like old lizard tendencies.
This really hit the most extreme I'd say during the Biden administration when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program. And I'm generally like pretty pro rolling out vaccines. I think on balance, the vaccines are more positive than negative. But I think that while they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who is basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were honestly were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, you know, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguably true.
Who is they? Who's telling you to take down things that
it was
that talk about vaccine side effects?
Who controlled the media, Joe? I'll have you know. I didn't think it was the case, but yeah, Jews. They do the vaccines and the media. They do it both. It's wild. I'm Jewish. I didn't know. He's like, I'm so desperate. Joe, please. Please, Joe. Holocaust denial is A-okay on my platform now. Please forget that I'm an evil billionaire.
It was people in the Biden administration. I think it was, I wasn't involved in those conversations directly, but I think it was.
How difficult is that to not be involved in those conversations directly? That's got to be strange too, right? Because you're running the company, but there's clearly you're moderating at scale that's beyond the imagination. The number of human beings you're moderating is fucking insane. Like, what's a Facebook? How many people use it on a daily basis? Forget about how many overall. Like, how many people use it regularly?
It's 3.2 billion people use one of our services every day. It's wild.
More than a third of the planet. That's so crazy.
Yeah, and it's
almost half of Earth.
Well, on a monthly basis, it is probably half. Of Earth. But
I want to say that though, there's a lot of like hypercritical people that are conspiracy theorists and think that everybody's a part of some cabal to control them. I want you to understand that whether it's YouTube or all these and what.
He's about to say, Mark is one of the good ones. He's like, yeah, they do have a cabal, but Mark, as you can see, is one of the good ones. I mean, he hates COVID. Yeah, he hates COVID. He said it. He loves ivermectin. He's going to eat this ivermectin paste right now to show fealty.
Whatever place that you think is doing something that's awful, it's good that you speak because this is how things get changed and this is how people find out that people are upset about content moderation and censorship. But moderating at scale is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
What we were talking the other day about the number of videos that go up every hour on YouTube, and it's bananas. It's bananas. It's like to try to get a human being that is reasonable, logical, and objective that's going to analyze every video. It's virtually impossible. It's not possible. So you got to use a bunch of tools. You got to get a bunch of things wrong. And then you have also people reporting things. And how much is that going to affect things? You could have mass reporting because you have bad actors. You have some corporation that decides we're going to attack this video because it's bad for us, get it taken down. There's so much going on. I want to put that in people's heads before we go on.
Yeah, his job is really hard.
The kind of numbers that we're talking about here. Now understand you have the pandemic.
Yeah, moderation at that scale is really difficult, which is why it's awesome that he stopped doing it altogether as a cost-cutting operation. That's great. Zuck went from Reddit mod energy to Big Brother energy. What Big Brother? What do you mean? No, he went. I mean, he's just a BJJ guy now. That's it. He's Mr. BJJ now. And in that process of becoming Mr. BJJ, he I think he got hit in the head a bunch. I don't know.
And then you have the administration that's doing something where I think they crossed the line, where it gets really weird, where they're saying what you were saying. They were trying to get you to take down vaccine side effects, which is just crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, like you're saying, I mean, it's so complicated, this system, that I could spend every minute of all of my time doing this and not actually focused on building any of the things that we're trying to do. AI, glasses, like the future of social media, all that stuff. So, I mean, I get involved in this stuff, but in general, we have a policy team. There are people who I trust. They're the people who are kind of working on this on a day-to-day basis. And the interactions that I was just referring to, I mean, a lot of this is documented. I mean, because Jim Jordan and the House had this whole investigation and committee into the kind of government censorship around stuff like this. And we produced all these documents, and it's all in the public domain. I mean, basically, these people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them and curse. And it's like, these documents it's all kind of out there.
Oh, did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we, but I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails, the emails are published. It's all kind of out there. And they're like, and basically it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They want us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a TV talking about how 10 years from now or something, you're going to see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible for, for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme. And they're like, no, you have to take that down. And we just said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess, I don't know, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like started investigating, coming after our company. It was brutal. It was brutal.
Wow. Yeah. It's just a massive overstepping.
Yeah,
and,
well,
and
I mean,
also,
I think
you weren't killing people. This is the thing about all of this. It's like they suppressed so much information about.
There you have it. If you're wondering why he's trying to get into the good graces of Donald Trump, while also simultaneously lying, it's not because he had a change of heart about vaccine denial and now knows the truth that vaccines make you gay and autistic. It's because he hated that he was prosecuted by the regulatory agencies. And he ties it back to COVID conspiracies and how he let COVID conspiracies run amok on the platform. But of course, that's not the reason why he was prosecuted by, or he was investigated by the FTC. He is literally lying. Dude spent 12 hours testifying at Congress while his company was embroiled in the most high-profile data privacy scandal of the 21st century. I don't know what the CFPB is or why it relates to social media companies. Wait, wasn't it the FTC too? Trump's FTC sued Facebook on Rogan. Zuckerberg says he doesn't know what the CFPB is or why it's investigating Meta.
that were looking into us that were like not really involved with social media. Like I think like the CFPB, like this financial. I don't even know what it stands for. It's the financial.
Oh, you do know what it stands for, bitch. Come on.
Things that people should be doing, regardless of whether or not you believe in the vaccine. Regardless, put that aside. Metabolic health is of the utmost importance in your everyday life, whether there's a pandemic or there's not. And there's a lot of things that you can do that can help you recover from illness. It prevents illnesses. It makes your body more robust and healthy. It strengthens your immune system. And they were suppressing all that information. And that's just crazy. You can't say you're one of the good guys if you're suppressing information that would help people recover from all kinds of diseases, not just COVID, the flu, common cold, all sorts of different things, high doses of vitamin C, D3 with K2 and magnesium. They were suppressing this stuff because they didn't want people to think that you could get away with not taking a vaccine, which is really crazy when you're talking about something that 99.07% of people survive. This is a crazy overstep, but scared the shit out of a lot of people. Red-pilled, as it were, a lot of people because they realized, like, oh, 1984 is like an instruction manual. I mean, it's like it shows you how things can go that way with wrong speak and with bizarre distortion of facts. And when it comes down to it, in today's day and age, the way people get information.
The idea that the American government was actively suppressing people from learning the truth about working out and being healthy, being good for you in terms of like, you know, in terms of recovering from COVID or any number of different healthcare complications is the dumbest argument you can ever make. Yeah, dude, the government was actively telling you can't use vitamins. This is, once again, born out of, like, complete mania and a permanent seeking of victimhood, where they're like, oh, yeah, the government doesn't want you to know that receiving blowjobs is awesome, dude. They hate that. They're trying to suppress the truth. The government doesn't want you to know that, you know, ice cold glass of water hits different when it's on your bedside and in the middle of the night when you wake up and you're thirsty. That's right, dude. The government is actively suppressing that, bro. I hate it. Nobody is suppressing the understandable notion of stating facts about working out. It's so stupid.
Information is through your platform, through X. This is how people are getting information. They're getting information from YouTube. They're getting information from a bunch of different sources now. And you can't censor that if it's real legitimate information because it's not ideologically convenient for you.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's basically the journey that I've been on. Right, started off very pro free speech, free expression.
My mom is lighting the kitchen on fire.
You know, and then over the last 10 years, there have been these two big episodes. It was the Trump election and the aftermath, where I feel like in retrospect, I deferred too much to the kind of critique of the media on what we should do. And since then, I think generally trust in media has fallen off a cliff. Right, so I don't think I'm alone in that journey. I think you know that's basically the experience that a lot of people have had is, okay, it's the stuff that's being written about is not kind of all accurate. And even if the facts are right, it's kind of written from a slant a lot of the time.
Of course.
And then there was the government version of it, which is during COVID, which is, okay, like, it's like our government is telling us that we need to censor true things. It's like, this is a disaster. And it's, you know, it's not just the U.S., right? I think you know, a lot of people in the U.S. focus on this as an American phenomenon, but I kind of think that the reaction to COVID probably caused a breakdown in trust in a lot of governments around the world. Because I mean, you know, 2024 was a big election.
I never understood why conservatives hated this guy so much. Facebook has always been so welcoming to QAnon conspiracy theories. And they still thought that they were like, they still thought that Zuckerbot was against them. And I never understood that. Like, he's always been a friend. And even now, he's like actively trying to be like, no, guys, I love this. Like, I'm with it. Look, I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Because he's Jewish? I mean, that certainly plays a role for some people. That certainly plays a role for, like, you know, the hardline Nazis, but, you know, Ben Shapiro's Jewish. And he's broadly well received by the right-wing movement. I don't know. They told him he looks so fine with a beard and mustache. They said he looks like Jack Harlow, since then he thinks he is Jack Harlow. I don't know. I just never really understood that the broad hatred that people have for big tech. Like, I get why they had it for Google, even though Google has also been decently pro right wing, even neo-Nazi sentiment. But like, Facebook has always been like overtly right wing.
Year around the world, and you know, there are all these countries, India, you know, just like a ton of countries that had elections, and the incumbents basically lost every single one. So there is some sort of a global phenomenon where the whether it was because of inflation, because of the economic policies to deal with COVID, or just how the governments dealt with COVID, seems to have had this effect that's global, not just the U.S., but like a very broad decrease in trust, at least in that set of incumbents, and maybe in sort of these democratic institutions overall. So I think that what you're saying of, yeah, how do people get their information now? It's by sharing it online on social media. I think that that's just increasingly true. And my view at this point is like, all right, like, we started off focused on free expression. We kind of had this pressure tested over the last period. I feel like I just have a much greater command now of what I think the policies should be, and like, this is how it's going to be going forward. And so I mean, at this point, I think a lot of people.
Do you? What do you mean by Google being right wing? I've always maintained the position that if terms of service were properly applied by platforms, the terms of service that are written, right, were just simply applied by platforms, most platforms will look like Twitch. They just don't ban. YouTube never bans. Like, it takes a uniquely far-right, overt neo-Nazi to get permit from YouTube. I mean, look, Keemstar still has his channel. Yeah, you have to do like active crimes on YouTube. At most, they'll demonetize you. And even that's like a relatively new thing. YouTube was a major platform for openly far-right neo-Nazi radicalization that took place in the initial Gamergate era. Unless you accidentally include 5 seconds of a trailer, that's the copyright system. They will nuke you from orbit. Okay, that's yeah. They actively do work against that. That's the one thing that they do care about because that's capitalism.
Look at this as like a purely political thing. You know, it's because they kind of look at the timing and they're like, hey, well, you're doing this right after the election. It's like, okay, I try not to like change our content rules like right in the middle of an election either, right? It's like there's not like a great time to do this. It's
right.
You know,
and you want to do it a year later.
Yeah, it's like there's no good time to do it. There's,
right.
You know, and whatever time is going on, there's going to be, you know, so. The good thing about doing it after the election is you get to take this kind of cultural pulse as like, okay, where are people right now and how are people thinking about it? We try to have policies that reflect, you know, mainstream discourse. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is something I've been thinking about for a while. I think that this is going to be pretty durable because at this point we've just been pressure tested on this stuff for like the last 8 to 10 years with like these huge institutions just pressuring us. And I feel like this is kind of the right place to be going forward.
What was it like when they were attacking you? Like, first of all, what was the premise? Like, what were they saying was your offense? Was it that you were allowing information that was not true, that was getting out there? I know there was also, they're saying that you guys were allowing hate groups to speak. There was a lot of this.
Yeah. I mean, the tough thing with politics is that there's like...
Bro, Elon Musk basically destroyed this man. Ironically enough, initially he had destroyed Elon Musk by being like, all right, talk shit, get hit. And Elon was like, bet, I'm not fighting you. I'm just going to turn you into me. He is literally following the footsteps of Elon Musk. In order to win favor with the Trump administration, he's just like, yeah, I'm just like Elon. I'm just like you, Elon. I promise.
Well, when you say who someone's coming after you, are you referring to kind of the government and investigations and all that? I mean, so the issue is that there's
people saying divorce incoming, but Zuck is a major wife guy. Like, major wife guy. He's already a libertarian guy with an Asian wife. So, he already... These guys either become perma-divorce dads or libertarian guys with Asian wives. And Zuck is the second. Someone said passport bros. Dog. Not every single person that has an Asian wife is a passport bro. The fuck are you talking about? Didn't they meet at goddamn Stanford or some shit? Or Harvard? Some of y'all are so stupid. We're waiting on Caroline and Marcia here, and then we're going to go head to the Rose Bowl. No, we'll take the Porsche.
What specific thing an agency might be looking into you for? And then there's like the underlying political motivation, which is like, why do the people who are running this thing hate you? And I think that those can often be two very different things.
Do you think this overt right-wing shift of corpos like Mark would have still happened if Kamala won? No, dude, my car. We're going in my car. We're driving in my car. Sorry.
Tim Pool, host of Timcast.
Sorry.
Are you buying the Zuckerberg transition?
I'm buying that he's a fair weather friend and that this is the path of least resistance. But hey, look, we're happy Trump won, so I'll take the power if he's shifting in this direction. But I think when you look at the Joe Rogan,
I love that Tim Pool acts like he is like a consequential figure in the right-wing movement. Have you guys noticed that like there are so many silly ass people that are in Trump's immediate orbit, and yet Tim Pool, not one of those guys. I feel like his vibes are so bad that even people in Trump's orbit are just like, I don't really mess with that guy. He's kind of odd. I don't really like him. Like, think about it. The Russian government has paid people that have been closer to Donald Trump than Tim Pool, like Dave Rubin, like Benny Johnson. I'm seeing a bunch of this sort of response to my mentions today, which are intense. Worst case scenario for Zuckerberg is not only does he alienate himself from Dems liberals, but conservatives find this public heel turn disingenuous. Dave, Zuckerberg is such a spineless jellyfish. Someone from Biden's team, unnamed, told his team to take stuff down, so he rolled over. Trump gets elected, and suddenly he's a new man. Meta execs anticipated this, which is why policy leader Joel Kaplan and Kevin Martin called a bunch of conservative influencers the night before their policy overhaul to start warming them up. Charlie Kirk says he and Zuckerberg spoke recently. To understand the way that right-wing independent content creators and like the right-wing establishment are basically hand in glove all the time, look no further than this example. Mark Zuckerberg calling up me, but on the Republican side by phone. Can you imagine a world where any liberal establishment wins office and then a multi-billionaire owner of a social media platform gives me a direct call to be like, hey, I'm going to do a left-wing pivot now, and I just wanted to make sure that you're cool with it. Understand the asymmetry. Understand how unbalanced the structure is. Understand how pervasive the influence of the supposed independent media figures are and how much power they hold. But are you cool with it? What do you mean? The left is fractured? They're not the left. The Democratic Party is not the left. Anyway, Mr. Zuckerberg decided to promote Mr. Kaplan's Meta's head of global public to carry out the changes and deepen Meta's ties to the incoming Trump administration, replacing Nick Clegg, a former deputy minister of Britain who had handled policy and regulatory issues globally for Meta since 2018. The night before Meta's announcement, Mr. Kaplan held individual calls with top conservative social media influencers, two people said. I guess Tim Pool didn't get that call.
Rogan podcast, and he talks about, oh, they're yelling at us and they're forcing us to do these things. This only scratches the surface. Facebook built a portal for feds to log in to their company so they could flag misinformation. It has long been known, over a decade, that the federal government, the FBI, the CIA, I think the NSA, had backdoor access to Facebook as well as many other companies. So when Zuckerberg comes out and he's all, oh man, you know, they were yelling at us and putting this pressure. We had no choice to do it. You're only saying that now because the news and the information got leaked over a long and hard-fought battle where activists, real journalists, were exposing them for having done this. Now they're giving us the light vanilla version of they were just having us censor this COVID stuff. No. Let me ask you a question, Mark Zuckerberg. Eric Ciaramella, do you remember that name?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the guys involved in whistleblowing on Donald Trump for the false impeachment against him related to Ukraine. And there was a period where if you went on...
This chatter said he signed on to Google with a new account. Since you search for HasnAbi, sponsor post, the best news show on YouTube, Timcast. This is how they keep maintaining, dude. I don't do any marketing. Look at my numbers. This guy gets paid by the Russian government to the tune of, $4 million, does constant marketing, and he barely has any motion. I'm not sure if he's advertising on the site as a whole or in politics and gaming. I got an ad for him searching for Tarkov. That's funny.
Facebook and typed that name in any context, they would delete it without notification, no warning, no rule violation. That is extreme censorship because covering up that name hid a news story of historical significance. We can talk about the laptop. That affected an election, massively important.
And then Joe ended up pardoning his son for the laptop that was real that you got censored for talking about.
Yep.
When Joe Biden says, I could have won, how do you react to that?
What was he underwater, like 14 points in the internal polling?
They didn't show him that poll.
It's really remarkable and scary, though. If you're a Democrat, who do they have? They don't have anybody. They've been desperate to ice.
I mean, he's not even wrong. If you are a Democrat and you are used to like all of these billionaires being overtly liberal or whatever, maybe this is a scary predicament. But if you're a leftist, like I know that I've never had, like, there's never been a moment where I'm like, oh man, I feel so protected by billionaires. I feel so incredibly protected by, you know, these billionaires. They're right wing. They're right wing. They've always been right wing. They don't care about anything. They just care about profit.
Out anybody who could compete with their established order.
And they don't have Newsom anymore. Is Newsom salvageable at this point?
When that video came out and Newsom was asked by Anderson Cooper, where's the water? And he said, they're figuring it out. That said right there, Newsom said, I am the governor and I have no idea what's going on in my state.
That picture of him with his hands in his back pockets staring at the fire, he's toast.
The fire stuff hits me really personally. I have a lot of friends deeply affected by it, and I don't want to sound crass. I see these natural disasters happen in the country, the hurricanes, and I feel for these people. And this may sound a little selfish, but when I have family and friends that are living in those hills, and I don't know if they're alive or dead, it hits me twice as hard.
Dog, I live here. And I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You have friends that are on those hills that you don't know are alive or dead? What are you saying? What the hell is he saying, dude? Bro, what a ridiculous exaggeration. Yeah, Tim Pool doesn't know if his friends are alive or dead up on those hills because they don't call him, because they're not friends, because they don't want to call Tim. When Tim calls, they're like, oh, God, gross. What do you mean? Yeah, they might have faked their deaths to get away from you, Tim. He's talking about you. Yeah, Tim's like, I have friends out there, you know, like Hasan? HasnAbi Piker. I keep reaching out to him, hoping he's all right, but he doesn't respond to me, so he might be dead. Jesse, you know what it's like to have a loved one die in a fiery inferno? And you look back at your last text messages to him and it's like, please respond. I've been calling for 2 days and you haven't responded.
And I know it shouldn't, but it is personal. So I get really offended by the callousness and the apathy coming from the government there.
Yeah, we need a federal takeover of California. They're just not equipped to handle this. And we got the Olympics right around.
Oh, my God. He loves that. He loves that nonsense position. All right. Did the guild say if you don't return on the island, they assume you died as a joke? What are you talking about? Yeah, Penguinzo did a 23-minute video on Elon Musk faking his Path of Exile 2 gameplay by cheating and by hiring people to play for 24 hours of the day from Asian servers. Penguinzo talked about it for 23 minutes. 23. That is insane. I just explained to you the same situation in 30 seconds. That is crazy. And the wildest part about this is not that Elon Musk has always been a con man and a charlatan who has failed upward successfully, right place at the right time, is very lucky to have all of the best people. What are you sending me? Tasking Noah, you are so close to me, man. Oh my God. Taskid Noah, an old name in the chat that hasn't been around in so long, and he is aching. He's quaking for a ban right now. He's like, "Oh, dude, it's been a while since I've fucked shit up in the chat." He used to do this years ago, okay? New heads don't know. Taskid Noah used to do this years ago. And he is finally back in the chat. Look, he's still doing it. He's still doing it. Look. 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 Take a day off. The fuck's wrong with you? Yes, I used to yell at him weekly. Far more preferable to the consistent drama-loving weirdos in the chat. He would always be like, "Hey, can you watch this like Quranic interpretation from a mullah with like 13 views? It's actually really illuminating." I'm like, "No, dude, I'm not going to watch that right now, okay?" That's what he used to do back in the day. All right, give me the, I can't believe this is the first and last time I'm ever going to say this. Give me the Quinn 69 video. The original one. Yeah. My man was so obviously cheating.
I have a lifetime of playing video games. At one point, I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world.
You're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
Yeah.
The Paragon board and the build, you're also...
Yeah, we know he's not an incredible video game player because we remember his Elden Ring build. He was fat rolling with 2 shields for no reason. Also, Crypt did a video as well that's probably even better. I saw the Crypt TikTok as well. Anyway, my point is, it's funny to me that all of the regular incompetence of Elon Musk is not what did him in. It's this. It's literally this. Like a guy like Quinn69 is slated to love Elon Musk. I feel like Quinn69 carries himself in a way where he is like the highest likelihood to fall victim to a crypto scheme. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know anything about him aside from the fact that he's Kiwi. Okay. And I suspect he is the type of dude. If I think of like who's the type of dude that loves Elon, it's a Venn diagram of a circle when you think about the people that are most likely to fall to cryptocurrency schemes. And Quinn is in the center of that circle. So for me, the fact that this actually got Quinn off the Elon train is hilarious.
An innovator there.
Yeah, I played a lot of video games.
You think about like StarCraft, any game where a lot of people are playing, to rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being.
Yeah.
There has to be something exceptional about you.
Yeah.
Are you in the top 20 in the world or top 20? Wow, in Diablo.
Yeah.
Shooting rockets into space, making e-vehicles, starting a new department of the government. I actually let myself think maybe he actually is an alien, because there's just no way, unless he's paying people to do it for him, which obviously he's not.
So let's start off with some context. Elon.
Yo, I'm a 6,000 plus hour Poe player, and I watch Quinn from time to time. He used to love the dude, but the account piloting really pissed Quinn off. I love that.
Elon Musk's character is currently level 97. aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode, Trade League. Let me try to give you a quick understanding as to how hard it is to get to that level. 2 weeks into the league, when people are playing the game, literally they're staying up 40 to 50 hours without sleeping, only playing Path of Exile, and they are the most try-hard guys in the world, the highest ranked player on the hardcore Trade League, was level 93. Okay, and you're thinking about yourself, that's kind of close to 97. Every time you level it up, it becomes exponentially harder to gain experience. A lot harder and a lot harder. Okay, so these players, to get to 97, have to be playing the game every day for the majority of their day. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean, he effectively has been playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened. So right away, we see Elon zone into his hideout, which is your area you do in-game content from. And he opens up his bank, and he goes to a tab called Elon's Maps, which immediately is a little bit of a red flag because I don't know why you would refer to yourself in third person, but okay, he does that. Elon Musk didn't play Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 2, maps are actually called waystones. And he never actually refers to them as maps. He calls them...
Play another round here. This is a hard level. Waystone.
So it's just kind of weird that he's, again, called his tab Elon's Map. So almost like someone who's a Path of Exile 1 veteran, you know, is kind of making that tab and be like, Elon, you know, there's a tab there called Elon's Maps. Grab your map out there. I've rolled them all for you. They're nice and easy. He then proceeds to walk up to his map device and go to put a map in. The literal first thing you learn upon getting to the end game is how to operate this map device. You're going to start off at a node, and then from that node, you can go to adjacent connected maps. Now, Elon, he's trying to click.
Oh, he's trying to do the map that's not in the chain.
It's just...
Dude. This is why I downloaded Path of Exile and never played it. One, because I'm not a real gamer, but two, like, even portaling to a map is an arduous, multiple-pronged, multiple tree option process. How? It's just like, it doesn't make sense. It is literally so scary. The skill tree is why I've never touched Poe. Okay? You would have fun in the campaign is really not that bad. This is endgame. You don't even get here until 50 hours in. It's good. You know nothing. Don't shit on Poe. No, I don't know anything. And that's why I'm saying I'm too stupid to enjoy it. But then you got this guy enjoying it. And it's not like he's a beacon of intellect. So I don't know what it is.
Clicking a map repeatedly trying to access it. He was not eligible to enter that map.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the highest level hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
Anyone who's level 97 is, and you know, we're talking one of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why just like sitting there like some sort of geriatric old man clicking this node expecting something to happen, and then he finally kind of gives up after a while and then realizes his mistake. We then get a look at his inventory. So Elon Musk is stuck going into the map and with full bags. If you're an efficient player, you're going to clear a map, you're going to loot the valuable items, you're going to go in and you're going to take those items and you're going to basically look through the good ones, keep the good ones, list them up for sale, and then truck away the trash ones. It's almost like he has no understanding as to like what items are or what you're even supposed to do with them. So now Elon zones into the map.
Yo, it's here.
So what I'm doing here is just boosting my shield before battle by meditation. Meditation before battle is always good.
And he starts killing monsters. He starts obliterating monsters with his character. But what becomes obviously apparent...
Chaos Orb, no loot filter.
Filter is like, no, he's just running past Chaos Orbs. He just ran past the Chaos Orb.
Chaos Orbs are one of the most important currencies, and they're also really rare. I have about 140 Exalts. I have like 9 Chaos Orbs, just so you guys understand.
So in Path of Exile, the devs are these evil guys, and they talk about feeling the weight, and they effectively just drop tons and tons of items, and you have to know what to pick up. So what GGG have done, the people who make the game, they've made this system called loot filters, which gets rid of 90 to 95, even in some cases, like we're talking 98% of all loot that drops, because otherwise your screen is just cluttered. And you won't even notice when you get a good drop. It's unfathomable for someone to be in the top.
I'm sorry, what? Chatters that are like, bro, you have to try Path of Exile. You have to try Path of Exile. You have to be on crack, dude. What the hell am I looking at? That's without the loot filter, dog. So the raw game, this is the raw output of the game. Wait till you see the skill tree. I have. You can't call it a tree. It's a skill forest. It's not a skill tree. It's a skill continent.
In the top ranks without a loot filter. Yet Elon Musk, the god gamer, he doesn't play with a loot filter. The only thing Elon does pick up are maps, because the default in-game loot filter highlights those. Those things are worthless. The actual items of value that he should be picking up, that he would have had to pick up in order to get the gear, leave it on the ground. Anyone who's been playing the game and is a complete expert, we're talking he's cleared thousands of maps, he's been playing that character for hundreds of hours, he's going to be pretty damn good at, playing the character. He gets to the boss, he's fighting the boss, and I want to say for about 10 seconds, he sits there and he's out of mana. Mana is a resource in this game where you need it in order to use your abilities. He just sits there, default attacking the boss without activating his mana flask. Anyone who's played the game and understands the character would understand, like, oh, I'm not doing any damage because I'm out of mana. Elon Musk takes 10 seconds. He then goes on to loot items off the ground. He starts to...
Did he kill him? Did he kill him, though? I'm on Elon's side on this.
Dragging them into his bag. Like, I don't even know how to describe to you how painful that is to anyone who actually plays the game. And his bags are full, and he just keeps clicking it over and over and over again. Nobody, not even people who are kind of noobs at the game, do this. I don't even think Elon Musk has done the campaign, honestly. Like, just based on what I'm seeing in terms of the gameplay. His settings on the map transparency are turned on by default. His life values are turned on. All these basic settings that anyone in the top 100 would do, he is not doing. Maps can effectively have different content on them, and that content will be signified by icons on the map. So it could be a map which has an
He bought such good slash rare gear, he can't really die.
expedition in it, a breach in it, or it could be corrupted. Elon starts looking for the Atlas, and he finds a map with, I kid you not, 4 things on it.
There are 4 things there. So this one has a real risk of dying.
4 things. What are those things?
God, dude. 4 things. It's 4 things, dude.
So this one
You
has
are
a real risk of
not
dying.
this far in the game and calling it 4 things. Stop, bro. Dude, stop. Oh my god.
His character died yesterday at rank 7. Wait, this character? Isn't this like 97? Or did they nuke his account because he was cheating? I love that these nerds. Wait, did he die on stream? Rank 7 on the ladder. Oh. On the leaderboard. Wait, did he die on stream? Wait, so he died off stream? He probably executed the bot farm in China. He probably flew out to China and individually killed every single person that caused his booster, that caused his account to die. I wonder how much money he spent. Because, like, these aren't regular boosters. Like, these guys are, they have to be cracked, right? Or is it multiple, you think? And they're running, like, 8-hour shifts so that he can always be on. Because I know he was on 24 hours pretty much. Like, you would have to get multiple pros. You'd have to get multiple pros to be able to boost like that. He was rank 7 on the ladder. The character died. Assumed Elon logged in and killed the character. I feel bad for the Chinese guy that invested hundreds of hours. Nah, they probably got paid, dude. In the game, you can just stand there while people kill.
Surely can't. He then goes on.
The account died while Elon was giving a speech in Germany. Oh my God, the account died while he was literally talking to the AFD Nazi, talking about how Hitler is actually secretly a communist? Is that when the character died? Because that's so poetic. That's so funny. What a dipshit.
I want to say, I kid you.
This is max difficulty on hardcore. If there's a way to get higher difficulty, I don't know what it is, but this is everything maxed out.
Path of Exile has boss fights and end-game bosses, which are quote-unquote difficult battles, which Elon actually did do on one of his streams, where he just went into the end-game boss and died repeatedly to it. Maps are just farming. You go into maps and you farm them for loot and experience. They're not the most difficult battles, and I don't...
Wait, so when you die, you can still resurrect? Like, you don't lose your character in hardcore? How does that work?
I don't know if he's trying to deceive people watching a stream into thinking that he's doing some insanely hard thing, whenever he's literally doing something you do to effectively grind or farm. And if you thought this was bad, I did not even get to the worst part. In Path of Exile, gear has requirements to equip it, but that has nothing to do necessarily with how good it is. For example, one of the most powerful and best items in the game is a level 1 required to equip staff, which is maybe, I think, even the most meta build in the game right now. It's super, super broken, insane damage. And Elon Musk starts going over his gear.
This is a great staff, but it's only a level, 62 staff.
His weapon is, I kid you not, one of the best, if not the best staffs on the entire hardcore trade league. You cannot even buy it. Insane weapon.
These affixes are, I'd hate to say.
Elon has admitted he takes the NSAM patch. It's the same ADD medication that SBF took. I don't think Elon sleeps at all. If you think Elon played any part of this game aside from when he was streaming it, you are the funniest person on the planet. No, dog. He did not spend 24 hours. Crip explains this very well, where there are API tools out there where you can literally know whenever any particular character is logged on. And obviously, considering that he's rank 7 on the planet, there were a lot of people, once they figured out this was Elon's character, that were literally constantly tracking his character. He was on in Asian servers virtually every single moment of the day. So no, I don't think Elon was constantly flying to Asia or using a VPN to log in through Asian servers. VPN, bro. Okay, dude, you're delusional if you think that he was doing that. And it's not just like a simple way to get a bunch of dumb nerds to believe him until, these nerds were like, dude, there's no way you are, you've achieved this level of success. Tracking his PoE character did more damage than his PJ flights on Twitter, Lamau.
Say perfect, but they might be perfect.
Just the PvP.
Have you seen his Elden Ring build? That's not him. Exactly. I believe he actually played Elden Ring because his build was trash. But he also was not like putting out impressive stuff on Elden Ring. Here's the ladder. Top PoE players the top PoE players who sleep 3 hours a day haven't even reached 100. There's no way Elon himself would level 90 plus by himself. I'm telling you, dude, he just wanted to show off. He wanted to make it seem as though he was this like cool ass nerd, That's it. Yeah, also a VPN from Asia to the United States is also stupid as hell. He wanted the extra ping.
PS criteria on trade. We can see there's literally one staff in existence on the entire market. Not only does Elon have a staff that you can't even buy, but it's so good that the second best one, which is missing 2 of what makes a staff so powerful for an invoker, which is the crit and crit bonus, is still 20 divines, and that's obviously very expensive.
Here I am, like level 95, but my staff is only level 62. my helmet is level 56.
Int, lightning, and chaos resist. Okay, it's only 56.
Amulet level 61. Ring is only level 48, 49. At least a level 75 jacket.
It's a jacket with 6 things. Yeah, tell us how bad the item that only drops from the highest difficulty of the hardest boss. Just tell us that it's only level 52. Did you find this at level 52? That's impressive.
Level 52 here.
They can only ever be level 52. Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
Pretty low level compared to my character level, but it seems to work pretty well. In softcore, you can get much better equipment.
In order for him to have insane gear, he has to understand how the economy works. He has to be basically trading.
Anyone who's played Path of Exile to the end game in a trade league knows that you have to trade in order to obtain what looks like some of the best gear pieces in the entire game. If we look at some of these player accounts, we can see what they have for trade. 700 plus items for sale, multiple divine items. You can see hundreds of divines worth of listed items. This is also someone from the top 10, rank number 4. Focus here, worth 50.
There's nothing funnier to me than this being what destroyed Elon's reputation with Quinn. Like, Crip is smart, right? I'm sure he wasn't like a big fan of Elon to begin with. But Quinn is exactly the type of dude who loves Elon. Asmon too. Wait, what is? Yeah, Crip and Quinn are basically on the two separate parts of the spectrum of people who play Path of Exile. Like you. Quinn is also smart when it comes to this game. Yeah, he just maxed out on being smart in this game. And it took away from all of the other aspects of his life where he's also supposed to be smart. Asmon knows about it, and Asmon is shitting on him too. Oh, that's so funny. I love that all of the nerds are turning on him.
50 divines alone. This is the number 1 guy. You can see hundreds of divines, again, worth of items, multiple mirrors, all these players. If we go to...
Normie viewer here, what's the aim of him pretending to know a video game so much? It's to get, like, sweaty nerds to be... sweaty nerds... Like, Elon loves presenting himself as this, like, deity of all nerds, like the patron saint of nerds. So this gives him, in his mind, nerd cred. Okay? Street cred. Nerd clout. Oh, he's such a big gamer. He loves Diablo. He was so good at Diablo. He's so good at Path of Exile. It's even a harder game than Diablo. And it's just like he's just an insecure man. And everything that he does is to serve that insecurity. And once you recognize that, a lot of the puzzle pieces fall right into place.
Elon's account, he's got only 21 items for sale, and they're all absolute garbage. It's clear he's really not making much money, or any money at all. So something I did notice last week, I did the same search because I was curious what he might have been selling, and I grabbed the screenshot which I shared to my Discord, and it's this really, really, really crappy crossbow for 18 divines. So why is it listed for 18 divines, and where did it go? Is it possible he vendored it? Yes. Why was it listed for 18 divines? I don't really know. I don't want to fuel any conspiracy theories, but I have been made aware that RMT, typically they use legitimate listings that are far overpriced, and that is how they mask the transaction as legitimate. So if he were to buy 18 divines for, $100 US or whatever, he could have done so through this listing.
And if you needed any more proof that Elon is 100% boosted, he was playing the game today inside of maps, blasting.
RMT is real money trading. He's using real money to purchase in-game weapons, which is a big no-no because it's pay to win.
While simultaneously on a X space talking to like some far right-wing part of some German government, I don't know, some political bullshit. Okay, I guess he's just that much of a god gamer.
RIP Elon F. Elon, no, that's Elon Lamau. Back to the beach, bozo. RIP Bozo F. Get fucked, Elon slave. Yeah. You think Elon killed the booster? I hope not. I hope he didn't kill his booster. Anyway,
Thank you, Rashawn.
I'm gonna run the Santa Anita updates on local news. We are heading over to link up with the incarcerated firefighters right now. I am joined, of course, by Caroline Kwan, my brother Murat, and also March. We'll be driving over there
It's
right
like
now,
a minute by minute switch.
But you can watch this in the interim period for a little bit, and I'll turn on the camera in a second when we get in the car. All right. Peace.
Closer look at the conditions and what they're really up against tonight, Jen.
Yeah, when I spoke with officials earlier, they said that they weren't anticipating the winds to peak like they have tonight. I mean, look at my gear. It is so windy out here, and we've been feeling gusts that are literally moving us forward. We have a lot of smoke out there still in the distance, and we have a couple of flare-ups. We have, however, seen a lot of aerosol. We've seen multiple helicopters show up, so that is going to help throughout the night, and many of these helicopters will fly throughout the night unless the winds get too dangerous. Now, down below, it's hard to see, but there are multiple hand crews down there, and they're making sure that the line holds. You see the fire retardant line, that's the line that they want to hold so the fire doesn't continue to go down into the canyon. All day long, we have had firefighters come out here and look over the ridge. This is a concern because what you don't see is behind us is an entire community, a couple hundred homes. And if that fire picks up and this wind goes, it's going to blow straight into this community. So this is one major concern that they want to make sure that they get a handle on and that they protect. I spoke with a firefighter earlier today, and this is what he had to say.
Our number one focus is life safety. So we want to make sure that everyone stays safe. As firefighters, we always want to save lives, and so that's why we do the early notification, the evacuation notices to get people out. We did see somebody was right in the middle of all the brush with a garden hose as the active fire is raging up. So we don't want people doing that because he was hundreds of feet in on his own hose line, surrounded by brush, not visible. And right when we saw him, there was a wall of flame came through, and now we're having to divert firefighters to tell people to leave instead of fighting fires. So fortunately, that person was able to, that they backed out, and we were able to still save a house.
And these winds are far too fierce to fight with a garden hose. I witnessed on Tuesday as firefighters tried to basically put out an entire community with multiple fire trucks and were unsuccessful until basically that community burned down in the Eaton fire, dealing with so much pain and tragedy. It's so uplifting to see Santa Anita stepping up, people donating. The humanity that shows is people coming together, and that's what I'm hearing from firefighters. They say that there are people coming from all around to donate food to them and drinks to them and making sure that they're okay after working around the clock multiple days, getting a couple hours of sleep. I spoke with the fire captain that you just heard of. His home was also evacuated. So they're dealing with their personal concern and also dealing with having a job that takes care of this community. So the wind tonight, again, this gusty wind up on the ridge is going to be a major concern. And of course, we will be bringing you the very latest. But right now, it is holding the line, and they are very confident that it will, they're going to try to do their best to make sure that every house in this community is saved. And so far, I think there's only one loss. But if it's your house, then that's an obvious tragic loss. I'll send it back to you.
Jen, we can't say enough about our heroic firefighters, all that they've been doing for the past several days, working nonstop. Didn't even get a break today, right, with the challenges ahead earlier. They'll be working into the night. We're in those critical hours right now, though, Kai, where, the winds are going to determine the course of action. We heard that captain say earlier today, if it hits wind gusts of 35 to 40 miles per hour, that flight operations can be halted. It really does come down to the pilot's decision, but how do those conditions look tonight?
Yeah, and it's always safety first and foremost. And conditions, unfortunately, are going to get worse, because what we're going to see is the wind advisory turning to a high wind warning, and that is because we've monitored gusts of up to 35 and 45 miles per hour throughout the afternoon. And now, we're going to begin to see gusts of up to 55 and 65 miles per hour through the night. On the right-hand side of your screen, downtown Los Angeles, where you could see out to the Santa Monica Bay and look at that smoke, it is now more horizontal, which again shows that the offshore flow is beginning to strengthen. And unfortunately, Well, we've got a red flag warning in place for all of Southern California, the exceptions being the LA Basin, the San Gabriel Valley, the Orange County coastline, portions of the LA County coastline, and not just through the night tonight, but through Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday of next week, because we have an additional Santa Ana wind event coming to Southern California. Right now, we're taking a little bit of a break, and these winds, especially through the Santa Monica Mountains, they are quite erratic. They will be gusting off and on, and you saw Jen McGraw's live shot. She could barely stand up, but up there on the sustained wind boards, it just does not show that. Nonetheless, though, the winds are going to continue to get stronger through the night tonight, and not just in LA County, but look at San Bernardino right now. They're seeing gusts of up to 20 and 25 miles per hour. So our friends in the Inland Empire and Orange County, we want to continue to keep you in the know and continue to let you know that you must be just as alert as everybody else here in Southern California, and that includes, of course, LA, Ventura, Santa Barbara County. You're included in some of these dangerous conditions as well. As we look at the high wind warning, there it is. It's in place until tomorrow afternoon for the mountains of Los Angeles County, some of the foothill areas above the San Gabriel Valley, the San Fernando Valley, the west section of the Santa Monica Mountain Range, and also just above the Moore Park and the Simi Valley areas as you make your way through the Santa Susana Pass along the 118, the Ronald Reagan Freeway. Let's go through the night tonight. On the right, once again, your wind futurecast, and you can see those winds getting stronger just past the midnight hour tonight, and that includes the Inland Empire, Orange County. These northeasterly winds, they'll be making their way through some of these areas, sustained gusts up to about 45, 55, and once again 65 miles per hour. Those winds will greet the day for tomorrow morning, but good news, by tomorrow afternoon and evening, well, a bit of an onshore flow returns to Southern California, and those Santa Ana winds shut down in anticipation of the next big Santa Ana wind event coming to Southern California. That'll take place Monday late in the afternoon through Monday night and into Tuesday. You can see again these winds once again as we take a look at that timestamp through the 8, 9 o'clock hours on Monday night, coming through the Santa Clarita Valley, the San Fernando Valley, the Simi Valleys, areas like Moore Park all the way to Camarillo and Oxnard. They'll pick up some strong gusty winds. Also once again through the Cajon Pass into San Bernardino, Riverside, and the Orange County communities. And by Tuesday afternoon, well, those winds start to get a little bit stronger as you could see them reaching the coastal communities by that time. Winds by Tuesday night continue to be a little bit more isolated to those funnel zones. And once we make our way into Wednesday morning, we'll see those winds a little bit more isolated to strictly LA, Ventura, Santa Barbara County. We'll see some breezy conditions through communities like Temecula, Paris, Lake Elsinore. Those communities could pick up some gusts of up to 30, 35 miles per hour by the time we head towards Wednesday night. So again, the next 3 to 5 days are going to continue to stay dangerous for folks here in Southern California. And of course, we're going to continue to take a look at these very low relative humidity values, which stand right now for areas like Van Nuys and the San Fernando Valley at about 10 to 12%. And unfortunately, Rick and Karine, you could see that smoke continuing to push into the atmosphere. And that is why we have such poor air quality here in Southern California. And we'll continue to see that air quality alert sticking around much of Southern California as the area of high pressure off the shoreline, the trough of low pressure throughout the Four Corners and the Great Basin continues to compress the atmosphere for much of Southern California through the next few days.
It's going to be a long night, huh?
Yes, it is.
Long night. We want to welcome you now to the KTLA 5 News at 5:30. I'm Rick Chambers.
And I'm Karine Winter. We've had reporters on the ground all day, all evening long, bringing you the best perspective, not only the situation on the ground with fires, but what residents are dealing with in all of those impacted communities. Their stories have been heartbreaking, but we also have reporters who've been bringing us so much hope. We want to go now to Sarah Walsh. She's on the edge of Mandeville Canyon in Brentwood. Sarah, what are you seeing behind you? We see those fire trucks in place. What's the tone there tonight?
I've been watching firefighters do what they do, and they've been beating back the flames behind these houses along the ridge here at Mandeville Canyon. You know, darkness has set in here, day 5 of this fire, and if you look up the road here, you can see all the structure protection that's here. We're along West Ridge Road here in Brentwood at the top of the road, and again, you can see all these trucks, the fire trucks. They have their hoses all set up. They were out behind these homes a short time ago in the last hour. Let's show you some video that we shot. One of the biggest challenges taking place behind this house below in the canyon has been some flare-ups. And as we're showing you now, if we can show that video, there was some flame in the last hour, but again, these trucks, they're set up with their hoses. Firefighters on the other side of the house, they were watering down and spraying down that. They were able to get those flames out behind that house and knock out the flames. So that's a good thing up here, because there are so many trucks here from all over the Southland here to defend this neighborhood. Because again, as Kai has been saying, if we look up and go live, you can see some of the trees here swaying back and forth. We have really felt the winds pick up here in the last hour or so, those dangerous and destructive Santa Ana winds that we've been talking about. So that's going to be one of the biggest challenges here for firefighters. You know, as I said, we're here along West Ridge Road, but we did drive around, and I can tell you that along Kenter, just above Sunset, I mean, there are engines parked all the way up and down these streets, engines from all over, Manhattan Beach, Long Beach, Riverside, El Segundo. They are here and they are in place because, again, they know with these winds, anything can change here tonight. But right now, they've got a handle on what's going on in the canyon, at least behind these houses. And just below, also, I want to mention, there are the roadblocks set up. We've got that. We've got the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. kicking in soon. We saw the National Guard down at some of these roadblocks. We saw people at the local fire station along Sunset just waiting and wondering what might happen next. But right now up here, they were able, Rick and Karine, to get that flare-up that was happening behind this house under control.
Yeah, Sarah, before you go, I got a question for you. We may lose some of the air assets tonight because of the winds, the sun setting at this point. Are you still hearing that buzz over your head, or is that diminished a little bit?
I haven't seen any air support from where we are right now. We were being escorted out behind by the public information officers. We're bringing reporters to the back. Right now, I don't see any in the air. There's a few planes, so I think possibly yes. We're going to get some more information and bring that to you, but let's hope the winds don't pick up, because we know that the air support is so crucial tonight to keep these flames down.
Yeah, good point. All right, maintain that position. We'll get back to you later on tonight. You know, we've been spending so much time talking about the Palisades fire that we haven't dealt.
I'm swapping. March, can you check the ingest, see what we're at?
Looks like we're at 5K, 4.92.
Is that good or bad?
Not the best.
You want high or you want low?
No, we want higher. We should have higher. I don't know why it's at 5K only.
But I mean,
but if we have 5K here, that means the old backpack might have had even lower here.
Yeah, actually, I think I remember this being a dead zone option.
Yeah.
All right, is this thing live?
Yeah, it's live. It's on your belly right now. Well, you can swap it.
All right, am I showing the guys in the back?
You didn't wear your fire gear?
No, not really.
I thought you would have. I thought you would have worn your fire gear. You guys can turn on the lights in the back if you want.
It's like not in focus.
Oh yeah.
It's just really focused on me.
Okay. Well.
Rob, show the people what they're here for anyway. You.
There we go.
All right. So everybody. Also, yeah. Make sure that it's not super high.
Is it?
I
Is
have
it
to check
looking
the
at
mirror
you?
sometimes.
Also,
No, you can show me if you want. That's fine.
Also, the mic might not be on.
All right. It's a red light.
Here,
Turn it
give me
around
the
and
camera.
give it to Mark.
No, it's on.
Oh, it is? Okay, we're good then.
Here, look at the.
Is there no audio?
No, there is. I just wasn't sure if it was the onboard mic.
Marsh, can you see the lights, LEDs?
In the mirror? Are you trying to show me in the mirror?
Yeah, bro.
Turn it around.
You can just turn it around. I can't, but I believe you.
Murat, just turn it around.
If there's LEDs,
turn the camera around so we can see the back.
No.
Turn it around to me so I can see it. No, Murat. Yes, the mic is on. Why are you so difficult?
I don't know what the rules of engagement are with this camera.
Leave him alone.
He's also zoomed in, I think.
Oh,
Let
there
him-
we go.
let Morel
Oh,
do
that
it.
makes way more sense. Thank you, Marsh.
Good.
This man builds.
He's talented in other ways.
This man builds rocket ships.
It's just my pretty looks. That's my number one talent. Just not capitalizing on them.
That's how he rose through the ranks. All right. Here, flip it to me.
It's on you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way to the Rose Bowl right now, where we are going to be linking up with a new friend of the show. His name is Scott. He's a producer, and he's also a recidivism activist. And we're going to be linking up with him because he is going to be feeding some of the firefighters that have been working tirelessly around the clock in combating all the wildfires that have been taking place in Los Angeles. So far, the last death toll that I saw was around 10, with more than 10,000 structures that have been burned to the ground. Obviously, this is one of the most impactful wildfires, certainly the most devastating wildfire in California history. And one of the lesser known aspects of combating wildfires in the state of California is the fact that the California state relies sometimes upwards of 30% of the firefighting force at any given point during wildfire season. California state relies on inmates, incarcerated firefighters. And some of these incarcerated firefighters make $5 to $10 a day, according to I guess publicly available data. Some of them makes upwards of $26 a day. Now, obviously, these numbers are incredibly low. They are incarcerated. It's a valuable training program, and until recently, they had no opportunity to join a full-time, staffed, employed fire department. Since, I believe, 2022, there have been initiatives to, I guess, expunge their record if they have any drug offenses, or if they have any sort of if they have a felony on their record, they're incarcerated. They must have it expunged in order to be able to join, in order to be able to get EMT training, which is a requirement to become a California firefighter. Before 2022, the gainful employment opportunities for a lot of these incarcerated firefighters was very limited, only part-time jobs at best if they were really lucky. They still, as far as I understand, cannot join municipalities unless it's like a super rare instance. We're going to be talking to these guys. They're still technically in prison, but for the time being, they're out of prison and at the Rose Bowl in the staging area. You know, after a long day, sometimes 12-hour shifts or even longer of combating wildfires, clearing out brush, and numerous other things that you have to do, they're going to be eating. So we're going to go talk to them about their experiences and what their day-to-day looks like, and hopefully help people understand that the incarcerated population are human too. Now, of course, this sounds really silly when I say it, but unfortunately, it's something that must be said. Because in the United States of America, we have one of the most draconian prison structures, one of the worst carceral states on the entire planet, where the American government houses 25% of the entire planet's prisoner population, despite only making up 4% of the entire planet's population. That's right. A quarter of the imprisoned people on this planet behind bars in chains are in the United States of America. This is why I always get very upset when people think that the real solution to combating crime, to ensuring that crime doesn't happen in this country, is actually more stringent and more draconian punishments, when clearly we have some of the most antiquated, dare I say, medieval, torturous carceral structures on the planet. And yet, seemingly, that has not solved the issue at all. Seemingly, this kind of deterrence mechanism is not actually successful at lowering the number of the incarcerated population in this country. What actually has worked so far successful initiatives like training programs and reintegration programs, a focus on rehabilitation rather than incarceration, has actually been successful at combating the likelihood of reoffending. Having said that, however, even in one of the, on paper, most successful reintegration initiatives, this is a very valuable training structure and allowing prisoners to experience dignity and actually give back to their communities in this way, in this very meaningful way. It still seemingly is used as a way to basically have a servile, indentured servant population. Slavery, as you know, is constitutionally protected under the 13th Amendment. Slavery as a mechanism of punishment is perfectly permissible, allowed, and still exists in the United States of America, in many states, including California. California, as a matter of fact, had a ballot initiative in the last election, in the general election that we just had, where they overwhelmingly voted to preserve slavery as a form of punishment in the state constitution. This is one of the awful outcomes of said reality. I'm joined, of course, by Caroline Kwan, Marchie Poo, and also my very own volunteer firefighter, engineer extraordinaire, Marat Piker, on this wonderful journey. Thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank you for that speech. I'm gonna cut in and just add one thing.
Okay.
So the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, that's a group that works with these incarcerated firefighters who we are going to go talk to. They currently have a fundraiser to raise funds for these firefighters after they are released from prison. So I think I posted the link in my Discord, but if mods, if you can find that link, if people are looking for a way to donate, but also just to follow their work and understand what it is that they're doing. That's the first thing I want to mention. The second thing I want to mention is that the way firefighting works, not even just during times of crisis like this, is that they're 24 hours on, 24 hours off. So we're going to be talking to a group of people who are on the 24 hours off, but obviously they're exhausted, and it's a lot what they're doing right now, but that's how it is. So they work for 24 hours straight, and then they have 24 hours off.
God damn.
Yeah, 24 hours seems like a lot.
I was also talking about the truck that's behind us. Holy moly, those headlights, dude.
Chat can see it.
Should be illegal.
I can see my future.
That's how bright it is. Yeah.
Yeah, 24 hours does seem like a lot. I mean,
the way
you'd get tired. No, you're doing physical labor.
No, I know. In like
it's
really,
it's not effective.
And really warm and really hot conditions. So, which causes more dehydration than usual. But what I was gonna say is the way this is gonna work is that first we're gonna go over there. Some of you guys are gonna stay in the car while I go and talk to the people there. Scott wanted me to, just like have a little bit of time off camera with them before we go in with the camera. We've gotten prior authorization, prior clearance as well. Even apparently.
So are we going into like a makeshift prison?
No, so they have like these giant trailers where I think it's like 3 levels of bunks that they sleep in, and this is where they stay in these camps.
I think some of them stay in hotels too, even like they put them in hotels or trailers.
I think there's up to 1,000 incarcerated firefighters who are currently fighting the blazes.
Yeah.
So over the week it has tripled.
Yeah, and we're going to be going to the staging area where a lot of, I believe there's other EMTs there as well, like other emergency services there as well. I don't know if it's just the incarcerated firefighters, but we'll find out when we get there. Unless you know, Caroline, do you know?
Sorry, what was that?
Are there just incarcerated firefighters at the place we're going to? I think it's just the staging area. Or is it just
like a staging area?
This, from my understanding, this camp is where their base camp is. So it's a group of about 80, maybe more since yesterday when I was looking into it, but 80 incarcerated firefighters, and it's where they pretty much sleep when they're on their off shift, and then they go right back to work. But I was actually seeing Jeremy Lindfeld, who's the photographer? Jeremy Lindenfeld. I know he shot like the WGA and SAG-AFTRA protests, but I think he went and took pictures.
Wait,
and talked to
the
them
guy
today.
that took photos for New York Mag?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw those photos. Those photos are bomb.
Yeah, and he
Caroline,
he
there's
went
a light
and
right
talked.
here.
What's
I think there's a light right here. Would you mind turning it on?
Oh yeah.
Did that help? Yeah, that helped.
Is that better?
Barely. The lights in the Porsche are...
No, killing it here will make it better.
Whoa, what are you doing? You're hitting the SOS?
Whoops.
What was that? Did you hit the OnStar SOS button?
I don't know.
No, you didn't.
No, just close it. It's fine. They'll tell us. Don't worry.
Hello, this is OnStar.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, I have a...
Wait, no, you turn your line.
This is
I was turning this off.
This is classic Murat, okay? When we were younger, he would do this all the time.
What do you mean he would do this all the time?
I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna fix the remote.
Yeah, I would take the camera and be like, hey, yo, chat, let me just like...
No, you know what I'm talking about.
Try to get you better visuals.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. He would always...
Oh my God.
He had a
Caroline,
tendency. He had a tendency
you don't like
to
the light?
wanna... He had a tendency to wanna fix things, okay?
Oh
And
my God, that's why he's an engineer. Hello.
yeah, but he would break it beyond repair in an effort to fix it.
That's truly not. Abi, listen, like, I know you're about dramatizing the news, but, like, relax.
I mean, they can see it. You can see what you're doing in broad daylight, well, the night light.
It's all on camera, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, honestly, as an older sibling, I am gonna support Murat here because...
Wait, what? He's the younger sibling.
I know.
What the fuck?
But I know
you.
it doesn't make sense, but I am. But because it's
Where
you.
is your goddamn...
Because it's you, I'm supporting
older
Murat.
sibling solidarity?
Solidarity, dude. What the frick?
Wait, what were we talking about? Oh, Jeremy,
yeah, we were talking about the camp.
We were talking about Jeremy. So I don't know if this is the group that he went to, but...
Oh my God, the governor's there right now.
Oh.
Let's go talk to him.
That's my man.
Well, that'll be fun. Okay, as I was saying, Jeremy said that the incarcerated firefighters that he talked to hadn't showered in 5 days. They were not provided regular meals. They were working 24 hours in a row, and they were feeling underappreciated and underpaid. But they felt they felt like they really wanted to be there still to help their city. So I don't know if this is the group, because I know they have bases, in different areas, but I think that's why it is good to go and like bring attention to these incarcerated firefighters and let them tell their stories.
I talked to Scott ahead of time, and I was very I was very demanding in that I wanted to, no matter what, I wanted to like bring something for these guys, but he was like, no, I'm already bringing the food. What you're doing in terms of sharing their stories and talking to them and sharing what they're doing out here and showcasing their humanity is infinitely more valuable. I still wanted to bring something, but
gotta bring those pizzas.
But no, it's not a classic point of activism unless I have boxes and boxes of pieces that I'm delivering. But this time around, no pizza. But he has a taco truck that he is feeding them with. So, nice. And I believe he set that up already, and it'll be completely set up by the time we get there. So yeah, that's the situation. That's the short and sweet of it. We're there almost in like 10 minutes. We'll get there. Hopefully there won't be any problems getting in and out. We're going to a specific lot, and I don't know what we're gonna do afterwards, but you guys might have to sit in the car for a little bit while I go.
It's okay, we can be entertaining. We can vamp.
And go talk it up a little bit.
I'll hang out with Gavin. It's fine.
Man, that's why I'm actually not bringing in the camera, because I want to hang out with my boy Gavin in secret.
Ask him how his hair is like that.
Uh-oh. Is this the... Nope, that's the wrong way. Why does this do? Oh my God, Google Maps. That's fine. I've done this. This is the 3rd time I've been in this area in this past month. And every single time, instead of going, because I took mom to the hospital. Every single time, instead of going on the Glendale Freeway, I end up going on, continuing on Glendale Boulevard. Every single time. It's very confusing.
How long have you lived in LA?
12 years. Only 12 years.
Yeah.
It's a big city.
Yeah.
It's hard to.
It is. It's huge.
It's hard to keep track of all of the things that are going on.
This is also like a different city. It's a different state.
Yeah, basically, for those of you who are oblivious, Los Angeles is massive and it's very expansive, and it over encompasses a massive swath of land with numerous little cities inside of LA County. And you know, depending on where you live, you might never actually encounter certain parts of Los Angeles ever. I think part of that is also
a lot of Angelinos literally have never been to the ocean.
I mean, living here for 12 years, I've been to the ocean a total like 8
but you
times.
choose not
Aren't
to
you
go.
scared of the ocean?
Okay, well,
He's worried about the
Sharks?
Yeah.
And the octopus. People
The
always
octopus.
discount that the octopus are terrifying and they're intelligent and they can kill you and they can suck you into the water.
Have I told you about the squid run?
What is that?
So in Redondo Beach, squids lay eggs like once a year or
Gross.
whatever. And there's a certain period of time when the conditions are right where you can go scuba diving in like a swarm of like thousands and thousands of squid.
Gross.
It's insane.
It is insane. It's insane to do such things.
Do you know who loves octopus?
Who?
Will Knapp.
I love octopus
He watched
too.
my
Octopus friend.
my octopus teacher.
I
and
didn't
he-
watch
He
that.
sobbed and then he announced to me, he was like, I'm no longer eating this brilliant
And I don't
man.
think
He's lying.
He
He's
hasn't.
definitely.
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't. I don't think he has. I've been with him.
hasn't.
I've eaten it in front of him.
He like
Okay,
kinda
I
went
will
on a
eat octopus
crusade
on his
about it.
behalf.
Well, when we go to Japan,
I
I'll
remember him
question.
preaching to us about it.
No, Hasan,
As I ordered the octopus.
I am so serious. Like,
Well, octopus are
he's gonna
very
try to,
intelligent.
he's gonna try to get you to stop as well.
Me? I don't even.
Yeah.
eat
He's never
octopus.
had it.
I
Oh yeah,
eat
you don't
octopus.
eat seafood.
Yeah, he's good.
So
I don't eat
yeah,
any
success,
seafood.
Will,
Never
you
mind.
nailed it.
I don't eat any
Will
seafood.
did it.
But I would
Mission
also
accomplished, folks.
I would also refuse to eat octopus anyway because they're
They are
scary.
Yeah.
They're
What?
delicious.
Octopus are
No,
so
they're
scary.
brilliant. They're beautiful, brilliant creatures. Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Don't be scared. We'll put you in a oh.
Bless you.
Mama.
Oh, okay. That felt good.
Let it out.
That was like, the older I get, the more I feel like a good sneeze, like a good fart, you know, or like a burp.
Yeah.
You get it out of
Yeah,
your
man.
system, and you're
Yeah,
like, damn.
yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Why are y'all acting
Anyway.
like you don't?
You gotta let the
fart?
demons out,
Because
Hasan.
Marsh and I don't.
We don't.
Is Marsh also a girl? What is
Yes.
this? Like, Caroline, I get it, you're a girl. Girls don't fart, but
And neither do I. Why are you laughing?
One time Kim Kardashian said that she doesn't poop or fart.
Like, unironically, like seriously.
Yeah.
I believe it.
I believe her. I believe her.
I do too.
I believe her, but only because, not because she's a woman, but because she's an alien.
Yeah, speaking of aliens, Mark Zuckerberg, what is this like douche lord new look
He got hit with the Dominican ray.
What is going on? I think he saw everyone being like, Mark
Zuckerberg
is AI.
Yeah,
He's like, I'm
he's
gonna
Lil
change my-
Zicky.
Lil Zicky,
Yeah.
He's Zuck Harlow.
From the window.
He's yeah, I mean he's just doing the right wing pivot. And it's funny because like a lot of right wingers are like, nah dog, you are public enemy number one, persona non grata. I will never trust you. And I think it's really funny because like for right wingers it's just like, if you were an outspoken liberal at some point, I guess Mark was. I don't really fully understand how he was, because he in 2017 very famously said he doesn't have an issue with Holocaust deniers being on his platform. And then I think afterwards he got into like the really censorious liberal side of Facebook moderation. But even then, Facebook has never not been a QAnon, stomping ground. But they've always hated him They've always hated him, and they don't trust him, and that's all that matters for conservatives, is that like you were found to be libtarded at a certain point in your life, and then that's it. They don't even trust him anymore. They don't trust this pivot. They think it's like fake, which it probably, I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It is fake.
Dude, I don't know, man. Conservatives get more stuff right than you give them credit for.
Like what?
Getting this right.
This is Murat announcing he's MAGA.
Murat is the most MAGA-coded man in America. His favorite activities are mudding.
Well, what kind of mudding?
The best kind.
Have you ever heard of rednecks with paychecks? It's sick. I really want to go.
What is that?
It's everything you imagine that title would mean.
Rednecks
Now I
with
wanna go
what?
too.
Paychecks.
Well, I can't imagine what that is aside from getting paid.
Google it.
No, rednecks with paychecks makes sense. It's like, you know, rednecks with a lot of money that they spend on their incredibly souped up, lifted
like the guy
monster
who
trucks.
bought Taylor Swift's guitar and then from an auction and then immediately broke it in like this
I like this guy. I don't agree with what he did, but like,
Come on.
It's so stupid.
You have a fiance who is a Swiftie.
Come on.
You're gonna get killed.
I'm trying to get canceled right now.
Don't you understand? There's no higher allegiance that a Swiftie has.
No, I don't agree with what he did. I just like such an aggressive thing to do.
You're about to have your wedding called off, son.
Murat, I can't support you in that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hate what he said. I'm so sorry, Swifties that are watching right now.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I went to the Eras tour. Did you?
I was not allowed because of my admiration.
You loved her too hard.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Am I the only one here who's actually seen her live?
You know, I'm not
Ooh,
worthy.
Deadening silence. Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not worthy of
Yeah, please go ahead.
her,
Defend her.
No, I'm just simply saying.
Okay,
that
I'll defend her. Climate change is fake, and she should be able to
fly wherever she wants.
Fly however much she wants. 17A.
I mean, hey, my girl's into aviation. Like, I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're in the lab cooking up new ways for her to pollute the planet.
I mean, like, kind of.
Okay. We're near. We're like 5 minutes out.
Also, did you fart earlier when you burped?
No. When I sneezed?
Or when you sneezed?
No.
I don't know, I can't not keep straight whatever's happening.
No. I just sneezed. Wait, why? Does it smell like-
Somebody farted.
It doesn't. No
was
one even
earlier.
brought it up, Caroline. I didn't
Or
smell
could it be like some weird smell you're getting from the fire nearby?
Now you're blaming the fires, Murat?
I didn't smell it. So whoever smelled it,
Half
dealt
the
it.
state's on fire. Like, what do you mean?
Whoever smelled it dealt it. That's the rules. Even if
Yeah,
they're
but she's
girls.
female. She doesn't fart.
Whoever did the rhyme did the crime, except for me, who
You're
obviously
rhyming
had
right
to
now.
rhyme.
You're rhyming right now. That's double.
Well-
double jeopardy. But this time
Nope,
that means you're
I
doubly
said no.
guilty.
No.
I wish there was smell-o-vision on this camera, so we could just kind
We'll
of
get
focus
there.
in back there.
Like the Nintendo Switch 2 will have.
I think I wish there was smell-o-vision so that the slanderous nature of Will Neff would be known to all man. Actually, it's probably better that there's no smell-o-vision because when I burp, it does smell really bad.
All right.
Well, whatever. I eat garlic. Okay. Oh man.
Well,
Who likes to eat garlic?
Will does like bodily functions as humor, like farts and burps and.
Yeah.
I mean, it is funny.
It is funny when he does it. That's true.
Farts and farts and burps are very funny.
Sometimes though, I could do without it.
All I'm saying is, the worse they are, the funnier.
Like he'll jump in the air.
That's hilarious.
Like I'll be talking about something serious.
Okay, you're really undermining the point that you were trying to establish earlier.
Yeah,
that
I don't think
farts-
this is working, Kyle.
That farts are not funny. They're hilarious.
He's got a routine?
So much.
Baby, yeah, we're effing.
We're effing?
We're coming back.
I think
We're
it's.
coming back.
I think
We're
it's
back.
this.
We're back. We're back.
This area here.
That's crazy. So we do have spa reduction.
We're back. That was fast F.
That's crazy.
On lowercase f.
Yeah, we're back. backpack.
The fact that this backpack even is still, this backpack also F's is crazy.
Bro, you don't have like a cable connected to the mainframe. Like,
that's what he needs, though.
Once we get that schmink.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Once we get that schmink, then we'll have complete unlimited bandwidth, uninterrupted.
Okay, Elon's gonna Neuralink us all, and then we'll be able to stream.
Oh my God, what?
Honestly, I kind of want a chip put in my
Then
head.
we'll be able to stream
I just
at
love avalanches. They're
6K
awesome.
bit rate at all times.
I feel like my memory has gotten worse. I'm like, just put a chip in my head. Just do it.
I mean, we are getting older.
Elon bat chest.
Just do it.
Neuralink bat chest.
It's like that Black Mirror episode. Where they put the... I was like, you know what? I'll take that.
Do it.
Yeah.
Dude, this is not a flattering angle at all.
It's not a what?
Flattering angle?
Right, you have no unflattering angles.
They're just all bad.
No, they're all...
Oh, he's saying you're a Chad.
You're
Saying you're a Giga Chad.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Okay.
Take the compliment, bozo. Okay. Video started.
Alright. What's going on back there?
Have you guys ever been to the... Oh my
God.
Stop!
What is that guy doing? He just stopped in the middle of the road. Indecisive ass. That's craziness.
You know, if you're getting on the wrong highway, you just gotta go, okay? And then you're gonna have to turn around. You can't, like, fly across. Have you guys been to the Rose Bowl?
I've never been here. Well, period.
It's amazing. They have it once a month.
My mom would appreciate the things that you're saying.
It's like the granddaddy of flea markets.
There's apparently a swap meet in Long Beach I really want to go to where they sell like high performance engines and stuff.
What? The most undecisive. Show this guy.
Don't
show.
I'm not gonna
show
dox
that
him.
guy. No.
This guy is literally standing. Chat. This guy is standing in the middle.
League of Legends.
He's standing in the middle of both lanes. And this is the second time he's done this. Last time almost caused us to, you know, get in a car accident too, so. Luckily. I'm not responsible for the suspension system of the car, Ron.
Well, first of all, you are. There is settings.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're down. But it's coming back up.
That's crazy that it's F so many times.
We are up in the hills, I guess.
I think it will be fine when we get to...
It bounces back super fast.
Yeah, I think it's really just the hills.
Compared to the other one.
There she is.
Is that it?
Incident base.
Try to say it's great, it just refreshes instantly.
Alright, Glaze. Ground support supply fuel. Oh my god, this guy's the worst, dude. I mean, he's
Well, it turns out he's a volunteer firefighter,
Yeah.
like trying to save lives.
Yeah.
He's like, this guy sucks.
Yeah, just learn how to drive, asshole. How about you volunteer to learn how to drive?
Okay, let's not, you know, have road rage.
You wouldn't last a day on the Rift.
Wait, why are you saying that?
Oh, did you see those tents?
You can't control your anger. Your jungler would kill into your lane, and you would just lose it. You'd throw your keyboard through your monitor.
Yeah, well, I'm never gonna.
Yeah, this place is huge. This is way more than 80 people.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. It was it's a staging area for numerous different firefighters, numerous different brigades, probably EMTs as well.
They got cranes. Gotta lift things up.
This is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. We're very fortunate to be able to have this opportunity.
Well, I mean, I wish this base camp wasn't here because we didn't have fires, but yes.
Yeah, no shit. I think that's established.
Bulldozer!
Come and go stand, mama. She.
Yeah, I got it. I got really excited about bulldozers. I got it.
Merhaba. I learned Turkish.
Oh, merhaba.
Merhaba.
And to you as well.
Oh, I see.
I was watching, I can't remember what I was watching. It would be like a film or a show. And they said merhaba. And I was like, oh my god.
It was probably a Turkish soap opera.
I might have passed it. Try entering here.
One of these places. Wait.
No, that's it. I'm going.
No, I don't think I can go through the gate.
Okay, go that way.
Yeah.
Here, let me give this to you guys for a second.
Sure.
And please don't show the front.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This cute. Yeah. That's me. This is it.
Okay, keep going.
No,
Hi,
you gotta
Chad.
open it. This is it.
See the group of them.
Oh, good.
Oh, whoa, they're staged right there. They're chilling.
Anywho, I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow.
Haas, I brought you a mask.
Am I even supposed to be?
Oh,
Oh,
was that you?
no.
No?
Am I not allowed to park here?
I don't know.
Cop came up. Wait, there's cars over there. I think I'm gonna park next to the civilian vehicles and not the.
And not next to the,
Not next to the
fire trucks?
I see orange jumpsuits.
Yeah, the orange jumpsuit guys are the inmate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Figured.
All right, I'm gonna go and talk to him real quick. All right. Stay
Talk to him.
Oh my god. Turn off.
Sorry, see you guys. I just made a Haley Welch joke that you guys didn't catch like 30 seconds
Wait,
ago.
what'd you say? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr.
Well, I said, anywho, I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh,
Which is the last thing she said, and then disappeared for
Dude,
3
I
weeks.
didn't even realize that you were doing a Haley Welch.
So,
Is she
it's
still
called a
sleeping?
callback, Caroline.
Yeah. I mean,
In comedy, we call those a callback.
you know what? Since I have no humor.
I'm sorry. Anyway, welcome to the March and Caroline Power Hour.
Yo, finally.
Finally, we should start a podcast.
Finally. We should just.
I can't move, guys. Can you show them my
You guys,
legs?
I just have to tell you too.
This is how I wrote. Okay.
Look at Marsh.
Okay,
Look
hold
at his
on.
legs.
I need to shine
Let's
a
see
light
if
on
you
this.
can-
Okay.
Okay, see this? So we were like, Hasan, can you pull up a couple inches of your chair?
This is after he pulled
This
up.
is after he pulls up, and then he's like, yeah, can I go back now? You're like, yeah, we'll just cut Marsh's legs off. Don't worry.
So anyway, I can't really move.
Look at your poor legs.
I'm just getting my shoes all over his leather in the Porsche, and I don't care.
Do you, yeah, no.
He can get those
Fuck
replaced.
it up. Do you wanna, sit in his...
In the driver's
there?
seat.
I
Oh,
think-
that's so
yeah,
smart.
'cause
You're
I don't
so
know how
smart.
long it's gonna be. Let's move.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Can you walk? Can you even walk still? How are the legs getting out of the car?
Oh, hell yeah. That's way better.
Okay, I'm gonna give that to you, and I'm gonna move up here.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. That's smart.
Okay. Oh my god.
I could take his car. I won't, but I
Yeah,
could.
you can really smell the smoke. Anyway, hi y'all. What's up?
Hey, y'all.
Hey y'all. I'm so sorry I missed your Haley Welch joke.
It's okay. It was chat. See, it's not for you. It's for them.
It's for them.
And they caught it, so that's all that matters. I'm a man
You know
of the
what?
people.
That
People
is,
say,
you can always count on chat to catch something.
right, out of like
If everyone
20,000
else misses
people,
it.
like one will get it.
Someone's got to know.
And it's like if they're the one that gets it, notice it's like it feels more special.
Sometimes if I make a film reference in a group of streamers who they do not watch movies. I'm always so grateful to the
In the chat,
to
the one
person
guy
in
in
the chat
chat.
who's like, I got you.
Yeah.
Man, how are you feeling?
In general,
Yeah.
fine. I mean, the world's on fire, so I think I'm just like so numb to everything at this point.
I don't know if you feel the same way, but I have felt like a particular love for LA this week. That
Oh, for sure.
I don't know. I mean, this has been my home for almost 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up here. Like,
Yeah.
I've been seeing wildfires my entire life. Obviously, not to this degree. This is fucking crazy. But it's just like, yeah, it's just so sad. I mean,
Man, I'm sure you know a lot of people too who've lost homes or have had to evacuate.
Yeah, definitely. Like, but this is just like, I've never seen anything just like this.
No,
and I feel like
no.
that's kind of the sentiment shared across a lot of people who've been for a while. It's like, never seen it be this bad. And the thing is, like, I feel like it's only gonna get worse. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
I mean, the winds are
it's not even
expected to
fire season.
Right.
It's
and
January.
The Santa Ana winds are expected to like pick up again
Yeah.
into next week, which could undo a lot of the work that the firefighting crews have done.
Yeah.
'Cause it just carries like the embers and.
So it's fucking scary for sure.
It is.
Thankfully, I was not in a zone that was like mandatory evac.
Dude,
but
Will brought his Pokemon cards.
and I respect that.
No, dude.
Did you think I was gonna be on your side about that? I was pulling packs with him at karaoke at like 3 a.m. We pulled the Venusaur together.
Okay, you know what? You're the wrong. I shouldn't have brought that up with you. I should have known. I should have known.
Yeah.
You'd be like, yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I told him though. I said, Will.
That's the when the house burns down. That's how he's gonna pay for the next one.
Do you know he's told me before too? He's like, if anything happens to me, like one day he
Save
brought
the
me.
cards?
One day he brought me over, and he's like, hey, if anything ever happens to me, I'm like.
Like what? What are you trying to say?
Because if if something bad happens to me, I want you to know where the Pokemon cards are.
Oh, and he has them like in a
Like
safe.
he had
Like-
no, it's not in a safe. It's in a box. It's in a box, and he's like, I
Between
want
two
you.
saves and a hidden trap door.
It's like I want you to have these. He's like, it's worth at least at the time it was like $1,000 worth of Pokemon cards.
Okay, not a lot.
I was like,
not as much as I thought.
I was like,
for the way
is
he
that
was
the
talking
most
about.
valuable thing that you have?
This is.
I was like, okay. He goes, so if anything happens
Some people
to
have
me,
like priceless family heirlooms or just like a bunch of guns. He's
no
like-
man, it was these Pokemon cards. And he was so serious. He was so serious when he's like, if anything happens to me, he was like, this will keep you and Farley going for a little while. I was like,
That's awesome.
great.
He probably has some sick cards in there.
Yeah. The collection has grown since
Okay.
then.
Well, how long ago was that?
I think that was before he really hit big.
Okay. So he's been adding to it.
He's been adding to it.
Oh, you're sitting on a gold mine here. You shouldn't have said that on street. You should have said that.
Yeah, it's still
Probably worth millions now.
Yeah, it's worth more than this Porsche. No, it's not. But yeah, I said to him, I was like, okay, if we have to evacuate again, we need to be better. This is the test run.
Yeah.
And mistakes were made. And he's like,
Yeah.
what? We did a great job. I was like, no, we took too long. We took too long.
For sure. Yeah.
Because what I was afraid of happening happened, which is that we got gridlocked. Like we could not.
The reality of like LA streets too is like they're gridlocked normally.
Normally, I know.
If
I
like
know.
you panic everybody and tell everybody to get out at the exact same time, it's like nothing is moving.
Yeah, I was telling people yesterday, I was like, the warnings happen and then you might get an order within a minute.
Right. You gotta,
like there's hardly any time. And so if you are in the LA area, it is not being overly dramatic or fear mongering to say have stuff prepared.
For sure.
Because It does happen really fast, but dude, we got lucky.
Yes, I know.
We got lucky that
I
it
know.
wasn't the
I know
first
where
night.
you are, and it was.
Yeah.
I immediately, when that one sparked up, I was like, oh
Yeah,
fuck.
I know.
Yeah.
If the winds had been worse, if I don't know, if they hadn't been able to do the airdrops, then that's what happened Tuesday night. Is they couldn't,
because it was too windy.
they were grounded.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were grounded because the winds were
Those winds were
hurricane
so
level,
crazy,
and
yeah.
so all you have then are the crews on the ground, and like there's really not much that they can do.
Yeah.
I think Palisades right now is at 11% contained, but the fear is
Yeah, that's
like
crazy.
if the winds are, if they're bad again, then it might undo a lot of what they've done.
I'm so just, I mean, fascinated is the wrong word, but just like I can't even like wrap my head around like how those fires are still burning, because I see the images of Palisades, right, and it's like wiped off the map, and then it's like, oh, it's only 11% contained. It's like, what is still burning? Like, is it just like continuing outward? Like, what is happening?
Well, I think we're getting the.
Oh,
good.
Hello.
Yeah, you guys are good.
Okay.
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 I'm gonna grab my. I would suggest wearing that mask.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I just gotta get them out, get the kids out of the car real quick. Get them out of the high chair.
It's not good out here.
No. Okay. Leave that behind. You got the keys? Yeah. Please hold, chat. Bear with me as the camera is shaky as I'm putting you on my back. Oh my god, this backpack. Okay. Okay. Oh, I put this backpack on wrong. Hold on. It's a new bag, chat. It's a new bag. Hold on. Caroline, I need your help.
I get you.
Oh, I'm good. I got it.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm gonna point at the ground until I get the clearance, chat, okay? Pointing at the floor. Excuse me, sorry. Can I? What's up, bro? How you doing? Hi, I'm Mark.
This is Mark. This is Caroline.
Hey, what's up? Can I?
Yeah, you can show now. You can.
The only thing I should know is that like there's always been
Alright,
misinformation online. When he came into office, Cal Fire budget was $2 billion. It's now $4 billion.
Yeah.
There were 7,000 firefighters. It's now 14,000. He's doubled everything. So
Yeah.
he has crushed it as a governor. In this one issue,
Yeah.
he has crushed it.
Oh, yeah. No, I
Yeah. Whatever
I give-
Trump has to say.
No, I don't care about that.
I know you don't. I'm just like.
Just as long as we don't get into homelessness.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Oh,
you know?
his homelessness deputy is right. Where is the homelessness deputy? He's
Gavin is right behind us right now. Big Gav, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, California. I've never met him. California oblast, ruling with an iron fist. But we just talked. What do you want to tell the camera about yourself?
Scott Budnick, movie producer, spent 14 years making The Hangover and Project X and a bunch of stupid shit. Went into juvenile hall, met a bunch of incarcerated kids, and started doing this. And here we are, still making movies, but doing this is what kind of feeds my soul.
And what's the group that you work with predominantly? Like you have a recidivism.
Yeah, ARC.
coalition, right?
So
ARC.
organization I started. So after I was making comedies, then I did that, and now I'm back in the movie business making movies, but I'm still on the board of ARC and doing this kind of work.
We were supposed to have a meeting
on Friday, and I got evacuated.
That was like not. I didn't even realize that you were doing this thing. We were supposed to have this meeting, and I thought it was like a regular. You know, sometimes producers and stuff like that hit me up, And then Caroline was like, oh, I was doing some research on like incarcerated firefighters, like where to donate and whatnot, because it's something that we talk about quite a bit.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, there's this guy, Scott Budnick. And I was like, I know this name. Where do I know it? It's like, oh my God. It's
Wait, you figured this out?
Yeah, she's the one.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second, that's crazy that these two things intersected.
We actually have a mutual.
What's going on, man?
Kimbo, nice to meet
you.
Yeah.
Hasan,
So I was like, oh, this guy. Okay, I think we gotta connect with them.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Big Kimbo right here?
All right, yeah, let's do it. Kimbo, you're on Twitch.
What's up with it? How's it going?
So, from what we understand, Scott was telling us Scott was giving us the lay of the land here.
Okay.
So you're originally from Juvie, right? Or,
nah, I'm a youth offender.
You're a
I
youth
caught
offender.
my case at 18.
So yeah, all the red caps here in particular, if you can show right there, they're all from. Are you guys all from the same correctional facility?
Yeah, we're all from Growlersburg Fire Camp.
Okay.
We're the Wild Peak Crews.
Okay.
So crews here right now.
These guys went in as juvenile offenders. From what I understand, there's also there's a lot of restrictions in terms of who can do this kind of firefighting as an incarcerated individual. But for you guys, there's a additional opportunity, right? Like even if you went in as a violent offender,
yes, sir.
if you went into a juvenile facility, you still have the ability to come and get training. What are the benefits of doing something like this?
Okay, we got violent crime, so we got sentenced to a longer time.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to go to high level security yards, real serious stuff going down, real dangerous yards. But with this opportunity with Scott Budnick, he let the guys that got caught up at 18 not have to go do time with like OG lifers and all that. So we got an opportunity to come to fire camp and we get time cuts, so time off our sentence, a bunch of time off our sentence. We're like the highest paid inmates in the whole system.
What's the pay though? It's still pretty low, right?
Yeah, it's still low. It's low. I think I get like $180 a month.
That's crazy.
They give you extra when it's during a crisis, right? I was reading that you were supposed to.
Nah, we don't get no extra during no crisis.
No?
Not for us. Maybe the free firefighters, but we don't get no extra during the crisis. But there's supposed to be a pay increase in the future. We're supposed to get $5 an hour, but that's still low for like people on the street. But for us, we're like that make us like we'll be doing real well.
Yeah, but you're doing crazy work. You're out here. You said 24 hours in, 24 hours out, right? And then sometimes they do 12 hours in, 12 off. But I mean, what are some of the things that you do on a day-to-day basis out here?
All right. We go into.
In terms of lighting, do you want to just move this way? That way?
Yeah, let's do it like this.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's probably better.
Yeah.
Well, we're the hand crews, so we go in with our tools. We hike up. We hike a bunch of miles. We're on the mountain. Then we grab. We work with our hand tools. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it's like the hardest job in the firefighting for the wildland. Period. It's like we're like infantry. We're the foot soldiers.
Yeah.
So we're cutting line. We're scraping brush. We're using chainsaws. Scraping brush. We're making a path between the fire and the rest of the fuel, the community, the brush. So we make that barrier. You create that barrier with our hand tools, but it takes a long time. It takes hours and hours, and we go where the bulldozers can't get to. You feel me? So we're going tight spaces, real steep, where a bulldozer would like fall if it would try to go up there. It's crazy. So yeah, it's crazy stuff. We sleep out there. We get our rest when we can out there on the mountain. It's crazy. Yeah. So
it gets dangerous too, right?
It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. I have to dodge rocks sometimes coming down. Dodge them. You feel me? I swear to God, my mama. We got to. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's dangerous work.
Will you like it?
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's almost like a respite from being? Is it better than being in prison or no?
It's way better because I was in a prison yard. I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get jumped, get beat up. The cops treat us like shit. But here, we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job.
Yeah.
You feel me? And then the community comes out and shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition for anything we've done. So now doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life-changing for a lot of guys, because that's all they be needing is a little bit of recognition. With this, it's life-changing, and we get opportunities at careers.
What was how long was your sentence? You don't mind me asking?
17 years.
17 years?
Yep.
God damn. They're going to shave it off.
Yep.
They're going to shave it off now.
They're going to shave it off. They shaving some off.
They better shave it off.
But you feel me? We ain't breaking, you know what I mean? We ain't folding. You feel me? 17 years, but now I'm at camp. I got about 2 years left. 2 years left. I had to work a bunch of time off with schooling and graduating high school.
How old are you now?
I'm 25 now. Never forgetting. I've been down for a minute.
I feel you.
I started at 18, I'm 25 now.
And you got linked up with this program how many years ago?
I got to fire camp last year in November. That was the first time any person like with my kind of case, violent crime, was allowed to go to fire camp last year in November. So we're the start of it.
What about for adult offenders? Do you think that like it's a good program overall, right? Like it's like. Even if it wasn't fighting wildfires, like, do you feel like these kinds of initiatives? You talked about being feeling like a human, right? Feeling like a sense of dignity from other people. Do you feel like these kinds of programs, reintegration programs like that, would be successful overall? Like in terms of giving you proper training and giving you tools to one, lower your sentence, give back to the community somehow. And then when you go out, you have, well, I'm not entirely sure about the wildfire programs in general, but like in general, it's good to have that kind of work experience so you don't feel like your life is lost.
Yeah, it could be successful, but the thing is the pay. The work compared to the pay is like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So a lot of guys get broke off on the mountain, their body get beat up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if the pay went up, more guys would be more grateful for the opportunity.
Yeah.
We're grateful for the opportunity. We got all this time. You feel me? We're young. Then we're real excited. We're real motivated. So when we get out, we're firefighters. You feel me? We're not running the streets anymore.
Yeah.
But for the adult crews, I mean, it just depends on their motivation. But it's hard work. So if you're lazy, you're not going to last. You're going to hate it. But if you're motivated to better yourself, it's going to work for you as long as you work it.
I feel you.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear from you, man. I don't want to keep you from eating your food.
It's all good, man. It's good, man. It's my 24 down. I appreciate you guys for coming out.
Yeah, nice to meet you,
bro. Nice to meet you too, bro.
Anybody else want to come on?
Xavier, he's down to talk, and then if you guys want to...
Come here. Let's talk. Yo, those are... does the state give you those?
Yeah. We get them brand new.
Those are kind of drippy, dude.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So you look fly on the mountain. Something nice.
Yeah. Do you get to keep it? Do you get to keep the hats?
Yeah.
Oh, you get to bring it back?
Well, everything, they give us everything. Everything's kind of state issue when you get there. They kind of prepare you for the fires. So that way when you get out there, do what you got to do.
I'm saying, like, when you go back, do you get to keep them?
I don't think so.
It's crazy.
It's considered an antique.
I
don't think he wants to keep that either.
I'm not going to, I'm going to cop his shoe.
You're like, hey, can I get this?
No, but I did see some jackets there. They're pretty sweet.
All right, bro, chill. We're not going to take their clothes off their back, bro. They're fucking fighting wildfires out there.
Look, we'll give it to you, man. We'll give it to you. It's a donation.
All right. So, how are you guys feeling? Is the tacos good?
We're blessed.
Yeah?
I haven't even tried them yet. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Do you want to eat first?
No, I'm good. I just ate.
No, I'm good, thank you too.
While you eat, you talk. How about that? And then swap it out.
All right. So, again, Xavier and Angel, for those who
you don't want to eat on camera?
Huh? Nah. I gotta go wait.
There's hella ladies watching right now. They're gonna be judging. They're gonna be judging the way you're eating.
He's not shy. He's not a shy one.
No, don't even worry. He eats on stream, and you cannot be worse.
Fucking with you.
You cannot be worse.
Yeah.
So how you guys doing?
We're blessed. You know, we're taking it all in. We just came down from the mountain yesterday. We were assigned to the Eden Fire. Our division, you know, was meeting up with other crews, doing some hand line. The dozer only goes so far, you know. Our job is really to kind of get in the cracks and crevices where the dozer can go. And when we get out there, we work as a team, you know. This guy is crazy out in the fires, man. This guy goes crazy. This guy goes crazy.
So, let me ask you, how long you guys been training? Like, when did you get started with the program? It's a relatively new one, right?
Yeah, it's relatively new. I mean, fire camps have been around for a while, but as far as for us, you get sent to a training facility before you're even allowed to come to a fire camp. And
the training honestly will not prepare you for what it really is. You know, it's only a 2-week program. You probably do a couple sets of push-ups, run a mile or so. But yeah, but it's like,
but does not prepare you
it's
for
nothing
the real
compared
world.
to hiking with a pack on or having to cut line for hours. But yeah, like I said, I mean, you won't be able to really figure out what it's about until you get to a fire camp.
Yeah. It's a lengthy process. I think these facilities try to imitate the feeling you get when you're on the mountain. You know, the hike can be miles and miles, and you know, you got to carry this water, and your circumstances are subject to change, you know, depending on the winds and how the fire increases over time, you know, and these places really just cannot imitate that emotion, that feeling you get when you're up there, you know. And
before these fires this week, had you guys fought any fires before, or is this your first?
No, we were just here at the Ventura fire, the mountain fire.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Just recently. So that was our most recent fire. I mean, fire season just passed, so the last couple of fires we have caught has been down south.
I mean, this is kind of crazy to be your first experience.
Yeah. But you know, it feels good to be able to, you know, show the community that we're out there. You know, we're trying to help the community. You know, it's a hard time for everybody. You know, God bless those people that were affected through these fires. You know, that coming back and your house is burnt down. It's very crazy. You know, it's a very crazy time. But you know, it feels good to be able to help these people in some type of way.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how I don't think a lot of people know that historically 1/3 of California's firefighting force is made up of incarcerated folks, and I think right now it's like 40-something% because of
we're the backbone of the operation.
How drastic this is. Yeah.
There's a lot of you motherfuckers out here.
It's the backbone of the operation, and you know, Cal Fire is kind of just to cover up for it, you know, and we get out there and we do the hard work. You know? But shout out to those people. Those people do work too, you know. But we get the rough and tough end of the stick.
Yeah. What do you guys, like, what do you want people to know about either this program or about just being an incarcerated firefighter in general? Like, is there any, you know, PSA that you want to make? Like, what's something that people probably don't know, considering that a lot of people don't even know that you guys are out here fighting these fires?
I mean, one thing I would want the public to know is just that we're taking advantage of the second chance that we're being given, you know, and this is the opportunity to change our lives, you know, the trajectory of our lives, to be able to get a career once we leave, you know, once we hit the streets. And we're blessed to be in this position, you know, and like you said, a lot of people may not know about it, but we're putting the work in to try to not only better ourselves, but better our communities.
Bro, don't pump it up too much. They're not gonna give you more. They're not gonna give you more money. It's crazy. They get paid $5 a day. It's
we're out there getting it.
No, I know, but
it's fires would be so much larger if they weren't out here. They need to get paid an adequate wage, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, we get paid $5, $5.80 an hour.
You're over here like, oh, it's
no,
great.
Not even. We get paid.
I love being in the fire.
$1 an hour. That was a mistake on my part.
You're gonna get a pay cut after this.
You oversold.
Yeah, we get paid $24 a day. So I mean,
$24 a day.
Let me tell you this.
When we're on a fire.
Talk to me.
Did you guys know that you got the normal, like, the rest of the firefighters, right? They're also in the staging area over there somewhere.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you got that, and they get paid, like, the municipality gets paid, like, I think $98,000 or something. Like, they get paid pretty well. They get good pensions, good benefits. They got unions. So they're in a decent situation. What would you say if I were to tell you that there's also private brigades on top of that really rich people like Rick Caruso, you know, the Grove? You guys know what that is? Yeah, the Grove. It's a mall.
Very aware. Shopping.
It's lame as fuck. Anyway, he owns the Grove. He's a real estate developer. So we hired private firefighters to protect the Grove. You know how you heard about the Palisades that got burned down? 75% of it's gone, except for Rick Caruso's mall in the middle of the Palisades. Why? Because he hired a private brigade. Those dudes are making $7,000 a day to do what you guys are doing. I don't want the fucking sheriff to hear me talking like this.
No, I think
he'd encourage you to talk this way.
Yeah, $7,000 a day to do basically what you guys are doing.
Wow.
So think about that.
You know, and it's crazy. You know, it's a big pill to swallow. But in this case, the return that we get is our second chance at life. You know, this is a pilot program. You know, a lot of us made decisions before our brain was able to develop, before the age of 25. You know, so I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it. And you know, at this point, it's a blessing. You know, it's not more about the material, but the growth that we gain from this experience.
I think it's important too to talk about how there are obstacles though after you are released, where you have this training, right? You have this experience. You deserve to have this as a career, but you know, it's still really difficult even with legislation that's been passed to work at expunging records and make it easier to get hired in this career. Like, it is still
the reintegration process is a little tricky, you know, and I believe it depends and it varies on the individual, you know, because circumstances are subject to change. But at the end of the day, I believe if you want to change and you want to get out there, it's
How long you guys got? If you don't mind me asking.
4 months I'm out.
You got a year and a half left?
4 months I'm out. 4 months I'm out.
Okay.
I reside in the San Fernando Valley.
December? Okay.
How much time you have left? 2028.
Damn, it's gonna be a whole new president by then. Don't worry, none of us are making it out. None of us are making it out by 2028.
I taught him what Twitch was.
Oh yeah.
I've been in long enough, I didn't know what it was.
Who here watches Twitch? Anybody?
Is it the gaming one though?
Yeah, the gaming
like
one.
Xbox and stuff? Yeah, I watched it a few times.
Yeah, you guys got any favorite content creators like YouTube, Twitch? Kai Cenat? Yeah, I know Kai Cenat. Damn. Look at that, Kai. Pretty boy Fredo.
Kai is that boy, huh? Kai is the boy, huh?
2K basketball.
Oh no, I don't really play any 2K.
Oh, they're asking
you
me
guys
to
watch
feed
basketball
games.
content though? Oh, who do you like in basketball?
They're talking about it. Well, we're talking about Twitch. Some of these guys are familiar. Some of them have been locked up too long, but they, one of them asked about Kai Cenat.
Like basketball YouTubers?
No,
They do basketball content.
Then they're talking about basketball, gaming.
Pretty boy Fredo. So Illuminati.
Oh, Soul Illuminati. Yeah, I know Soul. Yeah. I mean, I don't know him personally. I've seen his
Twitch
videos.
come out?
Yeah.
2000. When
That's
was
cool.
Twitch first? 2010.
I mean,
It was called Justin TV.
I'm not homies like.
So it used to be called Justin TV, and then it became Twitch. But it was really COVID where it became popular.
It started popping in 2020 during COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know.
Everybody was at home, man.
Everyone was at home. The entertainment industry
Gotta do
is shut
something.
down.
Gotta do
Like,
something.
we're looking for.
So you guys get?
How long have you been doing Twitch?
I've been doing Twitch since 2018. Before that, I was at a company called the Young Turks, doing political commentary there. And then I switched over to Twitch, and I went full time in 2020. And I've been doing it. I mean, I love it. It's a blessing. It's given me fantastic opportunities. I get to do insane, cool shit like this. You know what I mean? And I have. I'm a political commentator. Like, I talk about the news in general. And you know, I predominantly focus on like labor rights, things like that.
Wow.
So, you know, and also rehabilitation over incarceration, things like that, prisoners' rights, concepts that are unfortunately very foreign for Americans in general.
Sadly.
Have y'all ever seen like YouTube videos of like a prison in Norway? Look it up.
There's a whole show called The Worst Prisons in the World, right?
Yeah, America has the worst prisons in the world, bar none, straight up. They say like, oh, Russian prisons are bad, Turkish prisons are bad, or whatever, but American prisons are obviously the fucking worst.
Terrible.
They're trying to implement that in California.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And they're privately owned industries.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, one problem is that, I mean, it's good that incarceration rates have gone down, but now they're like, oh shit, we have less people to use as firefighters. So it's now
They dip into the inmate.
Right, because they do rely on you guys so much.
And do you guys think that they know like the trauma that it causes?
What's that?
Like, do you guys think that they know the trauma that causes like?
I'm not gonna lie, they don't give a shit. It's like
He's not lying.
They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit when you're out and doing stuff. You know
The reason
what
why I ask is because I mean you heard of the word institutionalized, right?
The what?
Institutionalized. Have you heard that word before? Institutionalized, like
institutionalized. Yeah.
So now I've only did it for like 12 years, 13 years. But the point is, I'm about to go home next month. So you go from the cell to this right here. It's like it's culture shocking. So now I guess like the fire camp bringing back light to the fire camp, right? It does help you because now you start mingling with the public, with you guys, the civilians, right? Which is, I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was. That's what they indoctrinated me to be.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted me to be. So like now they want you to get out here and then go to a fire camp and then act like if you're a firefighter. When we do get like minimum training, right? So how is it that you do that? How can I become a better civilian, a citizen, coming from prison to this? Like maybe you guys know something about that. Like, that's my biggest question. How do
I've only been in jail.
You know what I mean? Like,
it was not.
okay, what's
it was
normal to you
overnight.
guys? What's normal to you guys?
Are you asking like personally how you make that transition?
Right.
I mean,
He asked a serious question and I made jokes. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
No,
It's a job.
no.
It's a job. It's
I
my job.
think
It's my
what's
job.
key is having support, right?
Right.
So that that transition is easier. I mean,
Right.
you're right. When you spend so long
Right.
in prison, and you either are on the path to being institutionalized or you're
Right,
there,
right.
it is hard to transition out, and there is such a lack of support from the state.
Right, that's my
So I understand. I mean, that's neither of us have been in that situation before, so we can't speak from personal experience. But it's why we are trying to bring attention to this and say, okay, you're somebody who you have firefighting skills now, right? You've been there on the front lines. You've trained for this. How great would it be, and how deserving are you of having this as a career after you leave, so you don't have to struggle with job opportunities because you have a criminal record. And of course we live in a country where that is an obstacle to you re-entering into society.
What kind of service do they have inside for when you're about to leave, right? When you're about to get out? Do they have retraining services or anything like that that connect you with job providers?
Right. So in camp it's kind of minimal. They really don't. If it's it seems to me like if it's just Cal Fire, if it's not Cal Fire related, you're just not what they're looking for. They're not going to put much effort into it. Now you do have those individuals that do want to help you, right? Yeah. That's more because they're personalized with you and you kind of grow a bond with them over time. But as far as them providing something for us specifically for not Cal Fire, there's really none. So that's the thing.
So California State doesn't have any sort of reintegration program.
California has MCRP program, and thank God for Scott Budnick, he's trying to integrate his ARC program. So MCRP is the reintegration program from being incarcerated to being on the outside. It's limited, but it's offering you a way to try to deinstitutionalize, but in a sense, it's kind of just keeping you on a leash. Sadly to say, but that's what it is. They do offer some programs, but they're very limited because they're usually private-owned companies.
And they most likely have you do it yourself. When you finish parole, they have you do your own parole.
It feels like out of 10, only 3 go. So what about the rest?
I feel like if you had a job coming out, if you had something lined up, kind of like this program, if it was Cal Fire or if it was anything else, you're not gonna fuck around. You're not gonna want to lose that job. You're not gonna want to fuck over. You're not gonna fuck around with your parole.
You have something to lose. It's a tie down.
Yeah, that's what is so frustrating about stuff like this. Is that it's just so dispensable, expendable. They just discard you. They're like, all right, fuck off. All right, you did your time. Fuck off.
Another number, yeah.
And it's very frustrating.
So you said you kind of do political organization, right? Since you've been kind of shining the light on some of the other spaces, have you seen any progress being made or any development within that field?
Yes and no. I feel like people are very resistant. They're very resilient. They don't want to see the humanity of other people, and it's pretty dog eat dog out there. You know this, right? Obviously, everyone has a fuck you, I want to get mine mentality. So they don't have any time for anybody else. But overall, there are communities out there that obviously guys like Scott, out of the kindness of their heart, people that try to extend a helping hand to those who just need just a little bit of a leg up to be able to reintegrate, to be able to become valuable members of society. There's great examples of that too. There's plenty of convicts that ex-cons that made some of themselves after
Big places.
Yeah, big blazes?
Made it big places.
Oh, made it big places, yeah.
I have seen so much news coverage speaking about incarcerated firefighters, and I've seen people sharing stuff. I know it's the first time that they've heard about that. So I think it's even just that first step of
Yeah, of course. Come over.
A lot of the guys out here who are fighting this flames?
Stand right here.
Talk to him. I just want to say hello to my daughter out there. I haven't seen her in about 11 years. And yeah, I love you, baby. And hopefully I'll be out soon. And yeah, I miss you a lot. And hey, be good out there and get your mom right, okay? Love you.
He's doing the Lord's work. He's protecting people in California right now, every day.
Doing my best.
What's your name?
My name is Salvador Serna. I'm out of Tulare County, and I miss everybody.
Nice to meet you. What? How much time you got?
I got about 6 months left.
Oh, hell yeah.
About
Okay.
6 months. Unfortunately, I came back on another term, but you know, this has helped me to grow a little bit more. You know, expand my horizons a little bit more, and build a little bit more, and well, just focus on myself more.
Okay.
And I'm very appreciative.
You didn't do this beforehand. You didn't do the Cal Fire program beforehand.
I've never done it before, but I'm hanging with a crew that's way younger than me, and man, they're all on fire, man, and I'm running with the pack.
How many miles you are, OG? How many push-ups is OG doing?
I'm 53 years old, and I'm running with all these 20 and 30-year-olds. So
He's out there, man.
If I could do it, anybody could do it.
He's in the Wild Peak crew, so everybody in this crew is under 25.
Yeah.
Tell him, OG.
OG's
That's
under
true,
25
man.
too.
For sure.
In heart.
At heart.
At heart.
Well, I've been walking in circles for many years, so.
All right.
I appreciate it very much. And thank you.
Of course. Nice to meet you, man. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Hey, thank you again.
Keeping the streets safe.
Yeah. Put my
And
best.
so we are, you know, in the type of coverage and content that we do on the street, like as leftists, we try to bring attention to these issues because it's better for everybody. So he was asking like, why do we care? Like how we got involved, and like that's a long story, but
I try to explain to people all the time that are listening that they are closer to where you are, and I am closer to where you are than we are to a guy like Elon Musk or a billionaire or a multi-millionaire, you know, owns multiple condos, properties. Like, obviously sometimes people don't have a good starting position in life, you know what I mean? And they get lost in the system. Like, no one is like truly evil. I mean, okay, there's some motherfuckers who are truly evil, but like child molesters, they're evil. But like, other than that, you know, everybody has a story. Everybody's a normal human being. Yeah.
A lot of good in people.
I remember
It's all about maximizing potential.
Breaking that stigma. Breaking the
a
stigma.
long time ago, I saw this visual of a race, right? So imagine you're running, and not everybody is at the same starting. Some people are ahead, and some people are behind, but you're all running that same race, and that's the reality. Is that depending on your circumstances in life, you might be ahead or you might be behind when you start out that race. And so, you know, a lot of people, they have no control over the circumstances in life that they're born into, and they shouldn't be demonized for, you know, for something like having been imprisoned in a country that makes a lot of money off of imprisoning people for, frankly, things they shouldn't even, you know, they shouldn't be in jail for the first place. And
Or at least be in for a much shorter period of time and a focus on rehabilitation. These sorts of programs are good for that, especially. Very important for that. Because everybody needs to be busy, bro. That's what it is. You know what I mean? If you're not busy, you're gonna go fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Sitting around, looking at the same gray bars all fucking day. So obviously, I think breaking that pattern a little bit for you guys is, I assume, very helpful.
For sure.
Yeah, bro, you have the Luffy scar. You know what that is? One Piece. It's an anime. It's a very famous anime, and the main character has the exact same scar that you have. Yeah, probably.
you bring up that anime at any.
I mean, yeah.
You spoke about like the rogue, like individualism, right? And I think we got to get kind of to like the collective identity or the collective mindset. And you spoke of like the race, and so my question is, how do we like bridge that gap to where we kind of like bring the people more together for that collective identity?
I think it's a matter of recognizing. For you guys, it's a little bit different, obviously, because you're in prison. So obviously there's like, there's a very rigid structure to your life, and I think a lot of that is, like, you see collectivization in like the worst aspects of it, maybe like in the same way that the military does it, where they break you down and reduce you to a number. But I think overall, people should recognize that they have the exact same interests in life. Like, that's my principle, at least. I believe that everybody wants a hot meal, a roof over their head, you know what I mean, and a decent job, and maybe to get pussy on the weekends, and watch some fucking anime, play some video games. Yeah, so...
Shit, you can say on Twitch, huh?
Yeah, I can say that. Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
Now you know what Twitch is like. Okay? Like serious topics, and then also...
But that's what everybody wants.
Yeah, realism.
And I think it's always the limitations of the system that cause people to not be able to achieve that in the most successful way. There is virtually nothing different between any of you guys and someone like myself, except for, like, I'm willing to bet that my beginning point is more affluent, more privileged. You know what I mean? That's it. Definitely. Like, I fucked up. I fucked up when I was a kid. I fucked up when I was a young adult. I mean, I got arrested. You know what I mean? Like, but the difference is, well, I mean, I was broke when I got arrested, so that's not the best example. But like, but still, like, I had a network to be able to rely on, to fall back to, and if that's taken from underneath you, if you don't have that support system, then some people end up falling through the cracks, you know?
Also, that's Nick Cannon. That's right.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
But as far as bridging the gap, I think in times like this, I always say that this radicalizes you, right? But let this radicalize you in the direction of progress, right? Some people will go the other way. Some people will be like radicalized towards being more social and like individualistic. But I'm like, let this radicalize you towards fixing our world, our climate. You know, we live in a state that it's getting drier and drier every year. These fires are getting worse, right? Let this radicalize you towards believing that people like you guys, deserve equal pay when you're here doing this, right? Like you shouldn't be making only $5 a day, and you should also have the opportunity to have this as a career after you leave. So like all of this begins with education and awareness, and then putting that to action. So if you guys want to go,
yeah, go hang out with Nick Cannon. Don't worry about it. No. Don't worry about it, bro. Come on, it's Nick Cannon. Who's the most famous?
Nick Cage, or did I say?
I thought you said Nick Cannon.
She was thinking about Nicolas Cage.
I swear.
Nicolas Cage?
I didn't say.
You thought everybody was going crazy for Nicolas Cage?
No, I'm like.
National Treasure. Just trying to take it out. Another National Treasure. Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider. Ass. What kind of shit?
What
kind of shit are you guys watching?
Don't listen to him because
hey,
he
it's
doesn't
limited,
watch,
man.
He doesn't
You
watch
gotta be
anything,
under PG-13. They're not showing that shit.
They've probably seen more than you.
That's probably true. I watch more anime, but I feel like nobody.
I watch Naruto.
You watch Naruto? Okay, that's good.
And you watch it?
What?
And you watch it?
I wasn't really.
Also, just an air quality update, because I've been checking the air, and I was talking to one of the fire chiefs. Because the winds are blowing that away, this area is like fine. So
doesn't seem too bad right now.
I always say that you can't go off a smell test. You can't go. You got to be like checking the quality. But
Nick Cannon's getting so much play out here, dude. This is crazy.
This is not the place you want to get play at, though, man.
What do you mean? Who gives a shit? What's up, man? What camp are you from? Washington Ridge? Oh yeah. So you guys are from different facilities?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. There's multiple camps around California.
What part are you fighting at right now? You're on Twitch, by the way. Do you know what that is? No, it's an online streaming service. It's live. But so where are you fighting at right now?
We're at our first day. We're at the Palisades.
Let's get another angle. Let's get another angle, bro. Eating? Okay. All right. How you liking it out here? Have you toured before? Like, have you done this before? Yeah. How many times? This is your fourth season. Okay. That's cool. So you guys are originally juvie offenders, right? Like you came in from.
Well, I got prison, but we're considered youth.
Yeah, youth offenders initially, but you're adult.
Prison.
Yeah, you're in prison. Well, I mean, I guess you're in prison now.
What it is they combined YA and people who are under the age of 25 for the specific reason that the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed. The prefrontal cortex is what's developed in charge of decision making and whatever the case may be, you know. So I mean that's why
it's true. It's true. It is also true. How old are you?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
You're about to be 27 next month? Okay, happy early birthday.
Thank you.
I'm 33. That's crazy. I'm older than all. I'm old as
like 27.
You thought it was 27? Thank you. What's your name? Talib? Yeah. Hasan. Nice to meet you, Talib.
Nice too.
Yeah. No, he's not.
Yes,
he really
he
thought I was
is.
27. Shut up, Caroline.
You have a salt and pepper beer, my friend.
He didn't. He thinks that I look 27. Can we just? It's fine. That's what he thought. It's all good.
Just take it as a compliment.
Yeah, I'm taking it.
Take it as a compliment.
Pursuing this one I have 50 days left.
Oh, you have 50 days left? Nice. Okay, so I feel like a lot of the people here, like a lot of people I talk to, like they have a couple months left, like a year left, 50 days left. It's very it's at the end of their sentence for the most part. Is that a part of is that a byproduct of the?
Not necessarily. Some people, OG that was on camera earlier, he got a couple years left. So it just varies. What it is, it's a percentage drop. The law that Newsom passed no longer have to do the 85% as a violent offender.
Yeah.
So as you get into these programs, they give you the privilege of dropping your percentage of how much you have to do out of your sentence. So in this case, I was a violent offender, so I go from 85. Without being in these programs, you go to 66, and when you enter the program, you do halftime, so 50%.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, and you could totally not answer if you don't want to.
Okay.
But what do you think for people who are just like so uninitiated with this process? What do you think leads someone, in your experience, from all the people that you met inside? What do you think leads people into like making decisions like the ones that you made that caused you to go to prison?
Being conformed to where you're at.
What?
Being conformed to where you're at. You know, conformism. Being okay, content with what your surroundings are. You know, some people don't know no better. You know, some people are born under certain circumstances, like you said, or like the young lady said, some people start ahead in the race.
Young lady.
And
Caroline's also 33.
That's still young, man. Come on, man. So some people's circumstances are a little different, and some people get trapped in a box, and they no longer can see through that. It's a smoke screen, you know, and that's all they know. Sometimes that's all they know, and you can't blame them for it because, like you said, they get lost in the system. So, I mean, it becomes habitual when they get out and they come back because there's no backing to whatever it is that they want to pursue. You know, some people are confused. Some people don't know the terms and the knowledge that they need to progress. So,
are there educational opportunities in there or no? Like, do they?
Yeah, I believe the college that I'm taking right now is called Rising Scholars through Lake Tahoe Community College.
Yeah.
And they provide the opportunity for inmates to gain their, I believe their AA, and I believe their bachelor's in some subjects, not all subjects.
What are the subjects you can get it in?
I'm barely doing college, so I'm in English 101 and counseling, but I believe you can get it in arts and sociology.
Do you like it, or is it?
I'm not that far yet.
Okay.
But I read a lot more books than
Go through coastlines. As long as you do the work, you can get it in business, sociology. We can get it in anything, basically.
Have you done it or no?
My last term I was taking classes to get my degree in sociology.
Okay. You got 50 days. What are you gonna do when you get out?
I'm gonna hit up Scott and see what he has to offer me to help me.
Okay.
Either Ventura or working at Hollywood CPR.
Okay. So, from what I understand, you can get your record expunged to get an EMT certification. Because otherwise, like in California, you can't be a firefighter. But that's a complicated process. But I feel like that's something that's very helpful, right? I mean, there's obviously need for for more emergency service personnel, more firefighters, you know. So, good luck. Yeah. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
That was very stale, man.
I mean, I'm a little autistic. Okay, give me a break. I'm
Slightly.
I'm a little bit. Give me a break. Oh, goddamn. What's up?
Who are you with?
I'm just a Twitch streamer. I'm just a Twitch streamer.
Okay,
true. So I'm just streaming on Twitch.
You want to say hi?
Oh, hell yeah, let's do it.
Baker.
What's going on, Baker? How you doing? Williams, Hasan.
Nice to meet you.
Hassan, nice to meet you
Just
guys.
asking like what we're doing,
So
why we're
at
here.
Finger Canyon?
Yes, Finger Canyon.
All right, where are you guys fighting right now?
I'm at the Eastern Fire right here past right here.
Oh yeah. How many tours have you done so far? How many seasons?
This is my third season.
Third season. Fourth season. Okay. God damn.
Is this the worst that you've ever seen?
I was on the American Fire years ago, but yeah, down south, yes.
You like the program?
Program's good. Not enough pay, but the program's good.
Not
That's
enough
right.
pay. Yeah, that's
That's
why
right.
we're here to talk about stuff like that.
Yeah. What do you guys get right now? Like $24 a day or something?
Yes. $24
That's
a
crazy.
day.
It's crazy.
Is it the same for everybody? I mean, it's the same for everybody. And then you get regular pay Monday through Friday. As far as like a Swamper, you get $10.80. As far as like regular tools, like a Pulaski or McLeod, you're gonna get $5.80.
So what are the things that you guys are tasked with right now? You're just clearing out?
Yeah, basically like clearing out brush, lemon up, fuel break, doing stuff like that.
It's one of the harder tasks, right? In general? Yeah.
Labor intensive.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of strain on your body.
Yeah.
You know, like I say, it's all too within the mental as well too. Of course, hiking up the mountains, late night cold. It could be like 2 in the morning if a fire flare up. You know, you got to get back out there, jump in. So it's a lot going on.
So you guys are right now. They're on break, right? They're doing 24 hours off. But when you're back out there, you sleep out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So they give you like what? Like they give you gear and then they give you like sleeping
This
gear.
pretty much what you got right here. And then you got your Nomex on, your Nomex shirt on.
That's it.
Yeah, that's all.
They don't give you any sleeping gear.
No, not on the mountains. Not on the mountain. So like I say, because you could be out there scraping line all night, you know, whatever it may be, trying to get a fire out. Yeah. So you can be out there
What kind of protective gear do you have? I mean, I can't imagine.
For
that
like
you're
a
gonna...
shroud, like you know, you got a shroud that's on your helmet, for like protect you from smoke. You know,
Pretty much same
protect
gear
you
in
from
Cal
burn.
Fire where we have. Pretty much same gear, just in a different color. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it orange or is it yellow? Right.
Orange.
Is it orange? Yeah.
And then as soon as yours are done, they escort you.
Yeah, so as soon as we're done, we're gonna go back to the bus, rehab our tools, sharpen them up, and be fire ready. Be fire ready for like, you know, if we get called to another fire or whatever it may be.
Why did you decide to join the program 3 years ago or 4 years ago?
I'm gonna be honest, when I first joined it, I just did it for like the time reduction, but once I started doing it, I kind of liked it. But once I get released, I won't do it though, because like I said, it's just too much going on as far as like the breathing and the, you know, as far as the air, different chemicals and stuff like that. And as far as I know, some other captains that I've talked to, basically they said like it's just a long-term, you know, health condition, you know, as far as just breathing in all the different chemicals and stuff.
You guys get any medical after? Like any medical attention?
No. They asked us, do we need like, you know, as far as like anybody got hurt, anybody get injured, any medical conditions. But, you know, if it ain't really like, you know, for like you got really hurt on the fire line, sprained ankle, none of that different type of stuff, you kind of just like go back to, you know, working the next day. Like you say, the 24-hour down, 24-hour up. But you're not really getting a full 24-hour down. You know, you're going to get the 24-hour on the line for fighting fire, but you're not getting a full 24-hour down. You got to come back, you got to shower, you got to go to eat, you know, you got to go to get lunches. You know,
It's also a lot of noise, a lot of activity.
A lot of stuff going. They got to go to briefing, you know, get the assignment, you know, so it's a lot that's going on.
Are you guys staying in these tents?
We're staying in these tents.
Are they nice?
Yeah, they're pretty nice.
Are they better than prison?
Yeah, absolutely better than prison.
God damn, prison sucks.
Yeah,
Baker, I want to ask you the same question.
You know they go back to a camp after this.
Yeah, we go back to the camp.
Yeah,
so we don't go back to prison. So we left the
we're
prison
in the camp,
yard. So we go back to camp. So our camp be like, you know, maybe staging. I mean, our camp's in like Palmdale. So
Palermo, California, actually.
So I want to ask you why you joined the program.
I did it 14 years ago. When I came back last year, my points was low, and I said, instead of going to the yard, I said, send me to camp. So, yeah. I used to be at Carlsberg 12 years ago. I was at Carlsberg fire camp 12 years ago.
Okay.
So, I came back the first last year. Unfortunately, I came back to jail. Instead of going to a regular prison yard, I said, send me to camp.
Have you? So you got out of jail before, and then. Are you wanting to pursue firefighting like
I
when
wouldn't
you're
mind, but
released
I'm 56
again?
years old. I'm 56.
Yeah.
I'm still doing it with the youngsters.
It's a lot.
Yeah, but I still, for my age, I still get up that mountain. So I wouldn't mind doing it. And they say California don't have an age limit. So, it's up in the air right now with me. Yeah.
How much time we got?
I go on March 15th.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm done.
What about you?
I go home in July.
Okay.
Yeah, so
What's the first thing you do when you get out?
Drink a beer.
What kind of beer?
Modelo.
Okay, there you go.
What about you?
See my grandmother.
She in California?
Yeah, she in California. So I'm gonna see her because right now I'm putting like 10.5 years. So I've been incarcerated 10.5 years. And I go home in July.
How old are you?
32.
You're 32?
Yeah, came in at 21.
You look young as hell. I'm 33. You look way younger than me.
He's looking for another person to tell him that he looks.
Okay,
27.
stop. Yeah, one guy. One guy's now 27. All of a sudden,
You're gonna be
I'm
riding
riding
on
the fucking high. I'm riding the high. So how are the cops? Are they all right? Are they dicks?
You got some that's dicks, but for the most part, that's only one. But for the most part, we got good cops at Fennecan.
It's like you got some smooth ones, then you got some that's just assholes that just basically they don't care, Like I say, just it's just job security. That's how I look at it, like just job security.
You feel like they're is it like a personality issue, or do you think it's just like they're just insecure?
I think it's all of them. I think it's a personality. I think it's like insecure, and then I think also some of these cops that you look at you down far as like just animals. They look at you like animals, Some of them look at you like, but like I say, a lot of people in here, got good hearts. Some of us made mistakes, and just looking for a second chance. Everybody in here is not a bad person. They go through life, as far as a lot of prison, a lot of rehabilitation going on. So like I said, a lot of people rehabilitating themselves and just looking for a better chance at life.
You feel it's hard, right? It's hard to do rehabilitation in the current structure that exists, in the current carceral structure.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like they make it difficult.
Yeah, they do.
I got some friends that were in county jail back in the day, and they basically describe it as like when you go in, it's impossible for you not to be worse than when you initially went in. You get worse.
It's a lot of trauma that's going on within prison.
Yeah.
It's a lot of trauma. It's a lot of things that you see that's going on in prison. Whether if you're on a 3 or 4 yard, people as far as getting shot, removals, riots, all different types of stuff that's going on a yard. So basically, like that can be traumatizing, and then especially if you do it so long, you be like institutionalized.
Yeah.
And how long were you in before you got out the first time, and then?
I was in 6 years, got out 14 years, and I'm back for like a year.
All right.
Well, I'm cheersing your beer when you get out.
Thank you.
Cheersing that.
Thanks a lot for sharing your story, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good luck out there.
I need to get a water. I'm thirsty. No, it's gone anyway. Hold up. Thank you.
That's the live stream, but also YouTube. But yeah, this is Twitch. Okay. You can go to.
Y'all know what Twitch is?
I ain't never heard of it.
No, Unc doesn't know what Twitch is.
I ain't never heard of it either.
Yeah, I guess it's technically it's a video game platform. Normally, it's a video game streaming platform. People play video games, and then people can watch it. It's like YouTube, but live. Basically. Thank you.
So you mean to tell me that I can get paid for playing Fallout?
Yeah, you like Fallout? Wait, hold up. What's your name?
I'm Sean Armstrong.
Sean Armstrong? Hasan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
You
you.
fuck with Fallout?
I do.
Wait, so when did you get in?
This is my 13th year.
This is your 13th year?
Yeah.
Damn, so you played like Fallout 1.
I played 3 in New Vegas.
You played New Vegas? I know the guy who made New Vegas.
Never.
Yeah, he might see this. Yeah, it's a good game.
It is.
Yeah.
Nah, they just got PS4s at the camp, so I've been playing 04.
Oh, hell yeah. That's cool. So, you guys stay here during the duration of the firefighting, and then you go back to camp,
yes, sir.
right? So, for the rest of your sentence, you're at camp? Is that how that works?
Unless we get in trouble, yes.
Okay. Good. And the camp is like much nicer than prison.
Yeah, there's little to no tension. The racial disputes is not a thing there. Your family gets to bring food to you from the street.
That's
you can
it.
eat at visiting. It's nice.
You feel like a human.
Yeah, got real weights there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Or they got fake weights in prison?
No, they ain't got no weights.
They don't have weights in prison?
No, Arnold Schwarzenegger took him out.
He took him out?
Yeah.
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
He didn't want nobody else to be brolic like him.
I heard that's what it was.
Yeah, he got jealous.
That's what I heard. What it
You
was.
know,
I don't know how true it is.
Was it Kali Muscle that got jacked in prison? I think that's what it is.
I heard of something like that though.
Yeah, he got jealous. Fucking Arnold.
Yeah.
When he was the governor.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Hopefully they come back. They've been giving us like resistant bands and agility ladders.
We're still good though. You can do calisthenics.
Yeah, no, for sure. The CLC, we got like long wind. We might not be as strong as we was, but we got a lot of wind.
Yeah. You got good cardio out here. You have to.
Yeah, good burpees.
Yeah. How long you got?
I got a year left.
Okay.
This is actually my last year. I get out around December.
What are you gonna do when you get out?
First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to work as a stagehand. I was thinking about getting an electrician class, like a 10-month course at SJC. But I'm also thinking about going to Ventura. So I'm trying to buy me a quadplex.
What? Quadplex? What's that?
4-unit apartment complex.
Oh,
I've seen one in Bakersfield for like $300,000.
That's what I say. Any friend of mine, nigga, friend of mine.
Okay.
Use my money to make money.
Okay.
In prison.
All right.
You too.
That's fair. What about you? How much time you got?
I got about 2.5 years left.
2.5 years left? All right. What do you,
I mean, everybody. This place took off like 14 months of my sentence. Like from going from 80 to 50, or 66 to 50, it took off 14 months, and that was cool.
Yeah, it took 22 a month.
Yeah.
So I was stoked whenever I seen that. It went from
I'm sure you guys.
February 2028 to
I'm sure they should have
December of 2026.
let me ask you something. Do you feel like it's the pay, or is the fact that you get training and you get to do something, or is it the fact that you get shaved time off your sentence? Or out of all of these 4 things that I've had to mention, which one is the most important for you? Which one's the best thing for you? The fact that you stay at camp, where it's like obviously a much more humane situation than like being in prison. Out of all of those factors, which one do you think is the most impactful?
I think what I would choose myself, I would rather do 2 to 5 years at camp than, 2 to 5 years in Jamestown. I do 1 year at Jamestown. I'd rather do twice that. Whatever I'm doing at camp, I would take that over anything. The pay's cool. It helps pay off the restitution. It makes you feel like you're earning a little dollar.
Yeah.
But that's not. And we're getting they're upping the pay on stuff. From last time I was in camp, it was like your grade pay was like half of what it is now.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's still crazy. $25 is unacceptable.
It's not. But it's
those wages are ridiculous.
But I think that the time it's a hard one between the time, man. But I had to, just being at camp itself. I'm learning self-discipline. You're teaching yourself how to work hard. To get up there and to go up there and cut for 5, 6, 7 hours, you're like sitting there. You're whooped. You've ran a whole Domar of gas, and you're just like, I gotta go hike up this mountain now. And it's a mind thing. It's something to train yourself. Just keep on moving forward.
Yeah.
And take that.
Your work
Especially when you get out of here. A lot of people have never. I'm gonna tell you, this is the hardest work I've ever done, and I've worked my whole life.
What you used to do?
I've just done remodeled log homes and like this. A lot of construction, handyman.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from Tulare County.
Okay.
Porterville, Tulare County.
Tulare County. I have no idea what that is.
It's a small. It's not too big. It's
north of Bakersfield.
Right there next to Bakersfield, Visalia.
What about you? Where are you from?
From Bakersfield.
Oh, you're from Bakersfield. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is a good place to learn. If you got a good attitude about this place, man, and regardless, everybody comes from a different walk of life. This is a place where we can all come and agree on, we're gonna go work hard today, and we're all on the line. You're all brothers. You're all got each other's backs, no matter what race, ethnicity, religion, all that stuff. It just doesn't mean anything.
Other people have brought that up a lot as well. So there's a lot of people who are oblivious to the conditions in prison in general, and other people have also brought up the racial tension in general. But it's not like can you briefly elaborate on that, if you don't mind?
Racial tensions in prison. Everybody's entitled to their beliefs. Some people, in their beliefs, they don't like others. Or we all grow up with different biases. Some we know, some we don't. And decisions and politics are based sometimes off race.
Yeah.
The same person, because I hang with a lot of Hispanics on the street, you know what I mean? And I remember being on the yard with one of the Cortezes, and I couldn't even kick it with him really, because, you know, shit was in the way. But still my boy, you know what I mean?
That's the part that really got me messed up, man. I was like, I grew up in like sports and like military kind of people around me. It didn't matter the color of a person, you know. I just like, they're my friends, like, I mean, but you come to prison, and I mean, being like, I show up and they're like, I'm a new white guy. They're like, hey, you can't even talk to that dude. You can't even hang out here. I'm like,
it's their protection too, right? Like you have to be slotted in.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, sometimes. So from what I learned doing college classes is humans, we have what's called in-group bias. I identify with somebody of my skin or my ethnic group, my area, and it's them and it's us. We do it naturally, you know what I'm saying? And it's a defensive mechanism that's based on instinct. But we're
not born with it. We learn that through life, you know. We're really not.
We tend to emphasize it a lot over small shit, over insignificant shit. You know what I mean?
We were saying that that's a big part of why camp is better as well, because you can just kick it wherever you want, with none of the other additional animosity.
Yeah.
They do give us that.
A lot of that stuff is gone. It rears its ugly head sometimes because, again, it's people's beliefs, but the majority of the people in camp, they're gonna nail that in the bud. Like, we're not doing that here.
Yeah, because you don't want to fuck up.
How does that work? Is it like community policing? Like you're just like, hey, we're not going to tolerate that here, or is it like, because when somebody comes in and an example would be somebody with a bad attitude. Like, how do they weed themselves out?
They usually kind of weed themselves out. You know? You know, they show up and they get, and you become like, everybody that's been there, they have a program, you know. They got something that works. Everybody's getting along. You know, everybody comes in. We'll have like a big old group. Something going on in the camp and it's causing a lot of problems. We're rocking the boat too much. We all come together. Hey guys, we need to come to agreement. We got some new guys coming in. That we always, we run it down to them like, hey, this is what we're doing, guys. We're not doing the crazy, you know, high power politics. We're just here fighting fires, man.
How do they get weeded out? Is like, that's what I'm saying. Do they just send them back?
They go back to the prison.
They either they're going to get write-ups from the dumb stuff that they're doing, or they'll clash with somebody because a person will try to take them underneath their wing. Each one teach one is the rule when I first came to prison. So, hey, man, you're my boy from my area. I'm going to lace you. Hey, look, this is the do's and don'ts. This is why you don't do it. But if you don't want to listen and you want to buck the system, eventually you're gonna clash heads with somebody, and there's always some bigger dog.
They're gonna see like the person that's causing problems. Yeah. And I mean, like you can just, you know, they just they don't stick around too long when you start. The cops see everything. They watch us there. Are
these the same like camp cops, or are they coming in from?
Those are from our camp.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They're regulars there. We see them every day.
They've spent years in the prison systems, worked their ways down to a camp, and a lot of them are veterans, and they know the game.
You feel like they're nicer overall than like normal COs inside of the regular county jail prison?
I've met some good and tolerant COs since I've been in prison. A lot of those COs are now working at camps. So yes.
Yeah, these guys that are here, they realize that, like, you know.
Yeah. It's just like it's good for us to be down here, you know what I'm saying? It's cool, it's where we want to be. It's the same thing for them.
I mean, they've been surprisingly chill. I feel like normally, under normal circumstances, they'd be like a lot. I mean, regular fucking beat cops are more annoying than the guys.
You have some, but they.
It's really
even
just
their coworkers.
Everywhere's gonna have their assholes and their hard asses.
Yeah.
You know, and like the people that are kind of like still in that 4-yard. Yeah. And like, you know.
I want to ask you guys, have you been able to shower?
Yes. Yeah, it was.
Apparently, they haven't been able to shower in 5 days.
Oh,
yeah, when we showed up, there was only.
It was out there beating that ground. I know why y'all ain't got to be able to shower.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying that Scott is bringing in. He got Coachella to donate some like mobile showers for these guys because they haven't been able to shower in 5 days.
Yeah, they just really showed up today. The mobile showers just got here today.
Yeah.
It was a situation that they had told us
somebody on the Cal Fire said that they don't want no inmates using their showers. That's why we had to walk all the way around, and then we just got turned around when we was just finna go shower. We still ain't showered yet.
Oh, in that one shower unit way over there?
Yeah.
Wow.
They took our unit. Remember, it was right here.
Yeah, they took our unit and then told us that they don't want no inmates in their showers, so we still haven't showered yet. So
those guys messed up.
Got each other to donate us our own mobile shower unit. That way we don't have to go through this. I'm off of 24 just from yesterday, still ain't showered or been to sleep today.
Yeah.
That's disrespectful.
Sure, man. That's
Happens,
crazy,
but
bro.
then when I bring up situations, we know. When I bring up situations like this and then it gets seen by the higher ups, I get kicked out of camp.
No, for sure. This is going to be retaliation for speaking up.
Sure. And I know I got that coming.
Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished, for sure.
Hey, we know what you guys were doing last night. You guys were cutting towards us last night. That was a rough cut.
How long have you been in and out? Like, how long have you been going in to fight?
We do 24 up, 24 down. So just like yesterday, we spent the whole 24 hours on the fire line. We're supposed to have 24 hours the rest today. We'll be back tomorrow, 24 hours, and it just rotates like that.
Comes up to the mop up stage. We usually, because this is a Fed fire now, so like we're kind of just like what we do, like state and Fed is different. Like whenever it's a state fire, we'll do a completely different cut. We'll do a way more bigger cut. We'll do a 10-foot cut with a 4-foot scrape. But these guys, they have us doing a smaller one right now. They just have us doing the 6-foot cut with a 2-foot scrape.
Yeah. So yesterday we went in with an 8-foot cut and a 4-foot scrape.
Yeah.
It depends on which fire you're at and where you're at.
You guys on the eat right now?
Gotta ask him.
Hey, we were told to follow the Fed's rules because they run a little different right now.
We were on the spot where the dozer line, where the fire
flew
over.
That's where we were. You guys were coming towards us. We were going up. We're Finner Canyon was meeting you guys. That was rough last night, bro.
They had us trenching the whole way up, the whole way, and I'm second Pulaski.
Yeah.
I'm swinging my arms all day. Oh man.
I'm on the saw, bro, and I've never cut that much in my life, bro. Oh my god.
So what they doing about your showers? It's already here or what?
Luckily, we got Lieutenant Hill, and he's trying to push the line for us. I respect it.
I would love to help if we can, and I don't want you to get in trouble at all. So however we can help. I'm sorry, you deserve a shower.
Hey, for sure.
I appreciate it. And what's going to happen is going to happen no matter what. So that's going to happen.
It's kind of how the dice rolls around here, you know. Like,
if you want to know what happens, come back and check on them in about 3 months.
You don't need it anymore?
We know it's
no, I mean, you gave it to me.
Well, yeah, it's fine.
Huh? Okay, 1 second. Yeah, you guys play at camp, right? You got a PS4?
Well, our camp
Not our camp, no.
Oh, your camp doesn't have it.
We're trying to get it going over there so we can have some activities for us. We're trying to activate.
What is it? What, you got weights though, right?
Oh, we got weights for sure.
So you got weights, you don't got a PS4, but you got a TV?
Yeah, we got TV.
Do you guys get internet access or no? No internet access.
They don't want us to have that.
Why not?
I don't know. Well, we're still
limited.
We're still
little bit.
incarcerated people, so we can't. We're limited.
You're still a person? It's a human right. I think you should be able to get internet access.
For sure.
What are you gonna do with internet access? Crimes? Okay, maybe, but.
I mean, inside the prisons they have tablets, but at the camp we don't have tablets.
Oh, really? So yeah, sometimes I'll see like dudes sneaking a phone, and they'll go live on TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah, but only for a limited time.
Hey, follow my.
Yeah, you got a TikTok? You shout it out. By the time you get out, it'll be popping. Yeah. But I don't know.
So, one question for you.
What's up?
So, what made you come here? What made you come here and
so
interviews?
I talk about rehabilitation a lot. Like I cover primarily labor-related issues, politics in general, and one of the things I talk about quite a bit is how dog shit the American prison system is.
For sure.
And how prisoners demand more rights. So one of the things that we have been talking about with the wildfires is you guys, incarcerated wildfighters. There's actually a lot of people. There's a lot of news coverage around what you guys do, as a matter of fact. And I hit up Scott, and we were supposed to link up for something totally different, but one of my friends told me that he does this program, and I thought it would be an amazing opportunity to come talk to you guys and to show people outside that you're just normal dudes, you know?
So what do you think now? What do you think now about us since you haven't met us? Like,
y'all suck. No, I mean, nothing really changed from my perspective. Like, I don't know. It's just, yeah, you guys are just regular dudes, you know? But I think the way that a lot of people approach it, they just like, they think like, oh, someone has done a crime, they're evil, they're automatically bad, they're scary. And I want to break that stigma a little bit, you know? And show people that that's not the case. And I feel like if they recognize your humanity a little bit, then they'll be more open-minded to initiatives that, you know, initiatives that are helpful with reintegration, initiatives that are helpful with like hiring, you know, former inmates. You know,
for sure.
Trying my best.
And we appreciate you for that. We got to get you to our camp, Growlersburg.
I'm down, yeah.
MTV Cribs. Coming soon.
No, I would love to do that for sure.
Coming soon.
I'll talk to Scott. If we can make something like that happen, that would be great.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Let's do it. Come check out my bunk. We'll make you a little spread. Eat real quick.
Yeah.
You know? We'll go on Twitch, you know.
No, there's like
Twitch Cribs. There we go.
There's actually a thing, like there's a thing on TikTok with like prison food, where they show like different things that people make in prison. So we could do something like that, like a little cooking segment.
You gotta make it though. You gotta make it.
I'll make it.
We'll tell you how to do it. You do it.
The only thing I know how to make is chicken. That's all I know how to make. So I don't know.
We're gonna do something with that.
Yeah.
We're gonna do something.
What do you guys make? What do you guys cook? You cook your own food?
We make everything. Rice bowls, burritos, nachos.
I see.
Sushi, tamales.
Okay.
We cook everything out of what we got though.
Yeah.
Soups.
So how does that work in how's that work in camp? Like it's not, because in prison it's like you got a chef, or not a chef, but like you got someone working the kitchen, and
yeah,
it's just like
not a chef for sure. Yeah. You got someone.
Yeah,
You got someone over there.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's doing.
Just sitting there just whipping stuff up. But like in camp, do you make your own food? Like is that
so it's kind of the same thing. We have someone that cooks for us, but we can also buy our own food from commissary.
Yeah.
So we buy our own food and we make it.
What do they have in commissary?
Hot Cheetos, sausages.
How much is the hot Cheetos in the commissary?
Like $2.65.
Oh, okay, so it's like normal price. It's not, because I know phone calls are like, I don't know how it is in California.
It's free now.
Yeah, it used to be a big ass fucking problem.
It used to be a lot.
That shit was awful.
So the phone calls are free now. So everyone that left, come back. I could call you now.
Wait, tell them what it used to be like.
So it used to be a lot, like 33 cents a minute. 33 cents a minute.
33 cents a minute.
$1 a day.
Like a 15-minute phone call.
We just spend like $100 a week.
Yeah.
So that's why we're all single now. Am I right? Oh no, just me. Huh?
Wait, okay, so how does that, like, why is that important? Why is it important that you have access to the outside world like that?
Well, just because we're not trying to get institutionalized. Like, we're not trying to get stuck in here, because we're still people, like you said.
Yeah.
We're still people, and we're still trying to strive, and we're still trying to grow and get out of what we're in. Don't get me wrong, like what we're in, it's a great environment with the people that we surround ourselves with. These men right here, I'm with them every day, and they're helping me grow every single day. They're helping challenge me. Whenever I call home, I'm able to talk to my family. Not only does it motivate me, but it keeps me updated with the streets. Hey, this is going on crypto. Hey, you need to get your bank account up. You need to, like, all these information they're giving me that he can't give me because he didn't experience that.
Or he didn't experience crypto? That. Don't do crypto, bro. You're gonna lose all your money.
We'll see.
Oh my God, bro! Don't do it. I promise. Don't do it. It's not a good idea.
All right, you got to put me up on game on that thing.
Okay. Yeah. Don't do that.
Gotta get into the sports bet.
Oh my God. No. No.
So what would you suggest to get into?
No. Don't gamble, bro. Don't gamble. What I suggest.
Unless you're going for the 49ers, then gamble.
Hell no.
Go ahead, though. Anyway.
No. What I would suggest is you know, trying to get a decent wage job, and you know, work a job, pay rent, live a decent life. There's a lot of people who don't go to prison who are also lose a shit ton of money doing crypto and gambling and all this stuff. It's bad. It's not good.
We see, so without connection to the world, I wouldn't know this. So now I'm just thinking I'm going right into crypto, but look, we need more connection with the world now.
No, you need less connection with the world. You're trying to make crypto puts. You're trying to make calls. How's the crypto doing?
Hey, so what's going on over there? Like, what you mean Allah? What?
But okay, so I asked some of the other guys this question. I was wondering, what do you think? Like, out of four qualities of the program that you're in, like, which one do you think is the most significant for you? You got time reduced. You got conditions in the camp as opposed to prison, which are significantly more humane, right? You got a job, so you're busy. And I forgot what the fourth thing was. God damn it. What the fuck was it? But okay, out of those three, what do you think is the most significant?
Time reduced.
Time reduced?
Time reduced.
Okay.
I'm trying to go home. That's it.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of us, we got over-sentenced, especially for the crimes that we committed.
For sure.
So it's giving us a chance to go home early. And
Yeah, you guys are also young offenders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're not supposed to be here. Of course, someone probably already told you that, but yeah, we're not supposed to be at camp right now.
No, yeah, I know.
Because Scott Budnick, shout out Scott, you're number one, man. Yeah, shout out Scott Budnick, you know, we're here, and we're very, very, very grateful.
All right. If you don't mind me asking, what do you think, in your mind, in your assessment, from all the people that you've met in prison, in camp, what do you think is like a leading reason for how you land up in prison?
Leading reason why we're in prison?
Like what is it?
For me, I would say no positive role model. Because for me, I was like left at home a lot, and I just started running the streets at a young age. So it led me to the things.
Where are you from originally?
San Diego.
San Diego. Okay.
So that led me to like just start roaming the streets and start getting options.
I would say kind of touch on the same thing, no guidance, just not having a positive guidance. The environment that I grew up in, of course, it led me into a different direction, and yeah.
What about you?
So first off, obviously there's no excuses for what I'm saying, right? I hold myself accountable for what I've done, right? But
I'm not the commissioner board.
There's circumstances, right?
No, I feel you.
My circumstances, like my mental health, as in my insecurities, I didn't have no one like I could talk to. The schools I was in, they didn't really teach me how to like behave and like correct behavior. They were like favoritism towards different races and ethnicity, and I think that like made me go different ways in the social groups. So like I couldn't really like fit in with nobody. So I had to branch out to different people, and like that's what made me commit my crimes and find different people that had the same values as me, which is violence.
Okay.
What about you?
What got you locked up?
I got put in a bad situation, a messed up situation. But I mean, that was part of it. But just, I would say, the way I was living really is what led me here. You know, like trying to find love in the streets, love that wasn't at home. And once I fell back into my bad habits again, carrying guns again, and to do dumb things. But when I had that gun that night, then I would have probably stolen out.
How much time we got left?
Right now, my out date's August 2026.
Okay.
But I'm trying to get my GED to get some more time off. I'm hoping to get home by like December this year.
Okay. What would you say is, how do you like camp as opposed to prison?
Camp compared to prison?
Yeah.
I love camp. I'll take camp over prison any day.
Yeah.
Tell me about your first hike.
So my first, I got to camp on a Monday. My second day, we went out to work, like cutting trees and stuff. And then Wednesday, the next day after that, we did this hike called Rocket Ship. They say it's like one of the worst hikes. And bro, you just.
Why do they call it Rocket Ship?
I don't know. It's straight down. But you start off and you go straight down with all this gear and everything. By the time I got to the bottom, like I couldn't even walk. Like, my legs were buckling in every step. And I was like, there's no way I'm gonna make it back up. It took me like 2 hours and 45 minutes to get back up. It took hella long to get back up. But that same day, we got back to camp. I took a shower, and then we came out to Ventura to a fire, and we were out for a week. I couldn't even walk.
Are you guys exhausted?
Yeah.
Are you all going back out in the morning?
Yeah. That's the rapper Peso? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I'm gonna check his music out after this.
Oh, you're gonna actually listen to music?
I'm not gonna listen. I don't listen to no music.
He doesn't listen to music. No.
Nah, just podcasts.
Just podcasts?
I only listen to the news. I'm boring as fuck.
So you don't have a favorite
Working
rapper?
out,
really.
he'll listen
No,
to
I guess-
podcasts
I don't know,
about
maybe
politics. I know.
Vince
It's
Staples?
insane.
Who's your favorite rapper?
Myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Bruh, I've been working 24 hours, I ain't been asleep. I might say some shit that don't make sense.
Don't put him on the spot, bro. There's people watching.
Who do you guys
That's
listen
crazy.
to, music-wise?
I listen to like underground rappers, like not really famous people. Yeah, I don't listen to them.
Okay. Like, are you
Bro, he
east?
can hear
Are you
you.
east, west coast?
I just listen to like
Texas.
local rappers by like my little brother raps, so like I listen to him and like
listen to me?
stuff. Yeah, that's on the bus, like freestyles on the bus.
Yeah.
But I don't listen to nobody make sure.
I'm coming harder than Drake. Let's just say that.
Yeah, okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying?
I believe you.
I don't freestyle. I don't freestyle.
Yeah, that's right, Drake. It's coming for you.
Coming for you,
But
Drake.
like, not in a
But I'm
weird
Team
way.
OVO though.
Not in a weird way.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What's up, man? What's going on? Oh, really?
It's not in me.
Nice to meet you.
Get in the
No,
business.
I don't think
Not
you're
in me, for real.
I didn't think.
Nah, look at me crazy.
I
Like,
didn't- no, I'm just confused that someone here recognized me. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Hell yeah,
We
bro.
got 5 minutes, bro. Yeah.
I don't know.
Awkward swag up.
Yeah, bro, I can tell.
Oh my god.
We had your back.
Yeah, it got cold.
It's very cold.
It did.
I think he's with the.
My fingers are
With
icicles
the
right now.
Oh, dude.
The pace
Do you want me to take over for you?
I don't know.
Sure.
No, I'm fine. I should have brought hand warmers.
Oh, he's not with them?
I not.
Wait. The dude in the hat? No. No. I was talking about the other dude. That's fine.
Oh yeah, he's with Facebook.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring Scott over and see if we can talk about
I feel bad. That was an awkward interaction.
No, it was fine. It's all good.
I should have been nicer. He was very excited.
But we had your back, man.
What?
We had your back.
Oh hell yeah, that's right, dude. He rolled up and you guys were like,
We're like, what's up, man? Like, we got your back, man.
No,
We don't just put on fire.
bro.
You know what I mean? Mom. Is that live?
Bro, you have been taking
Hi, Mom.
the fucking camp.
Hi, family.
You jacked as shit, dude.
Out here at the
Yeah, you are.
Easton.
Yeah, you are. Yo,
Eaton Fire.
show the camera. No, not anything. I saw you with the shirt earlier. You were.
Oh, I used to be bigger, man. I actually lost it because of the hiking and stuff.
Checking him out, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry. Listen, I work
married.
out.
He's married.
I work out.
He's married.
I work out.
I just got married, man.
When I see another dude that works out, I'm gonna be like, hey, listen, you're working out.
You're talking about working out?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're making fun of me. They're saying I'm checking them out.
I don't know what was more awkward, this or that.
No, this stuff is not awkward at all for me.
Bye, Mom. I love you.
That's pretty cool.
Hi, Mom, I love you.
Oh man.
Picture, get the picture.
I don't want to photobomb. All right.
They said,
how we doing, chat?
I was gonna have Scott come over just to talk about the fundraiser and like, what
Yeah.
ARC is doing, because that's how I found him. He said he had like 180 and then he wanted to come over. He's like, I just have been leaving you guys be. Is it good? I was like,
you can get.
No, it's been great.
It's been great.
It's up to you.
Chat, do you guys enjoy it? Are you guys enjoying this? It's fucking dope, right?
I told you it was gonna get cold.
Yeah, no, I'm glad I wore the jacket.
Yeah.
It's cold as hell.
It is. It is.
Yeah, it's crazy that they don't get more gear than like.
Dude, I also like that showers thing. I'm not trying to be like, who can I talk to? But
Woke police.
who can I
Calling
talk
the
to?
manager.
This
I'm
young man wants to talk
kind
to you.
of.
What's up?
I heard you be gaming. What's your favorite game?
I game right now. I'm playing Marvel Rivals a lot, but it's new. It's a new game. As far as like of all time, Metal Gear Solid. You know what that is?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
What do you play? You play any games?
Super Smash Bros. And Fortnite.
Okay. Oh, you play Fortnite? Nice.
They have a PS4.
No, I know. Yeah. Well, at their camp they have a PS4.
Smash
Redhead
Bros?
camp they
Which
don't
one?
have a PS4.
All of them. I went to, I want to say, either 2017 or 2018. I went to Texas. They had like a little game fest they did. One of my cousins. I play sports players.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. Yeah, you know about RDC? Supreme Dreams? They have a thing called DreamCon.
Yeah.
Where they do a convention in Austin. This year it's going to be in Houston though, I think. But anyway, it's very cool. It's like an anime gaming convention.
When it's going to be this year? When?
This year's going to be in Houston, I believe. But I don't know when. I think it's in the summer, maybe. Chat. When is DreamCon? Yes, it is July.
Oh, I'm there for sure.
What?
I'm there for sure.
Yeah, you're out in what, 50 days, you said? Yeah.
March 9th.
Yeah, all right, man. I'll see you there. If you go to DreamCon, we're going to link up.
Yep.
All right?
All right, play me Fortnite too. I'm really good.
I suck at Fortnite. You beat my ass. You got a lot more time to play Fortnite than I do.
Well, at our camp we don't have internet, so like we play. Like right now I'm playing Dream Hunter. I'm playing Monster Hunter Ice World Reborn.
Oh, there's a lot of good single player games out there though.
That's a real good game.
How does that work? Can people just like buy you guys games or no?
I think so. We can get games sent in. I think we can.
Okay.
As long as they're pre-approved by our lieutenant.
Wait, what? Oh, so the lieutenant's like, this is too violent. Like,
I mean, we have Mortal Kombat. We have.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Yeah,
That's not a problem. Okay. All right, that's good to know. So Washington Ridge Camp, right? All right. That's sick. Chat, there you go. You can send in video games to Washington Ridge Camp. How do they do it? Is there like a Department of Corrections website portal, something like that? Gotta ask him.
Because I need you.
Lieutenant Hanks.
This is Lieutenant
Hassan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I can't say nothing.
How do we send these guys video games? There's a lot of people watching right now.
How do we send these guys video games?
Yeah.
Video games are a challenge because I can't give them access to the internet without it being supervised.
Yeah, no, I meant like hard copies.
You donate them to the camp, so you send it to the address of the camp, and you state that you wish to donate it for camp, and then we'll include it in the systems we have.
Hell yeah.
Does it have to be like a maturity level restricted?
Yes, it has to be maturity level restricted, and it can't have an online component to it.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of good single player games. They have PS4s, right?
Yes.
All right. Get to work, chap. It's Washington Ridge Camp. They'll send you guys some hard copies of video games. There it is. All right. Nice to meet you, man.
I'll see you in July.
All right. We cold?
So cold.
You little bitch. There's people. Hey, nice to meet you guys.
Hi guys.
I just want to say what's up to my wife, to my son. I do this for you guys. You know, thank you to the program. You know, got me a lot of time off, chance to earn some money, send it home for the holidays. Chad, you know what's up, man. Get this to my wife, man. Thank you.
All right.
Are we out of here?
Yeah, I think we can.
Take a photo?
Yeah, let's do a photo.
This is our first shower in a whole week. Just let them know we've been out here for a week.
Let's go.
It's our first shower,
It's
bro.
about time.
About
You guys
time.
get a
Thank you
shower.
guys. It's because of y'all. Y'all about to
Back.
Scott, we're gonna.
How do you feel? How do you feel?
That was fantastic.
I want
That was amazing.
I want you to talk about the fundraiser. ARC is doing a fundraiser for these guys after they get out. We're thinking of funds.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we need. You can talk to this guy right here too. Like everyone wants to give right now that they're on the fire line.
Yeah.
There's not so much to give right now, right? They're fairly good right now. It's when they get back to camp, right? There's not a TV that's working in some places, right?
Yeah.
There's the boots are all fucked up and they need better boots. Like there's just things that are not so sexy, but that they need. You never think this, but we're getting a shower truck dropped off.
No, I know
Like,
we were talking about.
Yeah. By the way,
you
God
had to
bless.
reach out to Coachella.
God bless the dudes at Coachella.
Dude.
They got a shower truck coming in. These guys haven't showered in like 4 days.
I know.
So just stuff like that. And then I think also when they get out, if they want to work for CAL FIRE, as soon as they get out, how are they going to pay rent to wherever they're getting hired? How are they going to pay utilities? What about a car to get to and from work? Right? Those sort of things. So we're setting up a scholarship fund to help them when they get out.
A lot of people have talked about how, you know, reintegration, like one of the biggest problems is like getting a job in general and, you know, keeping up with parole.
Yeah.
And from what I've heard, it's just like having something that keeps them grounded and busy and look forward to is like a major impact, I feel like.
I think we nailed it. And it's like, what, like, the work ethic this gives them too. Like, these guys are fucking beasts, right?
Yeah.
Animals.
Dude, we were hearing stories about, and they were all swapping stories too. What they are doing out here is, it's so physically demanding and how hard
They're gonna run
working.
circles, whatever job they get out here, if they don't do fire, they're gonna run circles around everyone. The work ethic's insane, right?
Yeah.
So like, these guys are insanely hireable. And now, because of a bill ARC did, they can now expunge the record. So they don't have to check the I'm a felon box. They're no longer a felon because they risked their life to save our state, which they did last night and they'll be doing tomorrow night. So while we're sleeping in our bed, they're up all night long on the mountain.
Yeah, and they were saying they pretty much just have what is on them. Like there's nothing.
That's it. And by the way, those Subway sandwiches and stuff that we just delivered, I'm sure they'll be sneaking those in their pack. So at 3 in the morning after they've been working for 20 hours, they can sneak a bite.
Yeah.
But
dude, how did you get involved? How long have you been involved?
I was just like, I was doing old school. Do you remember that one? We're too young for old school.
Old school?
Will Ferrell running streaking.
Of course.
I was doing old school and I met a guy that said, come down to Juvenile Hall in the San Fernando Valley and come be in this creative writing program. And I went down and the first kid I met, no exaggeration, I'm like, how was your day? He said it was a really tough day. I just got 300 years to life in prison. And I looked at him, he was little with a little mohawk on his head. And he said, I'm 15 years old. And he got 300 years to life in prison. And I'm like, what did you do? In my mind, I'm thinking like, is this kid like Charles Manson? Like,
Right,
what
must
did he
have murdered,
do?
100 people.
Yeah, he's like, I stood next to my homie who shot the victim in the butt. The victim was in and out of the hospital in a day, and for standing next to the guy with the gun and never touching the gun, I got 300 years to life. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, maybe there's some punishment for that, right? But I don't think any of us would say 300 years to life is
a
proportionate
15-year-old.
for a 15-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Like I did a lot of dumb shit when I was in my early 20s. And if that was my kid, A, he'd be out on bail, right? He wouldn't be sitting in that juvenile hall. And B, he'd have the best lawyer in LA. And for not shooting somebody, he would probably get probation. Because he's my kid. He looks like me, has my money, has a good lawyer. Like he's fine. Yeah, resources fine. But David is going to prison for 300 years to life. And so like that got me, I started getting into it, learned how to pass laws in Sacramento, ended up passing a law called Senate Bill 260 that let any kid under the age of 18 who got a life sentence go to the parole board at 15, 20, or 25 years. So David got reduced from 300 to life to 25 to life, got his college degree, mentored people, and then the governor commuted his sentence, and he's home now, and raising two twin daughters.
Yeah, I mean,
it's awesome, but it's like, in our business, like, in what I do, I meet so many people that are just like so self-selfish, self-centered and narcissistic, and being around people like this, who like all they want to do is give back and they want to kind of redeem themselves from what got them here is, you know, I find it very beautiful.
I think like even just asking, you asking that kid, David, how are you? How's your day? You know, it's like just starting there and caring, right? Showing that you see this person as a human being.
Yeah.
And the conversations that I was having with all these guys is they kept being like, I don't mean this the wrong way, but like, why do you guys care?
Why are you here?
Yeah, like, why are you here?
Why do you care
what are you
about
guys
us?
doing here? Why do you care about us?
Isn't that sad? They don't think people care.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
until
I
they
think,
see a night like tonight.
I know, and I think right now, with disasters like this, it's a huge moment to raise awareness, right? Because people are like, okay, I want to help. I want to feel collective action. I want to be in solidarity, and it's like, let this moment radicalize you in a good way, right? Don't fall prey to like misinformation, to individualism. Let this,
It's like, to me, it's like the misinformation piece of it.
Yeah.
It's like people like using this for like political hits and shit like that. When like you guys are showing up and like showing love
Yeah.
and being here for these guys, and other people just want to use it
But that is radical, like that for a lot of people. That is, you know, radical empathy. It's like radical sounds so intense, right? It's like an intense word, but it is truly seeing these people as human beings, right?
There's fundamentally no difference between any of the dudes I just met today and myself, with the most important exception. I come from a more affluent background.
Yep.
And therefore, when I fucked up, I had a support network to rely on.
Yep.
I had my
Me
family
too.
that could set me straight. And I always recognize that the privilege that I have, and I try to explain to other people that, like, you know, other people that are watching, that like these guys are, yeah, maybe some of them did some stuff that you would consider to be ridiculous or crazy or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Like, everyone has the capacity to rehabilitate.
Yeah.
Everyone has the capacity to become a better, more productive member of society.
And that's what these guys are doing, right?
Yeah.
Like, the thing I love the most about this is you go from like the pariah of the community.
Yeah.
Like, we want to separate you because you're too dangerous and get out of our community. And now all of a sudden you're a first responder, you're a hero. People are baking you brownies and cookies.
Yeah.
Because you're going up in a mountain and fighting a fire so it doesn't kill our.
I think it's but I think, yeah, you're right. The dignity aspect of it.
The dignity aspect of it
is huge, and I feel like that's another thing I want to do if we can do this, because they were talking about like going back to camp.
Yeah.
If we could potentially film the camp at some point.
No, we go.
Because
as soon as they're back, let's go.
Okay, that's a great idea. I want to do that 100% because I think from what I see, this is like one of the closest aspects to a more rehabilitative approach.
Yeah.
In like the American carceral structure.
100%.
Because like one of the things that everybody talked about, and across age groups from different camps, everyone was like, there's no racialized, like there's no race stuff. Everyone is the same. Nobody rocks the boat, because you get all of these positive incentives of sentence reduction, but more importantly than that, the conditions in the camp are significantly better than prison.
Significantly.
And by the way, that doesn't mean it's actually like better than your living conditions at home.
Yeah, those guys couldn't shower for 5 days.
They also don't have internet. They don't have internet access unless it's supervised. But I think that plays a major role in people feeling like human beings, and it helps with reintegration in general.
100%. David, Campos, get Jersey, bring him over here, please. You, both of you. It's an incredible story. Wait until I tell you this story. You'll love this. I think, like, I was on your live stream as you were driving, and I saw the people commenting about modern day slavery. And I'll say this, it's like, I'm running like a massive campaign right now with Governor Newsom and others, trying to get him to raise the pay, because I agree that the pay, it's been $1 an hour since 1984, right? That's unacceptable. So there was an actual legislative proposal this year to go from $1 an hour to $5 an hour, and it got killed. So this year I want to accomplish that, but like, no one's forced to be here, right? This is voluntary, and it's now. 5 years ago there was no path to a career. You risked your life, you got paid nothing, you got out, and it's like, no, we won't hire you. Now there's a path to a $100,000 a year job. And I tell these guys, like, who cares what you get paid? Volunteer to get out of a prison cell, save people's life, make amends, redeem yourself for the shit you've done. Even if you're volunteering, you get paid nothing. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you have a career where you can make $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 so your kids never have to go through what you went through, and then go to a great private school and a great college, right? And so, like, I really love it. 5 years ago, maybe it was more like that. Today, not so much. Let me say, yeah, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, can you give any update on where a bill like that is? You said you're working with
I think it's gonna be more like, you can go a bill route, or you can go a budget route. The budget process starts now in January. The governor released his budget this week. And then they close the budget in June, and it becomes a state budget. So between now and June is when he will either force his Department of Finance to do it or not do it. And the governor was here tonight.
I'll sing his praises if he does.
Yeah.
That's right.
He, I'll tell you this, like, he really, in terms of fire stuff, he's done incredible. No governor in the last 30, 40 years has doubled CAL FIRE's budget. $2 billion when he came in, $4 billion now. 7,000 firefighters there, 14,000 now. Like, he's doing it. I want to tell you a quick story. Where's Campos? Get Campos. Campos, stop talking. Get over here. Okay.
This is a great story. So this guy right here was my student in Somar Juvenile Hall when he was 14 years old, facing life in prison. Didn't get life in prison, but got
14-year sentence.
14-year sentence. At 18 years old, as a kid, he gets sent to the most violent prison in California, Pelican Bay State Prison, up on the Oregon border. So he's now an 18-year-old at Pelican Bay, and he got out of there without ever getting into trouble, went down a level, and then came to a college program I was doing at this prison called Ironwood, and ended up graduating college, doing great, came home, interned for me at my film company for a little bit. The director, I don't know if you guys know who Destin Cretton is, but he did this movie called Just Mercy that I did with Michael B. Jordan and Jamie Foxx. Destin's like, I need an assistant during post-production. I'm like, interview David. David interviews. He becomes Destin's assistant for the post-production of Just Mercy. Destin then does a DC Comics movie called Marvel. Oh shit.
Okay.
Shit.
We're talking about both.
Okay. Marvel movie called Shang-Chi in Australia. Takes him while he's on parole to be his assistant in Australia on Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
Gets better. This motherfucker right here is the lead man, so he's a headset dresser, Local 44, and Let's Make a Deal on The Price is Right, which I've watched my entire life. And he hires him in the union, so now we're talking about $150,000 a year, etc., to work for him on Let's Make a Deal on The Price is Right. This motherfucker crushes and works so hard on Let's Make a Deal on The Price is Right. This guy's now hired like 20 guys that have come out of prison, and is doing incredibly, right?
Hell yeah.
Best guys in town.
Yeah.
You know, they want it. They're happy. They're better than getting somebody's kid that wants to get in. You know, they've been taught. You know, and it's one of those things. The drive, and you can't teach that in people. You know, the drive, their work ethic, all that kind of stuff. You don't get that. These guys have proven. And it's like, whatever their past is their past. We don't give a crap, you know. I just want a happy, smiling face and somebody to hang out with at work and have a good time. And now 20 of them are, and if I could get more, you know, I would have 150 of them because it's, you know, they're great workers, you know.
What a cool job to have.
Yeah, I feel extremely blessed, honestly. And we're at Price is Right, and Let's Make a Deal. We're all a family. So it doesn't feel like work. You know, I look forward to going there and being with my friends. And yeah, we work, but it's a great time. You know, we all get along really well. And it's a great opportunity.
My cousin won a car on Price is Right once.
There you go.
Oh, bro.
See? We're always making somebody's life a little different, you know.
To see him at 14 years old, locked in a cell facing life, and mentor him when he was 14 years old, to now see him making hundreds of thousands of dollars on the show, then to now see him here giving back and feeding guys that are currently incarcerated, like, talk about full circle. Okay, sorry guys, sorry to interrupt you. And this is the man right here.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
I think we're about to head out.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
Thanks for sharing your story.
Thank you so much
Thank you,
for
Scott.
everything. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to these guys.
How were the combos?
Fantastic.
So good.
So good.
Amazing.
So good.
I think, I would love to do more stuff with you on specifically this issue, because this is something that I think is unfortunately an area where a lot of people just don't ever even encounter, like don't even broach the subject matter with like any dignity whatsoever. Everybody just writes off prisoners. They don't ever talk about them. They don't ever think about them. They they want more. They don't want to reduce sentences. They want to make sure that people stay in prison for as long as possible without ever thinking about it. And I think showing the camp conditions specifically as juxtaposed with like what county jail looks like, what prison looks like, and how much that helps people feel human, and how successful that is in terms of like rehabilitating people and allowing that integration to happen is really huge. This is a major aspect.
Wait till you see the camp, you'll really enjoy it. Yeah, we'll go there, we'll shoot it, it'll be great.
I think also right now, you know, as we said, a lot of people are very like, oh, thank you to the first responders, like finding out they're incarcerated, great, everybody's, you know, grateful. Once these fires are cleared,
everyone go back to their lives and no one
goes back to
remembers
their lives.
this.
And it's about like what happens after, you know, it's not just like now, but also when they get out of prison and making sure that they have a pathway. So,
So thank you guys for coming and shining a light.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Big dog, I'll see you. I'm going to San Francisco. Blown away.
Yeah.
My house is burned down.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
Rad. Rad. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Big dog. Good to meet you, bro. Thank you, my
See you later,
guy.
It is cold. It's definitely cold as
I'm
hell.
so
All right,
weak.
let's get out of here.
Oh, thank you so much.
Shall we?
Yeah, let's dip.
You want to do a little send off or?
Oh yeah, let's do it here. All right, everybody. This was a wonderful experience overall. Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you, Scott Budnick, as always. Thank you, Murat, for showing up as well. You know, this was a wonderful experience, and I'll of course be live tomorrow. And I hope you learned something today. All right, that's all I got.